I declare open this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the Treasury portfolio and the Industry, Science and Resources portfolio. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set 18 November 2022 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 16 December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. In particular, I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and which I now incorporate in Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. Please make sure all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, for example at suspension or adjournment. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as the default and unmute your microphone when speaking. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. As set out in the guidelines, senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones, other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Security is present and they will be asked to remove anyone who does not follow these instructions. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearing were requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents the day prior to the hearing so that the documents could be circulated electronically during the hearing. Please liaise with the Secretariat if you need assistance. The committee's proceedings today will commence with the Treasury portfolio, beginning with Treasury's Revenue, Small Business and Housing Group. The hearing will then follow the order as set out in the adopted program. And I advise the committee again today that I'll proceed in 15-minute question blocks, starting with the opposition. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Katy Gallagher, Minister for Finance, and officers from the Treasury. Would the Minister or officers like to make an opening statement?
Diane Brown, Deputy Secretary, Revenue, Small Business and Housing. No, we're happy for the committee to go straight to questions.
Thank you. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much and good morning. I just wanted to pick up on some of the discussion we had yesterday on stage 3. Am I right that from yesterday's evidence that this stage 3 tax cut modelling wasn't the only modelling done for the government on tax policy?
What do you mean modelling? We had a talk yesterday about costing.
Yeah,
Updated costing.
Costings, yep. Other costings that the department have done
Well,
on tax?
you know, being as helpful as we can, I think I said yesterday, in putting the budget together, the Treasurer sought a whole range of information for us to consider as we put the budget together. You know, that looked at all aspects of the budget. I said this yesterday.
And so what other options were looked at from a tax point of view?
What
On
other options?
Personal income tax.
It was briefings on, you know, the state of the budget. That obviously looks at matters of tax, and it looks at payments, and it looks at measures, and it looks at, you know, issues from terminating measures. Like a new incoming government, like, has to do its job properly. To do that, we
Sure.
have to look at a whole range of information has to be provided in terms of advice, and I can assure you we did our job thoroughly and properly.
I'm sure. I'm just trying to get a sense of what were the costings done on various tax options.
Well, I'm not sure I can be any more helpful. The Treasurer has spoken about the costing update that was provided on stage 3. There's some other tax compliance and tax integrity measures that feature in the budget. You know, we sought a whole range of information, as you would expect us to do in making those decisions.
Okay, but there was a public debate that you and the Treasurer engaged in the lead up to the budget. Do you accept that?
Well, the Treasurer and I, yes, did a lot of media interviews in the lead up to the budget, as you would expect.
Of course.
We were asked a lot of questions about the
course.
budget, as you would expect.
Of course, no, I listened to a number of them.
thrilled.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of whether there were options generated for the executive on the various tax possibilities, including whether or not the stage 3 tax cuts were recosted as part of that process.
Well, I think we've confirmed they were recosted as part of that process.
Okay, and what
Yep.
was the result of that?
The recosting was that it was $254 billion over the medium term. Sorry?
Yeah, it was 254 billion over the decade.
Okay. And can I ask you, I mean, as a departmental official, I mean, what is the basis upon which a department would recost a measure that's already been developed by the Treasury and then legislated?
I think it's as the Minister said, it's important that the government understands any pressures in the budget, and so the cost of elements may change due to, for example, changes in workforce participation, changes in the compensation of employees, and so the cost of measures may change over time, and you just want to understand the pressures in the budget. Do a similar exercise on the spend side, for example, in relation to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. That was reassessed by actuaries. It gives the government a complete understanding of what are the pressures in the budget.
Okay. But is it an unusual exercise to undertake that a policy which is baked into the budget that was designed by your department would be recosted?
I don't think it's unusual that an incoming government handing down a budget within its first few months would seek a whole range of information, Senator Bragg, in order to inform decision making.
I understand that. I guess I'm trying to
we're
understand.
just doing our job.
I'm trying
mate.
to understand what precedents have been drawn upon here from the department's perspective.
So what the question you're asking is whether Treasury had done costings for the former government on their tax measures as they were updated and flowed through. I mean,
I don't think it's.
I don't know how you can answer. Well, I don't know how useful that would be, but also would reflect on decisions that your government had taken, which I'm not aware of.
But just to be clear, I mean, the question is, what is the precedent that's been used here to recost or
The
remodel
precedent is good budgeting.
or remodel a policy which has been devised by the Treasury Department? I mean, do you go back and would you do this for every single tax setting in the budget? I mean, that's the question.
Well, as I said, the government, without going into exactly, the goings-on in the ERC and some of the discussions the ERC had, I can tell you that the government sought a whole range of information about the state of the budget.
Okay.
On the revenue side, on the spending side, we got advice on parameter variations. There was a whole range of things that a new government, quite rightly, doing its job properly, would seek information on.
Okay, well, maybe this is the best. Maybe I'm not very good at asking questions. It's possible. So, was every tax setting in the purview of the Commonwealth remodelled as part of or recosted as part of the budget process? I'm just trying to get a sense. The department obviously want to answer the question.
Sorry?
I understand that you're here to give the executive government's position, but I'm trying to ask the department what precedent they've been using here and how
the department will
orthodox
work
this
with
is.
the government on providing the information that we need. I mean, that's the reality. That's how it works. I don't know about precedents because this is our first budget.
That's what I'm asking the department.
Well, you're asking the department about matters that would have happened under your administration.
I wasn't in that administration.
Oh, hey?
What administration?
Well, under the former government's administration, like,
Right.
because you were in government for 9 years. I can tell you what happened for the October budget, which is that we sought a whole range of advice from Finance and Treasury about all aspects of the budget, as people would expect us to do.
Okay.
Some of that was about updating information, some of that was about new challenges that were coming down the path, some of that was about holes in the budget that needed attending to. Like, it was a very comprehensive process that we undertook.
Okay. So, can I ask Ms Brown to answer the question? The question is, was every tax setting under the purview of the Commonwealth remodelled as part of the budget process?
I might ask Mr Marker to ask you.
So, Senator from Wright, the answer to that is no, but if I might also add, it's not really a matter of precedent here. We cost policies on request of government, and if the government seeks advice, we'll cost them. So I wouldn't regard it as a question of precedent in this case. They asked for advice.
Of the stage 3 tax.
They asked for advice, Senator.
I think that's on the public record. I mean, the Treasurer was clear about that in interviews in the lead up to the budget. It's
a peculiar thing to recost or remodel when you're not recosting and remodelling everything, as the evidence we've just heard underlines, unless you're wanting to look at it closely. Now, when you've just gone to the election saying you're not going to change something, it just seems like a strange thing to do.
I see it as, that's your view.
Okay.
I see it as a responsible approach to budgeting, which is what we've decided, which is how we've approached the task in October. It's how we will continue. We will get updated costings on a whole range of matters as we work through. We did it on childcare, we did it on aged care. There was a whole range of things that updated costings were provided on for us to make decisions about. Some, and many of them had changed.
Okay, so that's good. So we've established that the personal income tax arrangements were costed for the purposes of the budget.
Well, you didn't establish that. That was a known thing before today, just on the record.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And do you know what the date of that request was?
For the recosting of stage 3, we received that request in July.
July. Okay. And when was that work completed?
We as that question was asked yesterday, we did do a little bit of investigating this week. We think the answer was provided early August.
Okay. And was that considered by Cabinet ERC?
I'm not going to go into what ERC considered or deliberated on. You can make your own, have your own sort of considerations about that. But I have been clear that all aspects, or, you know, it was a comprehensive assessment of the budget, and information was provided to the ERC to assist in decision making.
Okay, so it was considered by Cabinet.
I've answered the question.
Okay. Are you able to provide the advice you provided on stage 3?
Well, I'll take that on notice. I mean, it's the public, the costing is public. Oh, well, we've already answered it this morning, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay. What other tax policy ideas did you commission costings on?
Well, you can. There's some that are reflected in the budget, so we can start with those.
There's not much in the budget.
Not much. Well, it's enough.
So were there other ideas that
You want us to do more?
Were there other ideas that were... I'm just trying to get a summary of what were the tax policy issues that were costed. Are they all in the budget, or were some cut?
I don't know if there's further information that I can add other than we've got some in the budget. We've dealt with the stage 3, the government sort of range of information about tax measures, tax integrity, tax compliance in the lead up to the budget.
So what
you would expect us to do.
So do you have the list?
I'll see if there's anything further we can help with on notice within the confines of, you know, normal cabinet in confidence processes.
Yeah, can you please make sure that list includes taxes and tax concessions?
I'll see what we can assist the committee with within the normal, as I said. I mean, a lot of this will be covered by cabinet in confidence because it's essentially how it operates. If there's
Senator-
anything further I can provide to the committee, we will take that on notice.
Senator Bragg, if that's a sort of one block of questions for you,
Just got one more question. No,
Okay.
I'm done, yeah.
Senator Bragg.
So can I just confirm that there was a request to cost a removal of the stage 3?
I wouldn't characterise it as a request for the removal of stage 3. It was a request for a costing in order to understand pressures in the budget, as the Minister has explained. Understand the spending and revenue profile of the budget.
For example, that costing just is, you know, that it had increased to 254 billion over 10 years, and also because of, you know, the increasing interest rates. I think it's $40 billion a year extra in interest payments on that. So that information is, as you could understand, useful when you're putting together a budget. So it was a costings update. Yesterday there was attempts to say it was about removal, and I dealt with those there, and the evidence remains the same.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Minister, and everybody for coming.
We
Wednesday's
have
always-
to be here.
Yeah, I know.
But we're enjoying it.
Well, we could go through the charade and say, wasn't it lovely you all voluntarily turned up?
Thank you
To
for
share a day together.
Thank you for having us.
That's a pleasure, and I hope you're enjoying the water and the coffee.
Yeah.
Through you, Minister, but it might be to Ms Berger-Thompson. The Treasury website states that the specific listing process for DGR status usually takes around 2 years. And that's right, isn't it? What's on the website?
Laura Berger-Thompson, First Assistant Secretary of the Personal and Indirect Tax Charities and Housing Division. So it can, the time that it takes to consider a DGR application kind of varies depending on the application. But
We're talking about specific listing where you need to change the law.
Yep,
And the
specific
website
listing.
The website says it generally takes around 2 years to process an application, amend the tax law, etc.
That's correct, yep.
Yep. And that depends on the priorities of the government's legislative program too, doesn't it? It's hard to get a slot.
So it does require legislation, and so it does depend on the legislative program, but it's typically the case that there is a spot for specific listings.
Yeah. But you're not trying to suggest that website's in error when it says it generally takes around 2 years?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. So then the Australian Future Leaders Foundation Limited applied for listing, specific listing, and they made that application on the 27th of April 2021, and they received it on the 1st of July 2021. Radically less than 2 years. Do you know how that happened?
So so the 27th of April is correct.
And they got it
And the
just in
announcement,
time for
the announcement was made on the 1st of July. That is also correct. Legislation came into force on the 1st of April 2022 for that application.
All right. Do you know how they received approval in that rapid turnaround? What happened between the 27th of April 2021 and the 1st of July 2021 to get them ready for the new financial year?
So typically what happens with these applications is that an organisation will apply to Treasury and to the government for consideration. There's a process that we go through to provide advice to government, but ultimately any decision for that application is a matter for government. And that can have a variable length of time. I'm not privy to the decisions of government in relation to this matter.
But to get specific listing, you have to show exceptional circumstances, don't you?
So in the legislation, there's actually no kind of legislative criteria for specific listings, but it is typically the established practices of government to give specific listings only where there is, those organisations are unique or exceptional, yes.
Well, just going back to your website, it says the entity's application needs to include, and I'll quote here, a strong case showing the exceptional circumstances that should be considered, including the broad public benefit your entity provides to the community. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So you have to show exceptional circumstances.
So we ask, for the purposes of government consideration, for organisations to provide that information, but as I indicated earlier, there is no kind of legislative criteria, so it is a decision of government.
How was the decision made on the 1st of July to grant the specific listing when the organisation had no physical office, no phone number, no website and no staff, and in fact had only been registered a few short weeks earlier? How did they satisfy the test?
So as I indicated, there is no legislative test here. So it is a decision for government.
Well, did Treasury recommend that they get DGR status and specific listing?
So that goes to our advice to government.
Well, did you recommend that they get listing? Was that the recommendation that came from Treasury?
So I wasn't around at the time, but we routinely provide advice to government on whether we think organisations should be considered. But as I said, it is ultimately a matter for government.
Well, yes, it's ultimately a matter for government, but I'm asking what Treasury's advice was. You've got some detailed notes, Ms. Berger-Thompson. Did Treasury recommend the listing of the Australian Futures Leaders Foundation?
I mean, I think to be fair, and this is under the previous government, it is difficult for officials to disclose advice to government. Senator Shoebridge.
Well,
I don't know the answer myself, but it is a difficult position to put officials in.
Minister, will you take it on notice?
I'm happy to take it on notice, yeah.
Ms. Berger-Thompson, it's been mentioned in broad commentary that the Prime Minister's department was involved in that. Did anyone from the Prime Minister's office or the Prime Minister's department contact Treasury in relation to this application?
Not to my knowledge, but I wasn't in my position at that time. What I would say is that it is, given the nature of these processes, where that it's a decision of Cabinet, we do provide a kind of advice, including I guess, discussions with other central agencies on particular organisations for the purposes of those agencies briefing their minister. So we would typically have discussions with, say, Prime Minister and Cabinet.
All right. Well, can you take on notice what, if any, engagement there was with Prime Minister and Cabinet or the Prime Minister's office?
Yep.
When was the brief provided to Cabinet? I assume there was a brief provided. Was it a Cabinet brief that came from your office?
So I don't have those details. I have that we provided advice on the application to the Minister on the 14th of September 2021.
But the decision was announced on the 1st of July. So you provided advice, what, months after the decision was made? How was that?
No, the 1st of July, sorry, and I correct myself here. The 1st of July is the date that the effect of the specific listing came into, like the date of effect of organisations being able to accept donations that then the donor could deduct from their taxation. So effectively the 1st of July 2021 was not the announcement date, I correct myself. The announcement date was the 16th of December 2021.
Okay.
And just to correct Ms Berger-Thompson, it was 1 July 2022 that it came into effect. You had said 21.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Ms. Brown.
So the legislation was 1 April 2022.
But it was backdated on...
I think it was backdated to the
Apologies.
1st
It
of
was
July
backdated.
2021.
Is it usual that
Yeah.
it's backdated?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Can you can you identify who in the department dealt with the application? Did it go to the Treasurer's office? Do you know?
Sorry, the application itself?
The application
or
itself.
It typically comes to Treasury.
All right. Did it go up to the Minister's office?
We would always provide advice to the Minister's office on all applications, yes.
And is it approved by the Minister? Does it require to be approved by the Minister before it goes through to Cabinet?
Typically that's the process, yes.
Can you provide the date when it was approved by the Minister?
I don't have that, but I can take that on notice.
Right. Can you provide shed any light on what was considered in determining whether or not this organisation got specific listing?
So from the department's perspective
yes.
or from the government's perspective? 'Cause I
From
can-
the department's perspective, and I'm really talking about what informed your advice, I think, on the 14th of September. And I know you weren't involved in it, so I
Yeah, so
assume
I
you'll
can
take
talk
that on
generally
note.
about what the considerations we think about when we assess all applications for specific listing.
That would be helpful.
So that includes whether an organisation has. So there are to get DGR status. There are 52 approved categories of DGR. DGR categories that. So we think about whether they could have satisfied one of those 52 categories, except for maybe some. Specific circumstances, or that there's some reason that, you know, if it wasn't for that reason, otherwise they would have been eligible for one of those 52 categories. We look at whether the organisation is unique and exceptional, so you wouldn't have a category for that particular type of organisation. Whether there's a significant benefit to individuals from their activities, criteria of that nature.
Can you think of any instances where you've been satisfied of that, where an organisation had no office, no phone number, no website, no staff and no history?
So I'm happy to take that on notice.
Right.
But
And then if you could provide on notice a list of all the other organisations that have applied for specific listing in the last 2 financial years, and the time that it took for the department to process them, and the outcomes of the recommendations from the department.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thanks, Ms. Berger-Thompson.
There's about 5 minutes left in this block. Would you like that 5 minutes, Senator McKim?
Yep.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask some questions about the housing accord. It sets an aspirational target of 1 million new well-located homes over 5 years from mid-24. I just wanted to start by asking what is the baseline projection for the number of private homes that the market would build anyway over that period if the accord weren't in place?
I'll start this question, but Ms Berger-Thompson might want to add some text, some further information. We're forecasting there'll be around about 180,000 completions on average across financial year 2022, 2023 and 2024. That's not dissimilar to what the industry is currently forecasting.
Can I just follow-on question from Senator McKim? My understanding is that the accord doesn't come into effect until 24 or 25 and for the 5 years subsequent to that. So the baseline that you've just provided, Senator McKim provides, is completely irrelevant to the period of time that the accord's in place. So I was just wondering whether you might have what the baseline is expected to be between when these dwellings are, the time period these dwellings are supposed to be completed in.
So it's always hard to do forecasts from 2024 outward. So I think that the numbers that I gave...
Well, you're forecasting 1 million houses, so you must be...
Sorry,
it's a
Senator
target.
Ruston.
It's an aspirational target.
We are proceeding as best as we can in 15-minute blocks, and so Senator McKim has the call.
Oh, all right, thanks. So, well, the private market built 985,000 homes over the last 5 years, did it not?
That's right.
That's right. And the accord starts from mid-24. So the question remains, if you're forecasting 1 million new homes from mid-24, which is when the accord commences, how many of those 1 million homes do you expect the private sector to build anyway if the accord weren't in place?
So I think that the million, you're correct. The $1 million target includes both private housing and housing that's supported by government in social and affordable housing. The great bulk would be built by the private sector, yes. Which is the current case. But the accord will help to address what is a very pressing issue in the housing market by also addressing issues around land supply and zoning, such that the challenges that are coming up can be better addressed to ensure that there are sufficient housing for what we expect to be needed in those next period.
Thanks.
Chair, I don't really want to interrupt your question, but I actually have trouble hearing Ms Brown, so perhaps if we can turn up the microphone a little, then I'll actually be able to hear the answers to the questions. You said land supply and one other item, and I just couldn't hear it.
Zoning.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator McKim. Thanks, Chair.
It is a collaborative effort between the Commonwealth and the states and every level of government.
Understood. But if you're forecasting 1 million new homes, you must have a breakdown of that 1 million new homes, or have you just pulled the figure out of thin air? I mean...
It is an aspirational
I don't think it's an
target.
unreasonable question. Like, I know it's an aspirational target, but it is a target of 1 million new homes. Pretty simple question. Of that 1 million new homes, how many do you expect the private sector to deliver anyway? Minister, can you help us here?
I think Ms Brown has answered that, the
I
vast
don't think she
majority. When you
has.
look at the previous 5 years, and as you said, 985,000 dwellings built over the 5 years to March 2022, I think in announcements about the housing accord, which as Ms Brown says is broader than just delivering some additional affordable homes, but the figure on that is 20,000 affordable homes by the Commonwealth and the states and territories, so that gives you an idea. But it's also importantly, and this is I think what has been missing during the past decade, is again the Commonwealth, states and territories working together, pulling in the same direction to deal with the challenges that all governments and the community are experiencing, and don't underestimate that. The planning, land supply, zoning changes are a significant challenge.
So have you got any reason to think that the private sector will build any more or less than 985,000 homes over the 5 years from mid-24?
I think the question, where we're looking at it is we looked at the population growth, we looked at declining household numbers in houses, so less people living in houses, and consider it in the context of there will be an increased demand for housing. We already know that there's issues with affordable renting.
So you think the private sector will build more than 985,000 homes over the next, over those 5 years? You don't know, do you?
It will depend on a range of factors.
Do you know?
It's very
Have you got any
difficult, I
modelling?
think,
I might say
to forecast out another 5 years about what will be
Well, you
happening in the
forecast a
housing
million
market.
homes.
So we're based in, well, it's an aspirational target based
accept
on,
that 98
informed by the delivery of what's happened over the past 5 years and extra effort going in by the Commonwealth Estates and the Territories.
It's a meaningless figure, the million, isn't it? Because
No, it's not a meaningless figure.
well,
I mean, you want us to do more
Would
on
you-
housing.
would you
We're
accept-
trying to do more on housing. This is...
I'm asking about
again,
the figure, right? So would you accept that 985,000 homes is a reasonable baseline for what you would expect the private sector to deliver over the 5 years from mid-24? In other words, 98.5% of the million. Would you accept that's reasonable?
So I think one of the things, and this goes to Senator Ruston's question as well, is that although we have the 180,000 completions over the next 3 years, given the rises in interest rates, we would expect that there'd be a decrease in home building activity subsequent to that as the effects of those interest rate rises kind of flow through to the construction sector, which we know is sensitive to interest rates. So I think our best guess would actually, given the economic situation, that there would actually be, if there wasn't kind of any policies in place, there would actually be substantially less than the 1 million built. And I think so that's the difference between the aspirational part of this is that there is a kind of a target for construction over and above what we think will otherwise occur.
Yes, but you don't know what will otherwise occur. I mean, it's very clear when I've asked repeatedly about it, there's been no number provided today. So am I right to say you actually have done no modelling or work at all in trying to understand how many homes the private sector will build in the 5 years from mid-24?
No, that's not right. So,
okay, so how many will they build?
So I think here is the difference between what we would forecast, and there is an established practice that we forecast components of GDP only for a couple of years, typically in any budget or MyEFO update, and then there is kind of some a model that takes over after that, but it's less clear about the forecasts. We did do some modelling or some analysis, however, of the 1 million, and so that's the distinction. We did think about that 1 million, and as Ms Brown indicated, we thought about forecasts of population growth. We looked at household size and how we would expect that to evolve and over time, and then we, that obviously has implications for the number of houses that need to be built. And so some of that analysis, noting the endogeneity between construction and household size and preferences, which is always very difficult, we're confident that the 1 million homes is a target which actually does genuinely increase the supply of dwellings.
By how much? I mean, I'm just after a number here. Like you said, you've done some assessment or some modelling on it. What did that modelling say the private sector would deliver anyway over the 5 years from mid-24?
So again, that's the 1 million. That's the 1 million.
The 1 million is an aspirational target.
I've already explained that what would have otherwise happened, we know the 180, and then we expect that due to the flow through of the interest rate rises, there'll be kind of lower dwelling investment in the subsequent years.
So, but what are the numbers?
Yeah, Senator McKim, you are asking the same question, and
I'm not getting
there's anything further we can provide.
I was just going to say, is there one final sort of question you have in this block, and then I'll go to the opposition.
All right. Okay, thanks. So, I guess my last question. I'll come back to the housing when I next get a chance. But you've got what the market's going to build anyway, which it appears there's no number for, but correct me if I'm wrong. Plus the additional 10,000 affordable dwellings from both the Commonwealth and the state that is set out in the budget. That is another 20,000. So how do you arrive at the figure of 1 million new homes? And my last, I guess, the crux of that question is, are you counting homes built under the Housing Australia Future Fund? Are you counting those homes as part of the 1 million?
So all homes will be counted, so it does include the 30,000 under the Housing Australia Future Fund, so the 10,000 in additional affordable, 20,000 in social. The Accord will also deal with trying to encourage institutional investment in housing, and that could generate more housing as well. One of the first tasks of this council would be looking at what are the barriers to that as an investment class for institutional investors, to get more superannuation funds and other institutional investors also investing in housing, which would support further growth.
So can I just add, like in terms of the investment in housing in this budget, the Housing Accord shouldn't be seen in isolation of other measures like the Housing Australia Future Fund, the expansion of the National Housing Infrastructure Fund, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council, Housing Australia, Help to Buy, Regional First Home Buyer Support Scheme, National Housing and Homelessness Plan, and Closing the Gap Homeless Housing Policy Partnership. I mean, these are all important elements of the Commonwealth re-engaging on housing as opposed to what we've seen over the past decade. It's important work, but it shouldn't. Each measure needs to be seen alongside the other effort that's going in this space.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just following on from the line of questioning from Senator McKim, has the department have any idea about what kind of additional housing will be generated by this particular accord, notwithstanding the other initiatives that have just been outlined by Senator Gallagher? What is the additional housing supply that is expected to be generated by this initiative?
So it will be a mix of housing, private housing, social. The number. It's a target of 1 million homes of dwellings.
No. Sorry, am I not asking my question? We know you've got an aspirational target of 1 million. You've said that. What I'm trying to understand is that you have an initiative here that's costed in the budget at $70 million for the 2 out years of 24, 25, 25, 26, and I can only imagine that the remaining with $70 million for the 3 years into the next forwards. So you've got a budget amount here. And you've said that will go towards 10,000 additional affordable homes. Is this initiative that you've got here, the Accord, only going to deliver on behalf of the federal government an additional 10,000 homes, or have you modelled this initiative to actually generate more houses than, or more dwellings than the 10,000 that you have got written in your budget papers?
So the measure you're referring to is the 10,000, the 350 million over 5 years to support the development of an additional 10,000
But is this
housing.
initiative going to generate more houses or more dwellings construction than the 10,000 you have here and the 10,000 that you're predicating on the contribution from the states and territories? I'm just sort of understanding. I mean, you can say 1 million this or 10 million that or 50 million this, but unless there's actually some demonstrable mechanism by which it's going to be achieved, somebody can't live in an aspirational target, can they? So I'm just trying to understand what this particular initiative is intending to deliver. Is it 10,000 houses?
No, the Accord is a collaborative exercise across all levels of government, plus institutional investors, plus the construction sector, to work together to address a housing need and demand, working together to fund some social and affordable housing, working together to look at planning reforms, land supply, to release land in well-located areas that would support increased housing.
What is that? So I'm just trying to understand, what is that increased housing that this is going to support? So in the absence of the Accord... can I just ask the question? Thanks, Senator Gallagher. In the absence of this Accord, what is the anticipated number of houses that is going to be, dwellings that will be constructed in that 5-year period?
In the absence of the accord.
In the absence of the accord.
Well, I think we've just traversed that previous evidence and gone through some of the issues about predicting that from 24 to 28, 29. The commitment in this budget is the implementation of the housing accord, which was an agreement reached by the Treasurer and his colleagues, an important agreement, which is, from the Commonwealth's point of view, in this budget, 10,000 affordable homes, supported by the commitment of $350 million over 5 years, with ongoing funding support as that rolls through, in addition to the Housing Australia Future Fund commitments that we have made.
Okay, so the appropriations in the budget start on 24-25 and are in the 2 out years of the forward estimates. So what is actually being undertaken in the next 2 years in terms of the housing accord, and because there doesn't appear to be any allocation of funding for the next 2 years?
Well, can I just start by saying it is calibrated to deal with basically the economic circumstances of the times that we are experiencing right now. So mindful of our overarching view of not adding issues in terms of inflation, and also the fact that there are some of those supply issues, constraints. So this has been calibrated to align with some of those pressures easing. But there will be work done by the Commonwealth, states and territories, obviously coming from a jurisdiction where these matters were also before me. Planning, zoning, land supply issues are not necessarily things you can deal with in a week or 6 months. So that work will continue. The work before the Treasurers in terms of the housing accord will continue. Discussions with investors, super, all the rest of it will continue. So there will be a lot of work done.
So when are we expecting the construction of the first of the Commonwealth's houses to commence?
So of the 10,000, that's from the 1st of July 2024.
So construction will commence on the 1st of July or thereabouts?
Yeah, in that financial year.
Yeah. The amount of $350 million over the 5 years, or $70 million a year, is only $35,000 per dwelling. So I'm interested to understand what the mechanism is around the construction. I mean, what is the expectation of Treasury about how they will be built? Because obviously this is a supplement to encourage the construction. Exactly. So I'm just interested. So we're not talking about the private sector. In your budget papers you refer, will provide $350 million to support funding of an additional 10,000 affordable homes. So I'm just sort of interested to understand how that is planned to work.
So the intention is that will be done through availability payments, which is effectively a regular annual payment to the owners of those dwellings. The idea here is that for any kind of affordable housing, to make that commercially viable, there needs to be some form of government support for that. And so this is a mechanism by which the government will encourage and make those projects commercially viable by this regular payment.
So it's sort of like an NRAS Mark II?
It's a bit different to NRAS in that it's designed in a way that it will be each individual project will be assessed based on a range of factors, including kind of what other support through state governments, the funding model, looking at the location of the need and the location of those dwellings. So it'll be assessed. Funding will be kind of, I guess, assessed on a case by case basis, and the way that it works is that the government will provide the federal government will provide funding, to make sure that the funding is only provided up until a point that each individual project is commercially viable.
Okay, so so are they guidelines as to how that process is going to occur? Because, I mean, I think we all shudder when we hear the word NRAS. So just wondering whether
that program helped shudder.
I'm sorry?
That program injected a lot of affordable housing supply into this country and
managed
assisted a lot of people who are
immaculately.
marginalised into housing. So I don't think that's a fair assessment. But anyway, I don't want to rehash arguments of a decade ago.
No, indeed. So, and for that reason, I'd be keen, you can take it on notice just to understand what the mechanism in relation to the stimulation of these 10,000 houses is going to be to the private sector in order for them to do it.
It's availability payment.
Yeah. So can I? So just to answer that last question very quickly, the intent is that this will be delivered through Housing Australia, and there'll be an investment mandate which will be set by the government, which will outline all of the criteria.
Yep. Okay, look, just quickly, because I know that others want to ask.
Clarify on the housing.
Yep.
Just because you've referred to the role of the institutional investors a few times this morning,
Once, I think, yeah.
I think maybe the officials have also mentioned it a couple of times.
But they are an important part
I
of
haven't got the
forward.
exact count, but
Yeah.
just the Treasurer said, I think it was last week, that there would be an idea around the Commonwealth Government seeking to subsidise the difference between the market rents and subsidised rents. It will make it worth their while, there being the investors. So, what would it be? Would it be a payment from the Commonwealth Government to the institutional investor? What is it? Is it an offset? How would it work? Because it's a pretty sort of woolly concept.
So it is an availability payment to the project, project providers, the housing providers, and it would be it's not a rent subsidy. It is an availability payment to support the difference between the returns from the housing project to that required to make it commercially viable.
So it'd be a payment from the government to the super funds.
It could be the community housing providers. It could be, because it could be a consortium of project.
So, but it could be payment from the government to the super funds.
If the institutional investors are providing that asset class, it could be.
Okay.
So would there be a requirement for guaranteed periods of rental support? So does it have an end date, or are you just saying we're subsidising the construction cost of a project, whatever scale that might be, and that then provides or needs to provide an affordable rental assessed against the local market?
So we think the typical model is going to be through community housing providers who will own the asset and will act to provide that asset as affordable housing in the long term.
But they still have to manage and over the long term have a maintenance cycle and all of those things.
Which they do already with the assets they manage now.
Yes, they do, but we've seen in previous programs you get to the end of a cycle where the support provided at the outset effectively peters out, and the replacement cost then becomes the issue.
So it'll depend.
So I'm asking, is there a cycle to this? Like, I think, and I don't want to get into the NRES argument, but that had, I think, a 10-year cycle on it, for example. Is there proposed to be a cycle, or is it's just going to be, or is there some form of guarantee of a period of supported rent as part of the program?
So I think those availability payments will depend on the particular project, but we think that they could last for up to 25 years.
Okay.
Senator Colbeck, can I just advise that this sort of opposition block that Senator Ruston has the call on will finish in a few minutes, and then I'll go to Senator Pocock for about 10 minutes and come back to the opposition. So,
One more, Anne, sorry. I just wanted to ask about the planning stuff, because I just know that Tassie, for example, has just been through a significant process across all of local government with the statewide planning scheme that took a decade or so to put in place. What's the requirement for states and territories to engage in further process there? I would have thought that having been through all of what they've just been through, they wouldn't be overly excited about starting again. Just saying.
No, having lived through a few planning reform processes myself, I can understand that. Look, and I imagine states and territories are at different points in that work. It sounds like Tasmania has finalised the work it's done with local government, but I think it's, again, putting these matters on the table, working through a process of making sure we're doing everything we can to increase the supply at the affordable end. So part of that, the levers are with the states, territories and local government. You know, look at planning reform. I imagine urban infill will come into it, land supply. All of those issues are part of this. I think one of the challenge in addressing housing and housing affordability is that there are levers at 3 levels of government. This is about trying to coordinate that and pull in the same direction. I think it's probably useful.
I'm having flashbacks to the 2008 Senate Select Committee on Housing Affordability, I have to say. There's a lot of similar themes.
sorry, Senator Colbeck. I think Senator Ruston does have the call.
Okay.
Senator Ruston.
Look, I'm just on another initiative, the Safer and More Affordable Housing Initiative. It's a $10 billion future fund, so obviously it's off balance sheet. So I want to suggest that it has to have a return on investment. So what are the expected returns for the Housing Australia Future Fund? Let's say in the first year of its operation to fund these houses.
So you have got budget paper 1. If you turn to page 190, budget paper 2, sorry. Turn to page 191, which refers to the safer and more affordable housing measure that you referenced. There are 2 lines there. The first line is payments, and the second line shows the related receipts, and that would be the receipts from the fund.
Okay, so what does that actually equate to in terms of return on investment?
So those receipts are just the income component. Doesn't include things like capital gains, but it's around 5%.
5%, you said?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think it's going to be in line with the other funds that are managed by the Future Fund.
So are these returns net of the Commonwealth borrowing costs?
Well, borrowing costs will be dealt with just through our debt management program. So
are they?
These are not related. Yep.
So are they reflected in these figures before us, or they're accounted for elsewhere?
What do you mean? So the cost of borrowing, the interest cost on borrowing, it's not included in that table. That they would be dealt with as part of the Commonwealth Debts Program.
Okay, so if it's off balance sheet, isn't it required to meet all of its costs? I mean, I'm just interested about how it's been accounted for here.
Well, it's accounted for in that table, and it's in line with all of the other funds in the way they're established and managed and dealt with in the budget. We haven't changed anything from the previous administration and the funds that you established.
We didn't establish this fund.
No, but you did establish other funds and it's dealt with in the same way.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
Standard operating procedure.
Yeah, standard operating procedure for the time when it was established, but I mean clearly this is something that's going forward and doesn't So when will we expect to see the construction begin on these 30,000 homes?
As soon as possible.
Is that
That's work that Minister Collins is working on. I mean, there is a sense of urgency. That's why you see it in these budget papers. The amount of work and investment we're putting into housing in our first budget in October, I think, gives you the indication of the priority that the government places on it.
Senator Ruskin, is there one final question in this block from you? Then I'll go to Senator Pocock and come back to the opposition.
okay? Look, I've got a lot more questions because we don't seem to be getting any answers. So I will come.
Okay. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time today. I was keen just to pick up on the Housing Australia Future Fund and just to clarify, so it's expected to return 5%, so that whole 5% will then be invested in the commitment to social and affordable houses.
That's right, Senator.
Do you have a projected amount for the forward estimates for each year?
So in terms of disbursements, in these numbers there is $500 million each year from 23-24.
Thank you. And then if I can just change gears a little bit and go to state and territory housing debts. Is that all right? The sort of total owed to the Commonwealth by the states and territories.
Unfortunately, we might take those questions on notice.
All right.
State housing debt is actually managed by Fiscal Group because it relates to Commonwealth-state relations and the balance sheet.
Okay.
They were yesterday, weren't they?
They were yesterday.
The last figure I had, and I'm sure someone was 1.6 billion across all jurisdictions, but if that's wrong, I'm sure someone will message me and say that.
Chuck them on.
Yeah.
Notice. And the
I think it's in the budget.
the interest
papers.
rate for those loans?
I think it can vary depending on what was the terms of the arrangements. I just don't have the budget paper that does federal financial relations, but it's usually outlined in a table in that budget paper. It can depend. It can be arranged.
Has sort of refinancing been discussed or considered? Given, like, just looking at some of the, I know interest rates are rising now, but it seemed like a lot of them were locked in pretty high relative to.
I know. Well, this is a matter for the Treasurer and his colleagues, but I know there's obviously a lot of discussion about housing. I know some leaders have mentioned housing debt as part of the discussions about how we work together in this space. I'm advised 1.6 billion is correct. I'm sorry, sorry, they're trying to provide information to me at the same time. And I know under the previous government there had been discussions around the potential for refinancing. I know the matters are actively being discussed, but I can't be that specific about whether refinancing has been part of that.
Okay. And so to get figures about interest repayments, put them on notice, or?
We can take that question on notice.
Yeah, I'm just checking the budget paper, but I'm sure it is in the budget paper table outlined. It goes through the amount of money and different. It's not just housing debt. There's all the loans basically.
Okay.
Let me just see if there's anything else I can provide.
I have got a number, but I would like to confirm it with the Fiscal Group colleagues. Total interest payments for 22-23 of around 73 million. For the ACT, it was around 4 million.
Okay, I'll leave it there and put the rest on notice.
We'll try and get those numbers
Great,
for you as
thank you.
quickly as we can.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Who's seeking the call? Senator Smith.
Thank you very much.
Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. And welcome officials, and thank you for your cooperation. Deputy Secretary, yesterday we had a very illuminating discussion about the preparation and development of the incoming government brief that your colleague, the Acting Secretary, and Ms Kelly contributed to. Are you familiar with that conversation that we had at yesterday, a discussion we had at yesterday?
I was watching yesterday, Senator.
Scintillating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's hope we live up to expectations today. Were members of the revenue group co-opted to any of the internal committees or task force established to prepare and develop the incoming government brief?
Unfortunately, I returned to the department only in late July, but Ms DeMarco might be able to answer whether there was anyone from Revenue Group on one of the IGB drafting committees. I imagine there probably was.
That's correct, sorry. Katrina DeMarco, First Assistant Secretary, Tax Analysis Division. Members of Revenue, Small Business and Housing Group were part of the development of the incoming government brief, consistent with usual practice.
And what was the mechanism? Was it a committee, a task force? What was its name?
Senator, in terms of the processes, I'm terribly sorry. I know this is probably not very satisfactory, but that is in fact a question for corporate group.
Which is coming back. Thank you very much for that. Did revenue officials propose any specific ideas for inclusion in the incoming brief that were not election commitments?
Senator, that goes to advice to government, but I think the nature of the advice we provide in those briefs was covered off in as sort of sufficient general terms yesterday.
Yeah. General briefing from all areas of the department would have been incorporated into the incoming government brief.
Were officials from the revenue group aware of the public commitments that the then Shadow Treasurer and then Opposition Leader had given around the franking credits regime?
Senator, as a matter of course, the department seeks to ensure that we're across the election commitments of both the government and the opposition.
How does it do that?
I think, again, Senator, unfortunately these are questions that go to corporate group, but I think Ms Kelly covered this somewhat yesterday.
Normally, Ms DeMarco, I'd accept that, but you are in the revenue group and you've earlier confirmed that revenue group officials participated on the internal committee or task force. So these questions go specifically to what revenue officials didn't know. So my question is whether or not revenue officials were aware of the then Shadow Treasurer and the then Opposition Leader's commitments to not dismantling the franking credits regime.
If I can answer generally around the IGB process.
The IGB
process. It does vary from department to department. So again, corporate would need to confirm this as being applicable to Treasury. But as part of the IGB process, there usually is a process by which election commitments are tracked by each department. They're also tracked by PMC to make sure that all election commitments are known and addressed as relevant in incoming briefs to government.
So
and
when
that's for both the opposition or both Labor and Liberal governments and commitments.
So when we use the term election commitments, does that also include clear statements not to include certain things in a new government's agenda?
That will vary from department to department, and it will depend on specificity. So it may or may not.
Why would it vary from department to department? I thought incoming briefs to a new government would have a form of consistency about them.
There is a form of consistency, but it's the department's information to the incoming minister. It's not controlled by the minister because the minister's just arrived. If we had, for example, if we had a commitment that said, this is our policy and we do not want to be briefed about anything else in the incoming government brief as part of that election commitment, then I would imagine that would be followed in the incoming government brief. Highly unusual, but that would probably ensure it isn't mentioned or whatever. But other than that, it is the department saying to you, this is everything you need to know. your election commitments and other matters that you might be asked about tomorrow after you know, when you turn up on day one. Like that's essentially what it is.
So was the revenue group conscious, alert to the fact that the new government might be asked about its commitment not to dismantle the franking credits regime?
Well, I don't know that we can be particularly helpful further than what we've said about the incoming government brief. You know, like, I don't know what we're trying to get to here. The government had some commitments around tax that we took to the election. They would have been covered off in the incoming government brief. But there are other matters before Revenue Group that would also have been briefed as part of that comprehensive briefing to the Treasurer.
Correct, Minister. The government did have a variety of commitments in regards to tax.
Yeah.
And one of those, which was reiterated on no less than 3 occasions, was to not dismantle or undermine the franking credits regime. So I'm keen to understand, did Treasury provide any advice through the incoming government brief process on the franking, on the commitments that both the shadow Treasurer, now Treasurer, the opposition leader, now Prime Minister, gave on no less than 3 separate occasions not to undermine or dismantle the franking credits regime?
The incoming government brief would have covered off election commitments and other matters that the government needed to be informed of. We're not going to get much further than that.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic, and thank you for the concession, Minister, because the first 91 pages of the incoming brief have been redacted. So if you're able to share with the committee what is the subject heading for Chapter 1, what is the subject heading for Chapter 2,
I don't get involved in FOI processes.
And what are the
Unless they come to
subheadings?
me.
And what are the subheadings of the first and second chapters? That would be very, very illuminating.
Well, I have no doubt that Treasury
Deputy Secretary, are
has
you able to provide?
has processed the FOI in accordance with the law. I did not get involved in that, but you know, I have no doubt all processes were followed.
It's particularly secretive and particularly lacking in transparency, which I note is Prime Minister's core election commitment, not to even have chapter headings.
I don't recall. Well, it's been handled in accordance with the FOI law. So you know, if you don't agree with it, appeal it or pursue it. But I have no doubt.
I'm taking the second option and I'm pursuing it here this morning.
Oh,
Deputy Secretary, are you able to provide me with any information about whether Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 included information on election commitments?
As I said, I wasn't in the department when the IGB was being drafted, so I'm...
But it would have. I'm telling you, it would have included information on election commitments.
Would it have included information where the then opposition, now government, had given clear commitments not to pursue a particular tax measure?
The incoming government brief, as I've said, would have included advice on implementing the government's election commitments as outlined in our Plan for a Better Future and the commitments we made in the campaign. It would also have advised the Minister of other issues pertinent to his performance as Treasurer. Like, that is what is contained in the brief.
So when Mr Chalmers, the now Treasurer, said on 4BC Drive program on the 17th of January, we won't be doing franking credits, I couldn't be clearer than that. Would matters around that election commitment have been included in the incoming government brief by the Revenue Group?
You've got as far as you're going to get in this. Senator Smith, I've answered your question. I'm not going into the specifics of what was in the incoming government's brief. It is for the incoming government. It's information for that purpose. I have told you that election commitments and other issues relating to the department would have been covered in that brief.
So why was it necessary for Treasury to advise the government to break its election commitment on franking credits? The election commitment was there would be no changes, no dismantling, no undermining of the franking credit regime. That was the government's election commitment. And now at page 13 of budget paper number 2,
We are not changing our policy.
improving the integrity of off-market share buybacks, a clear break
No.
of that election commitment.
No, it's not. We are not changing the operation of franking credits attached to regular dividends, which was the policy that we took to the 2019 election and we are not pursuing. So let's be clear about that. I know it's in your political interest to try and conflate the two, but let's be clear. The position we took, the policy we took in 2019 is not part of this budget. That was the commitment we made. On tax compliance and tax integrity, there are some changes in this budget and we're happy to go through those. But I'm not going to sit here and accept that we are not delivering on a previous commitment. The 2019 policy does not feature in this budget. Let's be very, very clear about that.
With headlines like backdoor attempt to dismantle the franking system, headlines or opening paragraphs about the Albanese government gradually chipping away at the distribution of franking credits,
Well,
I think this
we
does
can't
look,
control what
I think
newspapers
for
write
many-
or comments people provide to newspapers.
I think for many taxpayers, this
Many
does
taxpayers.
look like the dismantling and the chipping away of the franking credits regime.
Well,
That's
it's
your
not.
opinion, but that's
It's
only
not. But
opinion.
if you will, shall we go to the measure itself and
No.
have?
Sorry,
Okay,
I've got
so
a
you
line
don't
of-
want to do
I've-
that.
I've got a line of
Okay.
questioning first.
You don't want to
I've got a
go
line-
to the measure
happy to
itself.
swap
You'd like
places
to
with
run
you,
the
Senator
political
Gallagher.
line. Well, I'm
But
being
let
very
me-
clear.
I have a line of questioning.
I'm being very clear that the commitment we took about not taking the 2019 policy is our position, and it's not reflected in the budget.
So
Senator
to-
Smith, I'll just
to the-
note you've got a few minutes left in
Right,
this
thank
block,
you.
and I'll
Yep.
go to Senator O'Neill.
Deputy Secretary or Ms DeMarco, can you provide me with some information about what are the characteristics of those taxpayers who are likely to be caught up in the measure identified at page 13 of budget paper number 2, which is headed Improving the Integrity of Off-Market Share Buybacks?
So this measure, Senator, is directed at listed companies, and it is in relation to when they buy back shares, and it's aligning the tax treatment for the purchase of the buying back of shares by listed companies on market, and aligning that. When it's bought off market to that, aligning it to on market, so that it's treated in exactly the same way.
I think that's what it says in the actual measure. So I've read that, but I'm interested to know what is the expected impact, what are the characteristics of those taxpayers that will feel the consequence of this broken promise?
It's not a broken promise. It's not a broken promise. We are not. The position we took to the election was not to pursue the policy we took in 2019, and that has not changed.
That's not what Mr Chalmers said.
That has not changed. So you can try and dress it up and conflate it all if you like, but we have a job to do in terms of budget repair because of the budget we inherited in structural deficit, $1 trillion of debt that we're managing, and we are going to have to look at sensible, responsible changes where we can on tax integrity, on closing loopholes, on applying consistency in the tax regime. That is what this measure does.
On the 17th of January, the 4th of March and the 30th of March, Mr Chalmers, Mr Albanese and Mr Albanese, respectively, made commitments in regards to the dismantling of the franking credits regime. It's clear to many, even if you don't want to admit it, it's clear to many that that budget measure identified at page 13 is a broken commitment.
It's not a broken commitment. You can keep saying that, and I will keep saying it's not. So we're not going to get very far. We're all here till 11, so we can keep going for another 12 hours.
I don't think the transcripts lie. How many drafts of the improving the integrity of off-market share buybacks were prepared for consideration through the budget process?
How many drafts of what?
Drafts
Drafts
of the measure.
Of the
measure that is identified, included at page 13.
I'll see what we can provide if it's useful, but I think that would be
My recollection was it
It
wasn't
is-
exceptional compared to other measures.
like.
Sorry, Secretary, I thought you weren't in the department at the time.
I was in the department at the time of the budget.
Sorry?
I was with the department when the budget was done. I
But
wasn't-
not with the incoming government brief.
So how many, I'm assuming it's an iterative process backwards and forwards with various officials and the government?
Look, all measures go through an iterative process. Each measure might have various drafts. I can't recall the drafting on this measure being exceptional and having any more drafts or less drafts than most other measures.
I think the degree of exceptionality is
Senator.
probably subjective. Can you provide?
It's exceptional to you.
Can you please provide details of how many drafts?
I'll
were
see what we
prepared?
can provide. I don't want it to be onerous. There's a lot of work that goes in to putting a budget together. So we'll see if there is a reasonable way to answer that question on notice.
Thanks,
And
Senator.
just one more, if
Sure.
I may. In addition to that, can you advise whether or not the words dividends, franking credits, or dividend imputations were removed from any of the drafts?
Well, again, happy to do what we can to assist, but I think that would be pretty onerous, frankly, for
Not at all.
Treasury
There
to
are-
go and do word searches on draft information that may have been provided through the
No,
budget
I'm
process.
sure the Treasury processes are very, very efficient, are well recorded, are
And
well
I've said-
minuted.
I said
think
we
that
will
will be a
look at what is
relatively
reasonable,
easy
but
task
I don't-
for officials in the revenue
Well,
group to
Okay.
undertake.
Thank you,
Can we
Minister,
just do
and
a
thank you,
clarification
Senator.
question?
No, I'm going to move on the call, and I will come back. To you, of course, but we're getting into a bit of debate rather than the usual sort of someone asks a question and then people at the table answer it and then someone else asks the question. So I'm going to go to Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm particularly interested in housing, like so many Australians, and I'd just like to sort of get on the record where we are with regard to what the government's picked up at this point of time. So the Home Builder program of the former government, these questions go to that. So what was the original estimate of the Home Builder program? What would that cost?
Let's see if Ms Berger-Thompson has that information at hand.
So the original costing of the Home Builder program was $680 million.
Thank you very much. And how much did it actually end up costing, Ms Berger-Thompson?
The current estimate is around $2.7 billion.
So, based on the government's numbers, proposed to cost $680 million, then you would call it significantly, you would call it a cost blowout to $2.7 billion. Is that correct?
So there were policy changes that contributed to the increase in the cost, but it remains that demand was higher than was expected, yes.
I guess this morning we were talking about how the government's going to work with the market and work in an accord to deliver good outcomes in the housing sector. But when governments engage, things change. And I guess I'd like to understand what's the impact of the Home Builder program on construction costs.
So we don't have a precise estimate of that. It is true that I guess we would characterise that the Home Builder program has contributed to capacity constraints in the construction sector, but has not been the only factor to do that. So there were also state government programs to support the construction sector, and also throughout the pandemic an increase in demand for, I guess, higher quality dwellings. There was also supply supply factors that have contributed to construction costs. So obviously supply chain disruptions globally from the pandemic, closed borders which impacted on the availability of labour, and the other factor is I've just had a mental blank. But I guess the broader point is there's absolutely a range of factors that have contributed to heightened pressures in the construction sector. It's very difficult to work out the precise contribution of each of those. The other point I would make is that with any COVID support measure, of which Home Builder was one, there was a kind of a supporting demand aspect of that measure, but also, all of these programs were designed not only to support demand, but to support confidence and reduce uncertainty in the overall economic environment. So it's very hard to estimate what the counterfactual would have been without any particular program.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer, but I guess the reality is the government has the capacity at any point of time to turn on and to turn off these sorts of things as they gather information from Treasury and your assessment of what's going on in the economy. The construction costs I'm particularly interested in, because it would seem that there was quite a bit of overheating. Is it fair to say you called it construction costs rose? Is that what normal people would call overheating in the market?
I think overheating is probably a subjective, you have to take a subjective perspective to that. I would say that it contributed to cost pressures.
Okay. And those cost pressures affect everybody who is building a home. So what has the actual increase in construction costs been over the last 10 years?
I'm not sure that I have. I'll just check to see whether I have that information, but I'm not sure that I do. So the only figure I do have is that material costs for the house construction industry, this is based on the ABS Producer Price Index, rose 17.3% over the year to June 2022. But I'm happy to take the 10-year increase on notice.
And what about the price of timber, board and joinery? Certainly I've been hearing a lot about that.
So the annual increase in that component was 24.2%.
Which is a huge increase. What about metal products and other materials?
18.4%. For metal products, and other materials was 12.
Yeah, so significant increases. And do you have figures more recent? If you haven't got 10-year figures, have you got figures for a period of more recency?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay. If you could take that on notice, Ms. Berger-Thomson, I'd like to kind of sort of get the shape of what's gone on in that period of time. I understand a review of the Home Builder National Partnership Agreement was actually released earlier this month. Is that correct?
So there was a review released very recently on the National Partnership Agreement. That's correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with that review?
I am.
All right. So, Ms. Berger-Thomson, could you provide us with an understanding of what that review found in its assessment of the Home Builder program?
So there was a number of findings. I guess the first was that the program was successful in boosting demand for the construction sector.
You boosted it all right?
As it was intended.
Drove it through the roof.
Another finding was, I guess, around the operation. So it's important to clarify that this review is about, I guess, the operation of the agreement, rather than a review of the effectiveness of the program itself, although it did make some comments about the effectiveness of the program.
Mm-hmm.
it had some lessons for the Commonwealth in terms of, I guess the operation of that program, noting that it would have been smoother and more efficient to establish and easier for the public to navigate if the earlier consultation had taken place between the Commonwealth and the states and treasuries, and there were some findings around data collection as well.
Okay, so two critical findings: data collection and a lack of coordination. Is it fair to characterise it as that between the state and the federal governments?
So I think the context of this is obviously that we're in the middle of a pandemic and very early in that pandemic. I think, there were certainly lessons to be learned that the Treasury will take away. That's a key part of actually doing these reviews, is to learn lessons from the process.
Mm-hmm.
But given the environment in which we were operating, things had to happen at speeds that were, unusual and probably far from best practice in terms of those, some of those processes, just to deliver money to people. So there are some extenuating circumstances around the circumstances at the time.
But to be clear, the plan was to deliver $680 million worth of investment, and that expanded to 2.7 billion. And that was a feature of the design of the Home Builder program, wasn't it?
So I guess it was always a demand-driven program. One of the features
with an uncapped budget.
Yeah, that's right. And I think one of the features of all of these COVID programs is that, and this is a feature of, I guess, how we think about how we do costings for the economic effect of kind of programs in general. There's obviously, and particularly with COVID programs, there are obviously general equilibrium effects, which means that what the program is designed to do is actually to increase economic activity overall. And so your estimate of what would have happened in the absence of the program is actually, an environment that you wouldn't, we were trying to prevent from a Treasury standpoint. So that's an environment where people don't have a lot of money, there's a high degree of uncertainty, all of those factors which would mean that demand for construction would have been low. So that is the counterfactual that the program was costed off. The fact that you actually had much more demand than was expected at the time is actually just a feature of the success of some of those programs.
So the demand that was generated by this uncapped program, which didn't have a budget allocation that matched what ended up being spent, is now a historical fact, but it drove demand quite significantly in a very short period of time in a way that the government didn't expect. And the budget of $680 million blew out to $2.7 billion over the period of time that this was being managed.
So it is true that the original costing was $680 million.
And the final cost?
And the final cost was $2.7 billion, yes.
Thank you. I note under the Home Builder program, subject to meeting all other eligibility requirements, homeowners could apply for a grant that would help not just with the building of a property, but with the cost of renovating a property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I note that more than 24,000 applications for Home Builder were grants to assist with renovations. Is this correct?
So I don't have that number on me. I do have that the total number of grants was 105,247, and that 18.
Sorry, could you restate that because I couldn't quite hear.
105,247.
125,000.
105,247.
Yep.
And that 18% of those were for renovations.
So 24,000
it's not
would be about
too
the
far
right.
off. It's not too far off, but I don't know the exact number.
Okay, so can you explain what sort of renovations were paid for? 18% of this $2.7 billion that was unbudgeted by the government that went out. went to these renovations, what sort of renovations were being paid for in this multi-billion-dollar government program?
So I don't have that information on me, but the renovations needed to be substantial.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what substantial could mean. Could the renovation of the kind that you're talking about be to a new bathroom or the upgrade of a bathroom?
I imagine so, but I will just see if my colleague has any further information on the type of renovations.
Thank you.
Thanks. Vera Hollenstein, Assistant Secretary of the Housing Branch. It had to be at least a certain amount for the renovation. I haven't got it with me right now either. I believe it was 250 million, but I will have to confirm. 250,000 for a renovation in order to qualify.
250,000 for a renovation. Well, I've done a few renovations in my time, but 250,000 is a very, very significant amount. There'd be very few Australians really, that I mingle with who'd be able to just pop on a $250,000 renovation.
So similarly to the new builds, one of the goals of the home builder program during COVID was to stimulate the construction industry, and the important part of it was that it would stimulate that sector, and so it was considered that being a substantial renovation or a new build would be an important part of the eligibility criteria.
So if I had sufficient money to be able to afford a $250,000 renovation on my home, were there any restrictions on what I could spend it on? Could I spend it on, gold taps in the bathroom, bidets in multiple bathrooms, a home cinema, an indoor swimming pool? Any of the above? Were there any restrictions, or could I build whatever I liked with my $250,000?
There were no restrictions on the type of renovations. There were also income caps that applied for the home builder program.
Income caps? Well, can I just continue my line of question first? So income caps? Could you explain that?
So in order to qualify for a grant under home builder, an applicant had to have income under a certain amount. I don't have those amounts with me, but I can take that on notice and provide that.
So to be clear, because Senator Hume is interested to see if you have evidence of people who built an indoor swimming pool.
Bidets.
Yep.
All the things that you have recommended.
We
all of the things that I'm fearful your government might have ended up paying for people who already had a lot of money.
Put them in little boxes. Little boxes of social housing would be so much better.
I can take that on notice. It's unlikely that we would have...
Point of order, sorry, Ms Holstein. I think Senator Hume needs to withdraw that comment. Little boxes of people living in social housing is an inappropriate way to characterise social housing, and all the Australians who grow up in it and rely on it and need that roof over their head. This is why you funded this instead of what people really need. You funded people who could already afford their own extension
giving money to super
with the gold taps and the whole.
Order, everyone. Order, everyone. We have a couple of minutes left in Senator O'Neill's block. Senator O'Neill, you've got the call for a couple of minutes.
So do you have any of the details of the sorts of personal expansions of houses, up to 250,000 by your evidence today, that Australians were able to go ahead and build when this project of the government's blew out from $680 million to $2.7 billion?
Senator, and I will need to confirm the 250,000. We do not have any detailed information on the types of renovations that participants in Home Builder undertook. The program was administered by the states and territories, but as far as I'm aware, it is not, that the type of renovations is not part of the data that states and territories would have corrected. And I can just, my mistake, can I please state for the record, the renovations were, had to be above 150,000, not 250,000. And also swimming pools, granny flats, etc. were actually explicitly excluded.
Well, I'm happy about the swimming pools. So granny flats excluded and swimming pools excluded. But other than that, indoor cinemas, anything that you wanted in your home, you could, outdoor kitchens, any of those sorts of items that people might see on the home reno shows, all of that, if it was between 150 and 250?
Between 150 but not exceed 750,000.
So up to 750,000?
Yeah, and the value of the existing property, that is the house and land before renovation, was not to exceed 1.5 million.
Senator O'Neill, you've really just got one question left.
So, look, I might come back after the break, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm still sort of getting over the shock of how much money went into these renovations and how distressed Senator Hume was that it should have gone not to social housing.
All right, who would like the call from the opposition? Senator.
Very, very briefly.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very, very briefly, and just a point of clarification, just to be clear, that my questions that requested the number of drafts of the budget measure that is identified at the top of page 13 of budget paper number 2 has been taken on notice.
Yes, I said we'd see what we could provide the committee. Yep.
The looseness of that makes me a little bit nervous, hence my clarification, but
Well,
I understand that you'll take that on notice.
I understand what the information you're trying to get, and
Thank
if
you.
we can
And
provide that, we will.
And secondly...
No, hang on. Are you taking it on notice?
Yes, we've taken that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And secondly, that you'll take on notice whether the words dividends, franking credits or dividend imputations were removed from any of the drafts. Just to confirm that that has been taken on notice as well.
Well, again, I will see what can be provided in terms of a reasonable deployment of resources.
If you
honestly,
cannot, though, you need to provide a PII.
Well, I'm happy to go through the process, and we will come back. I'm going to see what
either take it on notice or
I understand
PII.
how the process works, Senator Hume. I don't need a lecture on it. I have, in goodwill and peace and harmony, said we will look at what we can provide. I am not necessarily, and this is a matter for the Treasurer, agreeing to people sitting there doing word searches through draft documents that may or may not have ended up as part of something the government considered. I don't know that that is a really, considering the economic challenges the country faces, to be honest, I'm not sure that's a really useful use of Treasury resources.
Well, Senator, to be honest,
we will be as helpful to the Senate as we can, because I respect the Senate and I respect the accountability processes of Senate estimates. But I am flagging that, an unreasonable deployment of resources onto this is not really the first priority for the Treasury
We're not suggesting that the Secretary
at the moment.
undertake this task. We're not suggesting that the Secretary undertake this task,
Well,
but I'm sure
the
there are other
Treasury- the
officials.
Secretary
I'm
is
sure there are
supported
other officials
by
in the
the good people
Treasury
of Treasury.
that are suitably qualified to do these sorts of tasks very, very efficiently.
Well, that may be the case, but we will see. And I'm flagging that now with you in the interests of everybody being aware of that. But a word search
is not onerous.
Well, a
Is
word
not-
search.
Three words: dividends,
No,
franking credits,
they are not a
and
political.
dividend
They are not a
imputations.
political research organisation for the opposition, right? We will answer the questions as best we can, but I would expect, and I would expect that the opposition would understand this, considering the economic challenges facing the country. I personally don't believe that this is a top priority for the
Minister,
Treasury.
considering the break of faith
It's not a break of faith.
Senator,
and I completely
break-
reject that. No,
Senator
you can
Smith.
keep putting
Seriously.
that. You can keep putting that, and I will keep rejecting it very clearly. And the facts are on my side, not yours.
Senator Smith, this question has been asked several times. I just note you're within a 15-minute block.
Can I
Hume.
also just follow? I expect you to take this on notice. Minister, can you please identify where either you or any of your colleagues said that you wouldn't change imputation or franking credits for regular dividends? Because they were your words.
Well, if
anywhere
you can,
that qualification was made prior to the election,
bring
where
the
you
policy
said
we took to 2019 here, and then you tell me what part of that. I'm asking
what part
of that we are not delivering on, or that features in this budget. Okay.
All right. Can I then
Challenge.
ask if the measure that is in this budget stops the streaming of franked dividends to shareholders?
Well, I'm happy for officials to take us through the policy.
I'm sorry, do you not understand it?
Yes, I do understand it, but we have officials here to explain things, okay? And they're the experts, and I'm happy...
It's a yes or a no.
I am happy
Does
to
the
let
measure
them
stop the
explain
streaming
it.
of franked dividends to shareholders? Officials, yes or no?
So this measure is aimed at the tax
Sorry, hang
treatment.
on. Ms Brown, it's yes or no. Does it stop...
Point of order.
Well,
Point
you
of order,
can't
Chair.
tell a witness how to answer a question, okay? So, with respect,
Am I
can we
correct if
allow...
I say that
can we
the
allow
measure
public
stops streaming of
service
franked
to
dividends to
answer the
shareholders?
question you have asked?
Okay, a question has been asked, and Ms Brown is now answering the question.
Okay, I don't need the full podcast.
No,
I just need...
Ms Brown is now answering the question.
Point of order, Chair.
No. Ms Brown is now answering the question. Thank you.
So the streaming of dividends is inconsistent with the principle of dividend imputation. Dividend imputation has dividends being paid to shareholders in proportion to their economic interest in their company. If a company is engaging in dividend streaming, it is probably going to attract the attention of the tax office under the anti-avoidance provisions in relation to the obtaining of imputation benefits. So this was a measure designed to address potential revenue leak that was greater than when this legislation was first introduced in 1993. It was, when introduced in 1993, concerned with stopping capital stripping because it came in at around the same time as changes to CGT laws. Over time, and with changes in other tax laws, it had led to companies being able to buy back shares off market at a lower price than the prevailing market price. And that led to a cost to the government revenue.
So is this not regular dividends? Is that what you're saying?
This is paying proceeds for a share buyback.
So are shareholders affected by this? Will they not get their franked dividends because of this measure?
Shareholders will receive franked dividends when a company makes a dividend declaration, and that is an alternative way to returning excess cash. If a company does pay a franked dividend in those circumstances and a shareholder is entitled to franking credits or a refund, that will still be the policy. And to that extent, this is perfectly consistent with the existing franking credit regime.
So am I right then to say that what this measure does is changing the rules on franking credits that have been in place for decades?
It's changing the rules on the treatment of proceeds from share buybacks.
Okay, I feel like we're going in circles here. I'm going to ask a very different line of questioning. Could we please all turn to our budget papers, page 90, 91. In fact, 88, 89, 90 and 91. Can the department confirm, please, that policy decisions over the forward estimates add $22.9 billion in payments over the forward estimates, but just $13.1 billion in receipts? So that is page 89 and 91. Is that right?
Sorry, we're just getting there. Hang on.
So just below the graph on page 91 is your 22.9. and just below the graph on page 89 is the 13.1.
So, Senator, I can confirm that the total policy decisions on receipts over the forward estimates are 13 billion, of which 9.5 are with respect to tax receipts.
And that the policy decisions over the forward estimates add 22.9 billion in payments. That's page 91, just below the graph. Payment policy decisions over the forward estimates, first sentence.
Yeah.
So does that mean that more than 40% of that spending has no structural offset? Is that right?
I think these are probably questions for fiscal, well, partly they're for fiscal
Yeah,
group, but...
I'm happy to speak to the receipts aspects of it,
yeah.
Senator, but in terms
Yeah.
of the impact on the aggregate, in terms of the impact on payments, the underlying cash balance, they are unfortunately questions for fiscal group. But I'm happy to speak to the receipts aspects.
All right. Well, I asked these questions of revenue because of the implications there. Because yesterday, Minister Gallagher went to great lengths to suggest that the government's fiscal strategy is to balance the budget, despite the objective of the balanced budget being explicitly taken out of the medium-term fiscal strategy for the first time, dare I say, in 25 years, more than that, 30 years. So as part of that, you pointed to $50 billion in deficits. So I want to set aside from that in this budget alone, this government's policy decisions, not parameter variations, I want to be very clear on that, policy decisions add $22.9 billion of new spending over the forwards with less than $13 billion of receipts. So that's adding to this pressure. So if it actually is the government's plan to return the budget to balance, as you suggested yesterday, Minister Gallagher, which is not in the fiscal strategy, can you confirm then that the government's plan is to close those deficits through increasing taxes?
Well, the government will continue to work through how we repair the budget that we've inherited from you. You know, it's not going to be fixed in one budget. I think it's going to be challenging over the next few years, but we've embarked on a conversation around, I think, alerting people to the structural deficit that exists. And then there's going to have to be a discussion about what people value, how much they're prepared to pay for it, and how we meet those costs. And I think the Treasurer and I have been pretty upfront about that. We're not going to pretend that this is easy or that we can just wish this deficit away.
So which taxes did you commit to raising prior to the election?
There was a range of tax measures, largely tax compliance measures through the multinational tax reform and tax compliance programs with the ATO, which is extending the tax avoidance task force, shadow economy and personal income tax compliance programs. They were outlined in Labor's plan for a better future.
Were there any other taxes that you intended to raise or that you are looking at raising now that you committed to not raising prior to the election?
So let me work that through.
Super taxes, for instance?
Your question is, are we considering...
Did you promise prior to the election to not raise taxes? To not take high taxes?
We were clear about the measures that we took through the election. We costed those and we published those in the Plan for a Better Future. We've come into government, we've looked at the budget, you've got an honest assessment of that before you, and I think we've been clear about the challenges, and it's not a magic pudding, this budget. You know, we're going to have to make some tough decisions, and we're being upfront about that.
So there were no promises or no mention of taxes on superannuation, for instance, and yet it's all over the front pages of newspapers today that there are going to be changes to the tax treatment of superannuation contributions.
Well, I think the Assistant Treasurer is highlighting issues in the super system that he's been made aware of. He's doing his job.
Prior to the election.
He is doing his job. You know, and I think if we go back and have a look at tax compliance, tax integrity, tax changes that you did, there were hundreds of them that were never taken to election, but that you had to do in government for various reasons. And I think, anyone who's been in government accepts that. There were hundreds of them over 9 years. And we can have a discussion about all of those, if you like.
I'm just interested in the broken
But there
promise.
are things that happen in government that require action from government, okay?
Okay, that's a good segue. So how much more does the government plan to tax Australians?
The decisions that a government has taken are reflected in this budget. It's about investing and supporting Australian people. So you can see that through our investments in childcare, in PPL, in aged care. You can see
So
that
their expenditure.
we're trying to do the right thing by the Australian people, by the savings,
the revenue side, not the payment side, because the payment side's been clear.
Well,
tell me about the revenue side. Where is the money coming
from?
from?
I'm telling you the
for
approach
Hansard
we're taking. But
to record this.
The government has, and the Australian people, through us, there is a structural problem with the budget that we need to work through. And, you are sitting here saying, what are you going to do to bring the budget back to balance? And at the same time, getting ready to run a scare campaign around tax. So, you can't have it both ways. When I say to you, there is a $50
you manage
billion
the economy and you manage payments.
Okay, so your plan would be your assessment is there is no issue in terms of structural
I just want to know what the
deficit of the
government's
budget.
intentions are, because you went to the election saying that there
Our
were going to be no
intention
new
is to
taxes,
manage the budget
and now
responsibly.
you're making it clear that there will be new taxes. In
No.
fact, they're all over the front
Well,
page of the newspapers
the decisions,
today.
The decisions
So,
the government have
how
taken
much
are
more?
reflected in the budget, but we do intend to manage the budget responsibly.
So you do intend to tax more?
Responsibly. We do intend to repair the budget after the economic vandalism of the previous administration.
You can use
we
hyperbole
are
all
going
you
to deal
like.
with the structural deficits.
But are you going to raise taxes?
And we are
if
going
so,
to do
by
it in
how
an
much?
honest and upfront way with
Is
the
this
Australian
why you removed
community.
the tax to GDP measure, that guardrail? Is this why? Because you knew that this was coming.
I've answered the question.
Okay, can I ask then about removing the tax to GDP ratio? Given this was part of every single budget's economic and fiscal strategy from 1996, so a fair time ago, through to March this year, can you explain what the benefits of the tax to GDP cap were and why you have removed it?
Well, perhaps you're best to explain why your government chose that figure of 23.
Your government had one in the last-
23.9.
the last time Labor were
Because I'm not
in charge
entirely
of the
sure
wheels.
of the reasons why 23.9 specifically was picked. Our fiscal strategy is outlined in the papers, seeks to constrain spending, make investments in the productive side of the economy and work to pay down debt over time. That's clear. That's the approach we will take. We have, the spending cap, the tax cap in isolation. I think our view is, and the Treasurer's view, is not particularly useful. There was no spending cap, for example. So under the arrangement you had, you could have kept spending going like this, which we'd seen, and constrained any revenue to that. Perhaps that's what's led to the structural deficit we're in. Perhaps, but that's your record. We're taking a more honest...
that's your structural deficit. And
No,
it's
we've
in
inherited
black and
the
white, and
No.
it doesn't get any better because you haven't provided any solutions.
Okay, Senator
Well,
Hume.
we can go back through
I
the
have one more
reasons
question.
why there's a
Yeah.
structural deficit. Neglect, delay, dysfunction of 10 years
And what
in
are you
energy
doing
policy,
about it? I'm not
in
interested.
aged care,
What are you doing
in
about it?
NDIS.
Are you going
was
to
that-
tax
interest
Australians
rates going
Okay,
up
order. Was that
and
your last
productivity
question?
going backwards.
Okay,
So-
Senator Hume, you've got 1 minute for a question and an answer.
Thank you. Minister, given the government has already broken promises on $275 reductions in energy bills, given they have already broken promises to not tax superannuation more, and that's all over the front pages today, given that the government has already broken promises not to tinker with franking credits and the dividend imputation system, is this really just the Treasurer's plan to implement the 2019 tax agenda from this government?
Well, I don't agree with any part of that question. So
Which bit's
it's,
wrong?
it's impossible to
all
answer.
wrong.
I reject almost every assertion. That
Almost
was,
every
well,
assertion.
I think you had, I can't... All of the assertions are wrong. There was some other language around which, that's your choice, but the assertions being put are wrong, and I won't accept it.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Senator Hume. Anyone consulting the program will see that we're still in revenue group and we haven't made our way to markets group yet. The committee would like to proceed with both revenue and markets group after the break, and we will now take a break and suspend and be back at 11:15. Sorry, does that mean you have to stay?
All right, we're good to go?
Are you ready, Minister? Are you ready?
Yes.
Secretary?
So we're going back to revenue and markets?
Yes, we are.
Or revenue and then markets? We're
Yes.
dealing separately, yeah.
Correct.
Let's go.
We now resume this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee with the Treasury portfolio, and Senator McKim has the call.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to go back and tie up a couple of remaining questions about the housing accord. So under the accord, what definition of affordable housing will be used?
So currently there are a few different definitions of affordable housing, and that will be part of the process going forward to agree a common definition for all parties.
Okay, thanks. And so that obviously hasn't happened yet. What will be the process, and have you got any indicative timeframes in terms of how that will be done and when?
So we're working through that at the moment, but I would expect that will be part of the KIFA process.
All right. And how many of the 1 million homes will be affordable homes? Has that been determined?
So we have, of the 1 million, we've already spoken about the different components of the government's support for social and affordable. So of the 30,000 from the HAF, 10,000 of those are affordable. The government committed through the accord to an additional 10,000 affordable homes, and then the states and territories have agreed to support up to a further 10,000 additional affordable.
So those agreements have been made and those commitments have been made without actually a definition of what an affordable home actually is.
So right? I think there is general consensus around what is affordable in a broad sense, and I think it's the real specifics of, for example, whether we will include just rental stock or whether affordable homes to purchase will also be included. Different states have different policies around those things.
Sure. So what is the general agreement or the consensus that's emerged around how you would define an affordable home?
So typically it's about having a rent of around 80% of market rent.
Okay, thanks. And how is it intended to ensure that that the homes that commitments have been given that they will be affordable? How is it intended to ensure that they are actually affordable?
So the way that money, at least the Commonwealth component of that money, is going to be allocated is in the model that we were talking about before with the availability payments. So there will be, those, the Housing Australia will look at the income and the costs of providing those homes and provide those payments to make those projects commercially viable. And it is envisaged, it will be part of that contract that those homes are affordable homes.
All right. Okay. So how many of the 1 million homes will be social housing?
So the commitment from the Commonwealth through the HAF is 20,000 of those. Obviously, the state governments have their own commitments around social housing.
And that 20,000 commitment from the Commonwealth on social housing, does that include the affordable housing?
No, they're separate.
That's separate too?
That's separate, yeah.
Oh. Thanks. What's the definition of well located?
So again, that is something that we will work through in terms of the details of the processes for the accord. But I think everyone kind of commonly understands that being close to schools, places of work, amenities, those types of things.
Okay, but that definition's yet to be settled, and that'll be worked through in the future. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. Thanks. And do we know what proportion of the aspirational target of 1 million homes will meet the definition of well located?
So the intent is that 1 million target is for well located homes.
So all of them?
Yep.
Okay, but if the private sector is building the overwhelming majority, which we've heard evidence to that effect this morning, how do you intend to make sure the private sector builds homes in particular locations?
So the other component of that is the land release commitments by all levels of government, and so the intent is that those policies and the availability of land will be in well located areas, which will mean that that's where the opportunities for the private sector to build those houses are.
The 1 million homes, that is the aspirational target, the overwhelming majority of which will be delivered by the private sector, like they won't all be built on land released under the land release proposals, will they? I mean, the private sector will build a lot of those homes wherever it chooses, won't it?
So yes, they will, but I think the private sector will also want to provide those homes to people in places where they live. That's how the market tends to work, and well located will differ for different people, obviously.
All right. Will any of the $350 million in funding from the Accord or the estimated $500 million in returns from the Housing Australia Future Fund go to private developers or investors, or will it all be allocated to community housing providers or to state, territory or local governments?
So that'll be a matter for Housing Australia, who will manage the program. But
so some of that money could go to private developers and property investors?
I think the expectation is that the community housing sector would play the major role, but I think at the early stages of the delivery of this, it's probably best not to lock out other alternatives to deliver the policy outcome. Our preference, well, the Minister for Housing's preference and the Treasurer would be to work with existing providers, but obviously there's been discussions with, institutional investors as well. I mean, the government can't do this on their own, so we are looking to partner. That's the nature of the Accord.
So Minister, you wouldn't rule out some of that funding, the $350 million from the Accord or the approximately $500 million in returns from the Housing Australia Future Fund, you wouldn't rule out some of that funding being allocated to private developers or investors?
Well, I hate playing the rule in, rule out game.
Well, you've just left it open, haven't you?
Well, I'm saying I've said what our preference is. You don't see a lot of private developers in the social housing sector, I have to say, from experience. But this is the early stages of rolling out this commitment. We are working with investors, and I don't want to, through evidence, lock down options to deliver the policy outcome. I think it would be unlikely. I haven't seen any work, I haven't seen anything that would say private developers would be involved in this. We are working with the industry groups, so the MBA, Housing Industry Association, Property Council, because they are key stakeholders, obviously, in the housing sector. They, and they have members. So I would say, our preference is to work with community housing providers, work with super funds and the industry groups to look at how we can best roll out this program.
All right, thanks. And last question, has Treasury done any modelling about the additional rate of return which must be provided to private investors or super funds in order to make investing in social or affordable housing financially viable?
So we have not done any ourselves, but we have consulted with the National Housing Infrastructure, Investment Financing Corporation, NIFIC, who has done some work in that space.
Okay, is that able? Could you provide that to the committee on notice? The work that's been done,
and they're also appearing later today.
All right, thank you. I also just wanted to ask some questions around fuel tax credits and the tax expenditure statement. Historically, that tax expenditure statements have covered the main areas of housing and super and capital gains tax breaks, but is there anything stopping Treasury including other tax expenditures that traditionally haven't been included?
Senator, the tax expenditure statements is a fairly, its origins are in a fairly technical document. And it tends to focus on, the way it works is that you establish a benchmark, so what's the appropriate taxation for a particular activity, and then it costs deviations from that benchmark. As to the history with fuel tax credits, I'd have to take it on notice, but my suspicion is, I'm not sure if Mr. Francis knows, but my suspicion is that's because it's an actual expenditure as opposed to a concession. Like it is a line item in the ATO's budget, fuel tax credits themselves.
You're not restricted by legislation from, for example, including fuel tax credits in the tax expenditure statement, are you? I mean, is there anything preventing Treasury from doing it, or is it just like an internal decision of Treasury?
No, there's. I think that's correct. I mean, there's sort of some standard international practices that one would follow. We certainly have a look at what tax expenditure statements across the world produce, but you're not wrong about that, Senator. There's nothing in the Charter that says what we can and cannot do. But the only thing I would say is that the cost of those is already very transparently disclosed.
Yeah. No, thank you. That's great. Thanks. So can I just read out two definitions from previous tax expenditure statements and just ask whether Treasury still agrees with the definitions. Firstly, a tax expenditure is a tax concession that provides a benefit to a specified activity or class of taxpayer. Is that something Treasury would still agree with, that definition of a tax expenditure?
I think so, Senator.
Yep. And tax expenditures also redistribute the tax burden between taxpayers. This is because most tax expenditures result in less tax being collected from particular taxpayers. Still think that's an accurate statement?
I imagine both statements are correct. It will come down to how you define each word in that statement. So in your first definition, you refer to about benefits. And we've looked at benefits as being a difference relative to a benchmark. Where you might then get differences is what the benchmark
if someone
should
claims
be.
back if someone claims back a fuel tax credit, that's a benefit to them, right? Like they actually literally get cash. That's a benefit to them, isn't it? Like if someone burns a litre of fuel, like a miner or a primary producer, they burn a litre of fuel, they pay the tax on it, and then the government gives them some money back in cash. That's a benefit, isn't it? Is that not a benefit to them?
As I said, Senator, I think the difference there is that the expenditure actually is an expenditure. There's nothing provided through the tax system with respect to the fuel tax credit. It's actually provided as an expenditure and reported in every MyEFO and budget as a separate line item.
So if a mining company burns diesel and then gets reimbursed for the excise paid on that diesel, but a pizza delivery driver burns diesel but they're not given a reimbursement for the excise they paid on that diesel, in regards to the mining company getting that reimbursement, that meets the definitions of a tax expenditure that I just read out, doesn't
I might just ask, I think Mr Francis has come to the table and is probably a better place to talk about fuel tax credits themselves.
Thanks, Mr Francis.
Jeff Francis, Assistant Secretary in Personal Indirect Tax and Charities and Housing Division. The purpose of the fuel tax credit system is basically to remove a tax impost on business inputs. So generally, we don't try to tax business inputs because it can lead to a cascading of tax, which most people, or which economists generally regard as inefficient. You can end up with very high tax rates on certain things due to that cascading. So basically the fuel tax credit, the way we collect excise in the system is that it's levied at the refinery gate typically, or the import terminal, and that then is embedded as it sort of flows through to users. Where they're business users, which is typically heavy vehicles, off-road use, etc., the fuel tax credit essentially just rebates that embedded fuel excise in the system so as to remove the effective taxation on the business input.
Thanks, Mr Francis. However, it's ultimately a tax avoided, isn't it? In other words, it's like the tax that people pay is actually reimbursed by the ATO. So the effect financially is the same as a super or a tax offset withheld by an employer, isn't it?
No, look, I would regard it as different, and I think probably the analogy is in the GST system where you have input tax credits, and they're essentially there also to remove the embedded GST for each business, so that you're not actually taxing the business inputs, and the final tax impost is ultimately the sort of end consumers or households.
So the upcoming paper is going to show us who wins from, for example, superannuation tax breaks and capital gains tax discounts. Why wouldn't Treasury decide to include the winners of, in other words, the people who have their fuel excise costs reimbursed, given that it's going to cost a pretty staggering nearly $40 billion over the forward estimates? I mean, why wouldn't Treasury just want to put that data in there?
I think it's for the reasons that Mr Francis has just outlined to you, to be honest.
So really,
I mean, you obviously disagree with the way, it's assessed or, dealt with, but, I think there's a pretty long-held view in Treasury and in governments about not taxing inputs to production.
Yeah, but companies like Glencore, yes,
It's
companies
available
like
to
Glencore
all
get
industry
it, but
sectors.
the local pizza delivery company or courier company doesn't get it.
So it's correct that vehicles under 4 tonnes don't get access to fuel tax credit system. Look, that's ultimately an integrity measure in the tax system because it would be too difficult to distinguish between I suppose light vehicles for kind of personal use versus light vehicles that are used.
Last question from me, Chair. I presume Treasury consistently looks at how to improve its processes and how to refresh things like the tax expenditure statement. Could I ask for an undertaking that Treasury go away and have a look at, while you're refreshing that statement, get an undertaking that you'll look at including fuel tax credits in future versions of that document? Would you at least give a commitment that you're prepared to have a look at that?
We can consider that, Senator, but the challenge is that it's a tax expenditure statement, and fuel tax credits actually just are a government expenditure. So the fuel tax scheme is on table 6.12.1 in the budget paper, so it's not a tax expenditure. It's a government expenditure, so it's putting it...
I understand that, but I think I've tried to address that concern in some of my previous questions. So I'll
We
just
do,
refer those
you know,
to-
the tax expenditure statement, is a useful document. I don't think, for the evidence given today, that your wish will be granted, but we will take it on notice.
Thank you. Senator Smith. Senator Bragg.
Clarify a couple of points that Senator McKim made about the Accord. So, is the total cost $350 million in the budget?
I think in the budget there's 2 years of funding, but it's funded to 350 over 5, I think, from memory. So there'd be a year that falls out the
So
forward.
250 in the forwards, yeah?
I'm just getting my measures.
So yeah, it's 350 over 5 years from 24, 25.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to pick up on the question that I asked Ms Brown before, and then what Senator McKim was pursuing. So will a portion of that 350 go to investors and super funds?
I think we answered that earlier.
I'm just trying to dig into the
it's an
detail.
availability payment.
Yeah, so the whole is the whole amount, because it is not. I mean, I accept that perhaps there may not be.
That is the
fully
money the
developed.
government's making available on the basis of delivering 10,000 affordable housing options. The detail of how that will be expended is to be resolved through the work that's being led by the Treasurer with his colleagues. So,
Okay.
it's impossible for us to answer that question at this point in time because it will depend on the projects that ultimately are successful.
Okay, but we do know that at least a portion of that money will be made as availability payments.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a sense of proportion?
So I think the commitment is that it will all be through availability.
I thought it's all okay.
Yes,
Just trying to
it's
get
availability. It's to bridge the gap, essentially, to making a project viable.
Okay, so
and to attract external investment.
Okay, so the 350 goes in availability payments, and does that go through NIFIC?
NIFIC will administer the program, yes.
Okay, so NIFIC would then engage with the consortia, as you described before, Ms Brown. Okay, and so what sort of consultation will NIFIC do to determine the best way to do that? Or will the Treasury lead that, or who will lead that?
So there will be an investment mandate that is developed that will give guidance or direction really to NIFIC as to eligibility criteria and other parameters in making choices or decisions on various projects.
Okay, so I don't want to take any more time, but basically the 350 is in the budget. NIFIC will be expending that 350 at some point in the future. There will be availability payments, and you are yet to determine exactly what the mandate will be.
The investment mandate will be determined, yeah.
Yeah, and what the detail will be for how the various interested parties can engage. That's yet to be announced, right?
Yep, that's to be resolved, and we've got,
Okay.
there's obviously, because of the way we've profiled that in 24-25, there is time to resolve those matters.
Okay. What is the timetable on that for the next announcement?
I'm not sure there's a timetable on announcements. There's a timetable on, there's work to commence now the Accord's been signed up to, which was just prior to the budget, and that will be implemented by the Treasurer and his colleagues.
No timetable.
Really through KIFR, I imagine, or...
No.
So we're currently working on legislation that would be required to set up the fund. That is always subject to parliamentary availability, parliamentary times. I'm always hesitant to give times because Parliament reasons can move.
Yeah.
But work is underway and work is progressing as quickly as possible.
Thanks.
There's a lot more work to be done, in short.
Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much.
I just noticed that some officials have the title charities in their job description. Is this an opportunity to ask questions in regards to the government's commitments around supporting Australia's charities and not-for-profit sector?
This is the right group,
Okay,
Senator.
cool. It's not what I'm going to talk about, but at least I...
And then we have
aware.
the Charities Commission later
today. That's
Yeah.
right. Yep. Just turning to page 193 of budget paper number 2, just talks about support for small business owners, and I've just got a number of queries. So, dealing with the first paragraph of the measure description, the government will provide $15.1 million over 2 calendar years from the 1st of January 2023 until the 31st of December 2024 to extend small business debt helpline and then the new Access for Small Business Owners program to support financial and mental wellbeing of small business owners. How is that $15.1 million distributed over those 2 calendar years for those 2 identified elements?
So I might start and then let either Mr Cully or Mr Grassi expand, but there's over the...
Don't hesitate to yell, Deputy Secretary. It does feel like a very long way away.
Thank you. There's $4 million that's been appropriated in relation to the Small Business Debt Helpline, and there's 10.9 that's been attributed to the new Access for Small Business Owners program. For the profile across the years, I will need to seek information from Mr Cully.
Thank you, Ms Brown. Peter Cully, First and Secretary, Small and Family Business Division. Senator, unfortunately, I don't have the breakdown over the individual years in my material. I'm not sure if Mr Gracia has in his. I've got the same figures that Ms Brown
We
just
can
gave
come
you.
back to you with that, Senator Smith.
I'm a bit, just a genuine curiosity. Why do we do it over calendar years in this particular measure, not over financial years?
It's just... Oh, sorry, you go, Mr Cully.
Senator, I think it reflects that the services, the way that they had previously been funded, were both due to expire at the end of this calendar year. And so the extension was for 2. It was maintained on a calendar year basis.
Yep. Okay. Then moving to the second paragraph, it says the measure will redirect partial funding from the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman component of the 2022-2023 March budget measure titled Small Business Support Package. What was the total funding of that small business support package? That was detailed in the 2022-2023 March budget?
Senator, that was a one-off payment of $8 million.
$8 million. And so this measure will redirect partial funding. So can you just explain to me what that particular form of words means in dollar figures?
I think what it means, Senator, is that the overall expenditure on those 2 programs is $15.1 million in the budget. So that is partially offset by the $8 million that was redirected from the what was announced in the March budget.
Right. And the remaining $7.1 million comes from where?
Came from other general revenue.
Right. Okay. So, is it fair to say that the Ombudsman work has less financial resources available to it now?
Senator, the $8 million that was allocated or was proposed to be allocated to the Ombudsman in the March budget was not money that was allocated to them for their own operational expenses. It was money that was to be allocated for them to distribute to various service providers to provide services to small business.
So what services were supported by the $8 million are no longer being supported?
It was proposed, so the money had obviously never flown through. It was announced in the March budget, but wasn't enacted. It was to provide small business with advice around areas like financial capability, which obviously are picked up in part by the Small Business Debt Helpline and also by other service offerings that are out there from in both the Commonwealth and state spheres.
So this was part of the spending audit work, essentially, that we've spoken about. So where we looked at all the budget measures, we looked at terminating measures, we looked at government priorities and tried to align spending where we could and redirect spending where we could. And this obviously is a measure that was incorporated into that work.
So, Mr. Cully, could you just be a little bit more specific for me in terms of that $8 million, what services it was going to support and what are not now being supported?
Senator, unfortunately, I can't be too much more specific. That was kind of what was outlined in the March budget was around paying service providers to provide services in areas like financial capability. That was as much sort of detail as there was. I can't speak to what work the Small Business Ombudsman may have done in terms of considering what that might have looked like to implement if that money had flowed through.
And it may have been, and I don't know because it's the former government, but it may have been that the government's decision had been to fund the Small Business Ombudsman in preference to the debt helpline, but that was terminating. So what we've done is keep that program going and use some of the new measure, which hadn't started, to support the extension of that. This was part of the challenge coming in, was we had a range of terminating programs which were going to be a problem. If those programs just ended on the 1st of January, that would have been an issue for small business. So we've responsibly looked at where we could provide additional support to that without just being another call on the budget.
So, Mr. Cully, it's been put to me that the Business Energy Advice Program has not been extended. Is that correct?
Senator, I'm not aware of that particular program.
Can you take that on notice?
There is also in this budget $62.6 million in energy efficiency grants to small and medium businesses to help address rising energy costs. So that's a new program to support small business.
Thank you. It's also been put to me, Mr. Cully, that there's been a cut to the Entrepreneurs Program.
Well, that's an industry program,
yes.
And you can ask that of industry when they come back. But yes, in some sense, I think from memory, it was unallocated funding that was attached to the entrepreneurs funding was returned to budget and I think it was outlined in our plan for a better future.
So, what level of consultation took place between your section, Mr. Cully, and the Small Business Ombudsman, the Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman's team around this $8 million cut?
Well, can I just ask a clarifying question? Because you're referring to $8 million as a cut, but you've already had evidence that it was $15 million that was allocated,
Senator
an
O'Neill,
increase of
Senator O'Neill, there are
Senator
O'Neill, there are 7 people in front of me and 2 Labor senators beside me. I'm happy to defer to the 7 officials in front of me.
Yeah, but you need to report what they've told you accurately, Senator.
To respond to my line of questioning.
Okay.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
let Senator Smith ask the question. What was could you
So
repeat the question?
my query went to the level of consultation that took place between Treasury and the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman's team in regards to the $8 million cut.
Senator, there's regular engagement between my division and the staff of the Ombudsman, as well as regular engagement between myself and Mr Bilson and with Ms Brown. As Minister Gallagher mentioned, this was part of the process of looking at all of the measures that were in the March budget that hadn't been enacted and what may happen with them. There was engagement with Mr Bilson and with the Ombudsman's staff through that process, but I can't recall the exact detail of how many there may have been. There would have been a range of discussions.
So in terms of looking for various savings and other opportunities with the Ombudsman's team, what opportunity did they have to bring forward their own ideas about how resources could be used differently?
As Mr. Kelly said, there have been regular conversations, and there continues to be a good regular engagement with the Ombudsman. In fact, they identified a savings themselves in relation to the tax concierge service they provided. They realised that there was less demand for it, and they were able to identify some savings that could go back to be redirected to other initiatives to support small business.
So which ones did they identify?
Recollection is that they specifically identified the tax concierge themselves directly.
Yep.
Yep.
And what's the value of that?
It's a saving of 700,000 per
annum.
Sorry, $0.8 million.
So it delivered a saving of $3 million over the forwards.
And what other initiatives did they offer up?
Senator, I'm not sure that they offered up any other initiatives other than that one.
Senator Smith, can I just do a time check and say we're pretty much at the end of this 15-minute block. I know Senator Hume is after a 15-minute block, as is Senator O'Neill. So did you want another question?
Sorry, I missed that. I was thinking elsewhere.
Elsewhere. I think it would be good if you finished up so we can go to Senator Hume for a 15-minute
Oh, right. Yes, of course. So am I right to assume that tax concierge initiative is now ceased?
No, it's continued.
Right.
It was the Ombudsman identified that he was actually providing that service more efficiently and didn't need as much money as had been appropriated to him.
I'll return to some small business questions after Senator Hume or when it next comes to
Okay, thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions on small business too. What officially is Treasury's definition of small business?
Senator, the question of a definition of small business is a vexed one.
Yeah.
There are numerous definitions across government. There isn't a single definition. The two that are used most frequently is fewer than 20 employees or a turnover of less than $10 million, but there are a range of others.
The ATO's is different though.
Sorry?
The ATO's definition?
Is turnover less than $10 million.
10 million?
There's a range, Senator. There's a range of tax support provided to small businesses, some of which applies to businesses under 10 million and some of which applies to businesses under 50.
50, that's the company tax rate.
That's the company
tax
that's
definition.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But there's other sort of things around streamlining from the administration standpoint that only apply to businesses with a turnover of less than 10.
And what about the ABS? How do they define small business?
That is 20 employees.
20 employees.
Fewer than 20 employees.
Fewer than 20 employees. Did the division, did your division get consulted then on the government secure job, secure pay bill that was developed by the Department for Employment?
We have been consulted through so Treasury has been consulted. We have formed part of that consultation within Treasury.
Is it fair to say that that bill, as it's originally been introduced, has used a much lower threshold of what a small business is? So no, a whole new threshold.
Senator, it's not a new threshold. So, as I said, there's a range of definitions of small business across various areas. There has been a long-standing definition in industrial relations of a small business as being fewer than 15 employees. That originated because it came from an International Labour Organisation convention, which is a definition they use for a small business as fewer than 15 employees. So that has been a consistent definition of small business in the industrial relations context since at least the early 90s.
So have you had any feedback from any small businesses about that definition being used in the secure work, secure job, secure pay bill?
Senator, we have not known.
Have you fed in any advice into the Department of Employment that suggests that yet another definition of small business would not be helpful?
As I say, Senator, this is not a new definition of small business. This is one that has been in the industrial relations system for quite some time. There are already provisions in that system that provide special conditions or elements for small business, and that has always used the fewer than 15 employees definition.
So did the department then express any concerns at all about the definition of the bill being out of date with the Treasury definitions, whether it be the ATOs, whether it be ABSs,
It's not out of date.
any of those?
It's not
Out of
date.
step.
Or out of step.
As I said, Senator, there's multiple definitions of small business across government for various purposes. The 15 employees or fewer in the industrial relations context is a very long-standing one. So it underpins things like the Small Business Fair Dismissal Code, the lengths of probationary period or notice before someone can bring an unfair dismissal case in a small business, for instance. They both tie to that definition. They have for a very long time.
Does the Treasury use 15 employees or less in any of its work?
It's for a different purpose. There's a different role. These are probably questions that are best placed to the Department of Employment.
Well, does the Treasury use the definition of 15 employees or less? It's pretty specific.
Well, they've already gone through
to
the
Treasury
thresholds.
No, but does the Treasury use the definition of 15 employees or less?
We use a range of definitions depending on the purpose.
So can you name a purpose where Treasury has used the definition of 15 employees or less?
Not for any of the programs.
But Treasury doesn't run industrial relations,
Yes.
so...
But I'm just wondering where the Treasury fed into this bill.
In this instance, support for small business and other engagement with small business on tax and things like that. So, I mean, it's not Treasury's job to administer the small business side of the industrial relations system.
I'm sorry, can you then answer the question, Minister? Does the Treasury use the definition in any of its measures that a small business is defined by the number of employees being 15 or less?
Well, Treasury does not use the definition that's reflected in the industrial relations framework.
In any of its policies?
Well, it's for a different purpose.
That's
it's
right.
to
That's all I
govern
need to
industrial
know.
relations. Treasury has thresholds, and I know in state jurisdictions they sometimes have numbers of employees. It depends what the purpose is.
Can I refer you to box number 5.2 in the revenue section of budget paper number 1, which is about the impact of recent depreciation measures on tax receipts. Can somebody just walk me through the origins of this box, where this one came from? Was it something that was suggested by Treasury for included in the budget papers? Was it something that was suggested by the Minister's office? Where did it come from?
Thank you, Senator. This was a box that we as Treasury thought would be useful to incorporate into the budget. Obviously, the temporary full expensing program had been running for some time, and we'd started to see some early data out of the program, and we thought it worth providing some information to the public as part of the budget process about what we'd seen in very early signs from that program.
So there was some media reports just before the budget came out around confirming that essentially the scheme is going to revert to its original legislated form in 2023. Is that correct?
Well, I think putting it differently, I suppose, Senator, is that temporary full expensing was a temporary program as part of the COVID-19 support. It was legislated to end in 2023, and I think that's sort of an unsurprising outcome.
If it's so unsurprising, why isn't it mentioned anywhere?
I think that the dates are in table 5.5, Senator, I think outlines the dates that those programs have run for.
Do you think, and this is probably a question best directed to the Minister, do you think it's transparent that not to spell that out in the budget, that this measure is ending at the end of 2023?
Well, that was as it was originally intended.
But it's not mentioned anywhere.
On temporary full expensing, is that what you're talking about?
Well, accelerated depreciation, instant asset write-off. We're just going back. I should actually confirm. Can you confirm that the dollar level of investment that can be instantly written off from June 2023, end of June 2023, when the measures referred to in the box terminate, is going to be back to $1,000? Is that right?
That is what's currently legislated in the legislation.
Since 2000,
this reflects I think your position.
Sorry? I
think this reflects your policy position. We haven't changed it.
It's not at all explicit anywhere. So I just want to know, since 2017 and 18, Can Treasury confirm how many small businesses or small and medium businesses have utilised the extended instant asset write-off?
I think we'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Can you answer how much that the measure has returned to small and medium business taxpayers?
Again, Senator, I don't have that in front of me, but we can take that on notice.
Okay. Can I confirm that the budget estimates for tax receipts are predicated on small businesses only being able to write off assets up to the value of $1,000?
Senator, the budget estimates are always prepared on the basis of current policy.
So that is the case. So can I,
as it has been for some time, yes, Senator.
So can I ask them what level of consultation has been conducted with by the Minister for Small Business in relation to reverting to what is now a decade-old threshold? Has the Minister for Small Business done any consultations on that?
The program still has 8 months to run.
Yes.
So there's sufficient time for considering what's required. Any decision on these matters needs to reflect the economic conditions persisting at that time, and so you do want to make a timely decision.
So there hasn't been any consultation, is that what you're saying?
No, well, the Minister for Small Business is constantly engaging with small business, so I don't accept that at all. And in this budget, you'll see a range of measures that the government has put into investing in small business on some of the priority areas that they have discussed with us. And in fact, I think COSBOA rated the budget 7 out of 10.
Has COSBOA been consulted on this change?
On what change? There hasn't been a change.
On the reversion back to a decade-old threshold?
There hasn't been a change.
Well,
temporary full
it's kind of hard to say because we have to read about it in the newspaper, not in the budget
papers.
papers.
On the 30th of June 2023. So they've got time to access the measure. It expires as outlined under your government, and we have not changed the position on that.
So has COSBOA, I'll just ask it again, has COSBOA been specifically consulted on the end of this measure?
Well, I'll take that on notice, but
what about,
it's not a surprise because it's something that's been known for a period of time. If there are issues that arise that COSBOA wants to make the Minister aware of, there are processes for which that can happen. And I know the Minister engages actively with all small business organisations on issues they're facing, which is why you can see that reflected in a lot of the decisions we've taken to support small business in this budget.
So I'm interested to know that small businesses are clearly finding out that a major tax concession that supports, and it has been renewed over and over again. Renewed over and over again. They're now finding out through the newspapers,
over and over and
through
again.
the newspapers, not through the budget papers, that support for them is going to end.
It says temporary full expensing from 6th of October to 30th of June 2023. So it has existed for a particular purpose during the pandemic. It's due to expire on the 30th of June 2023.
And it's been renewed over and over again.
It hasn't been renewed over and over again.
has.
You've extended it twice, I think.
So
through the pandemic for particular reasons. It is due to expire. We have not changed the position on that. This is not a new decision.
Can I just then clarify that in the forward estimates that you have budgeted to take this measure back to the original thresholds of a decade ago?
It expires as originally agreed by your government in 2023,
That wasn't the question I
30th of
asked.
June, and we have not changed that position.
So the forward estimates assume that the thresholds for this measure will go back to the
Yes,
decade-old.
as your forward estimates did as well, I
Can
might point
ask
out. That
whether
it remains
Australians-
unchanged.
Can I ask whether the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman has been consulted on this?
On what?
On
the fact
end
that
of-
we
on
are
the
doing
end of
what
this-
you said
on the
you would
end of
do.
this measure.
I can't
Australian
answer.
Industry Group, Chamber of Commerce and Industry,
They're coming.
BCA.
The Ombudsman's
well,
coming later.
It's a decision of your government.
Exactly.
So,
Did you consult?
did you? I don't know. You can answer that question. I don't have advice
the
on
date.
what happened. In
So there is
terms
no
of
intention,
discussion.
can I just be very clear there? There is absolutely no intention from this government to renew the recent depreciation measures on tax receipts for small and medium
The
enterprises?
policy as it's existed since it was announced by your government remains. And I can say that I have not had one issue raised with me about this.
Can I ask you to please...
So I'm happy to deal with
on
it.
notice, because I realise it's a big ask now, to list for me, since coming to government, how many small businesses you have met with. Not industry bodies, small businesses.
I'm happy to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Hume, that seems like a good end to that block. I'm going to go to Senator O'Neill, who has some questions for revenue. I'm just wondering whether we might be able to get an indication of whether another 15-minute block might be sufficient for revenue for you, in which case markets might be getting themselves ready.
Oh, you've got some revenue. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll go to Senator O'Neill. We'll come back to you for perhaps some final questions on revenue, which would indicate that markets should start to get ready.
We're almost done. So we've got just maybe 5 there, 5 there. We're done.
Great. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I can just go back to the line of questioning that I was on a little earlier with regard to the Home Builder program, where we confirmed that the government had allocated $680 million to the project, but it was an uncapped measure and ended up costing $2.7 billion. I was asking a series of questions about what people could do with that money, including making significant renovations to their homes. Some of the figures there were quite shocking to me, and we certainly heard some disparaging words about social and affordable housing earlier in the room from senators.
Directed to you, not to...
And the senator continues to protest. Notwithstanding, can I ask how many social or affordable houses could $2.7 billion worth of government investment have built?
Senator, I don't think we can work that out on the spot. We'd have to come back to you with a number like that.
It's got to be a lot, though.
Well, it depends. Is the government building them? Is it available payments like currently proposed? There's a lot of assumptions or parameters we'd need to agree to make it develop a number like that.
But it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and it's built a lot of extensions and renovations, and it's created pressure in the market that's led to overheating, and the impact of that is felt in everybody who's trying to build a house at the moment or do a renovation. Given the Accord is an investment of $350 million, and it's building 10,000 houses, if we make a comparison between that costing that you're familiar with and the $2.7 billion, we start to get some sense of the scale of what might have been achieved if the government had a different set of priorities against what they actually invested in. Is that fair to say, Ms Brown?
So that costing is a costing over 5 years, but as we discussed earlier, those availability payments could go for up to 25 years. So that costing is just the first 5 years of those payments for those dwellings.
So yeah, it could be a lot more. Did this $2.7 billion home builder program build any social or affordable housing?
That was the aim of the home builder program.
I don't know exactly the answer to that, except that I would guess that the answer was no, given that it was targeted at private individuals building or renovating their own home.
So, and Senator Hume made it clear that that wasn't the aim of the program.
No, that's what NIFIC's for.
So
different.
$2.7 billion for private home development and extensions, but none of that went to social or affordable housing. Is that correct?
Because that's not what that policy was about. There were other
That is correct.
Thank you. So, to be clear, with the government's $2.7 billion spend, you couldn't buy a granny flat. We've clarified that this morning, but you could build a home cinema or an indoor sauna. Is that correct, Ms Berger-Thompson?
So my colleague earlier talked through some of the eligibility criteria, and certain things were excluded, but yeah.
A home cinema wasn't excluded, was it, Ms Berger-Thompson?
Not that I'm aware of.
And an indoor
no.
sauna wasn't excluded either, was it?
Not that I'm aware of.
So there was no restrictions on how you built it. So, in fact, taxpayers' dollars could have been spent on importing Grecian tiles from the other side of the world, or exotic timber frames, or fit-outs that were exotic, or gold-plated fittings and outdoor kitchens. All of those things were eligible.
You have an unusual
and the government has
taste in
spent
interior decoration.
$2.7 billion on programs that enabled that. Is that
Terrible
correct?
taste.
So I would say that all.
How many properties does Senator?
I just note that there has been relative silence from the government side when you've been asking your questions.
Really?
Well,
Really?
I couldn't go with complete silence, but there's been significant silence. So Senator O'Neill has asked a question and we're awaiting the answer.
So all fixtures and fittings that would normally be included in a building contract would be eligible for the payment, yes.
So, given the significant number of Australians at risk of or experiencing homelessness, did the former government ever consider supporting confidence in the construction industry by instead investing in more social and affordable housing?
So I'm relatively new to this role, so I wasn't in this role at the time that Home Builder was developed, so I'd have to take that on notice.
We'd also need to direct that to the Department of Social Services, who do social and affordable and deal with homelessness, because they might be aware of other government programs that were there to support homelessness during the COVID period.
I'd love to think that there was a $2.7 billion investment in social housing and affordable housing, and that people who are homeless actually might have been housed with that $2.7 billion that was invested, but that does not at all appear to be the case. Can I just go to a few questions on small business? Thank you.
Are you giving up your questions on home ownership, Senator O'Neill?
On the government's small business agenda overall, there are quite a few elements that are identified in the budget. For the benefit of the committee, can you just take us through Treasury's announcements from the budget for small business?
I can start, and then if I miss something, but we've had the ones that Senator O'Neill that we've talked about in terms of the 15.1 million for the mental health and financial counselling support, the 62.6 million in energy efficiency grants to eligible small and medium businesses to help address rising costs, obviously not administered by Treasury, that one, but is a direct measure for assistance for small business. Funding will build on measures already put in place, including the 18.6 million to help support small business adapt and build resilience through digital technology. Where the technology investment boost and skills and training boost is worth more than 1.5 billion and will be backdated to the 29th of March, so small business owners can receive the full benefits of that. We've also, under my portfolio, updated the Commonwealth procurement rules, so small businesses can get a better slice of the $70 billion in contracts that the Australian government spends each year by putting in place a minimum 20% target. We've had the legislation on unfair contract terms passed the Senate, I think, last sitting week. Again, that has been welcomed by small business. The fee-free TAFE places will help deliver more skilled workers, which obviously will benefit small business. It is one of the issues that is regularly raised with us, access to labour. And then obviously the big investments in childcare, paid parental leave, making it easier for families to manage some of those, challenges, including, increasing workforce participation, which again would have a benefit for small business. So for our first budget, which was, you know, a modest budget, I think that gives you a taste of how important the Minister for Small Business and the government believes in making appropriate investments and supporting small business where we can, with the very important role they play in our economy.
Senator Gallagher, as I often say, you know, I live in a regional part of Australia and small businesses are critical right across this country. So to have such a carefully calibrated suite of responses in a range of areas speaks to the sophistication of those businesses, how important they are in creating jobs where people live right across the country. So I'm very pleased to hear about them. I know that there's a program called the New Access for Small Business Owners and the Debt Helpline. Do you have any, or does the department have any insight into roughly how many businesses those programs have helped?
Oh, I think I do have those numbers, Minister. If Mr. Cully is quicker, he might have them as well.
I do have them, Senator. I'm just not as quick.
Thank you.
So under the Small Business Debt Helpline,
yep,
since its establishment, it has assisted 3,552 cases.
Thank you.
And under the New Access for Small Business Owners, since its establishment, it's assisted 2,775 small business owners. Or sorry, they've booked an assessment through the program.
Okay. And
the extensions?
Yeah, well, because those programs were set to end, weren't they? What date?
They were set to end at the end of this year. So they're being extended from 1 January to 2023 to 31 December 2024. And under the new funding for the Small Business Debt Helpline, that will support 11 small business financial counsellors, legal and insolvency professionals, and that will enable them to provide support to around 4,500 additional cases.
Mm-hmm.
Under the New Access for Small Business Owners program, that funding, the new funding, will support approximately 18 mental health coaches, and we expect they'll be able to assist up to 7,800 small business owners.
Okay, so that's critical help for people when they, excuse me, really find they need it most.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. If I can just briefly go to unfair contract terms, and I do know that the policy broadly sits with another group. Could you just explain a bit more how the proposed legislation is going to work for small business and any practical examples of how that this will actually operate in practice?
Thanks, Senator. As you foreshadowed, the detail and the responsibility for this does sit with Marcus Group. But the key element is that currently unfair contract terms are only voidable. This actually makes unfair contract terms unlawful, and so therefore a distinctly greater remedy for small businesses that are subject to unfair contracts.
Do you want to add anything there, Ms. Brown?
Oh, sorry, no.
So in practice, an unfair contract term that now could not be used would be, can you give me an example, Mr. Cully? Because often this is in a power relationship with, where there's a large entity with power purchasing a service or a good from another entity that's smaller, and power operates, people sign up to contracts with unconscionable terms, and so what does it mean on the ground?
I'm racking my memory to think of any particular examples. I'm not sure if Mr. Gracia has any. As you say, it is in relation to contracts where there is an unconscionable element to it because of the misbalance of power, whether it's the contract charging far greater than what would be a reasonable market price for the provision of service, for instance, could be an element of that.
Thank you. Mr. Gracia, did you want to add anything?
No. Janet Gracia, I'm the Assistant Secretary in the Small and Family Business Division. So, again, if a larger entity was using small businesses in supplying services or contracts, and the larger business wanted to terminate those arrangements or make changes to the nature of the contract, in some cases small businesses have very little recourse in kind of pushing back against some of those elements.
So there wouldn't be a clause in there now that would singly and arbitrarily just dissolve the contract at the behest of the more powerful entity?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's going to be pretty important for small businesses. The Minister mentioned procurement, and I'm sure that many Australians in small businesses are so busy looking after their small businesses and making sure, they're doing the right thing by their staff and growing their businesses. They might not be aware of the scale of the government's investment through procurement, which I think the Minister articulated as $70 billion. What is the 20% procurement going to do in terms of stimulating the economy and access for small business?
Senator, I think what it will do is think that there's been a perennial issue for small business that obviously the Commonwealth procurement, as you mentioned, is a very, very significant amount, that the small business often finds it hard to access some of that procurement money through challenges in dealing with the procurement processes and otherwise. By so having that requirement to that 20% are sourced from SMEs, that will guarantee that more money should then flow through to SMEs as part of overall government procurement.
So 20% of 70 billion? $14 billion. And this has never been undertaken before. So this is a very significant change in terms of access to the security of payments that come from engaging as a small to medium enterprise with your own government. There is no parallel previously. There's been no action in this space by any previous government. Is that correct?
There has been some other measures that have been aimed at small business procurement. There was a previous target of 10%, but not on this scale. But there.
And what is it you're going to change to make this more accessible for small business?
Senator, that's actually probably more a question for the Department of Finance, who are responsible for the procurement rules about how some of that will be implemented in practical terms.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. And I think we have another 15-minute block on revenue, and that might see us to the end of revenue. And who's seeking the call? Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Last night we heard evidence from the Department of Industry that they're involved in consultation with Treasury on potential changes to the PRRT. Want to ask, has the department conducted or been asked to conduct or consulted on any analysis in regard to altering the current tax regime for gas?
Might ask Mr Robertson if you'd like to answer that question.
Senator Marty Robinson, First Assistant Secretary, Corporate and International Tax Division. In terms of the PRRT, the former government, the former Treasurer, commissioned a review which was conducted by Mike Callaghan, which made a number of recommendations into potential changes for the PRRT. The former government made a number of changes in 2019. One of the recommendations from the Callaghan review was also to look into the gas transfer pricing arrangements between vertically integrated projects, particularly as part of that review. The then government commissioned Treasury to undertake further work in reviewing the gas transfer pricing arrangements. That work was undertaken, it was commenced in 2019, and I think we've said on the public record previous estimates hearings that with the onset of COVID in 2020, that review was suspended. And as the Treasurer has announced recently, we're in the process of, we've been undertaking preparatory work and in the process of recommencing that review into the gas transfer pricing arrangements, which would obviously have implications for the PRRT more generally.
So it's specifically just on the transfer pricing element?
Senator, yes, in terms of the follow through on the gas transfer pricing review, that review had a focus on the gas transfer pricing arrangements. In addition to that, and this was partly at the request of business in the oil and gas sector, was for us to also look at the tolling arrangements, which actually, they're related to the pricing arrangements for gas between the sort of upstream gas extraction and the downstream processing.
All right, but it is limited, your current inquiries are limited to those two elements?
So I think more generally, the government's been on the public record. The Treasurer has made some public statements in the context of broader energy prices, that a number of different options are being looked at, and the government, I think, has clearly indicated that no options are being no options are being taken off the table.
All right, so specifically on the PRRT regime, we've looked at two elements there. There's no other additional elements that you're looking at, depreciation, any of the other elements of the PRRT?
Not specifically.
No,
Senator.
Terrific, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I'd closed off on that. Has Treasury conducted or been asked to conduct or consulted on any analysis in regard to introducing a super profits or windfall tax for the resources sector?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, the government has been tasking us with looking at a range of options around responding to the energy price issue. And as I mentioned before, the Treasurer's made it pretty clear that no options are being ruled out.
We discussed all this yesterday. So,
has the Treasury sought any advice from the Department of Industry or the Department of Climate Change and Environment and Water on a change to the tax regime for the gas industry?
Well, the working group is working across, there is a secretaries group where options are being considered and provided to government. The government expects that work is collaborative and is informed by each portfolio area's area of expertise.
Last night I asked questions around the working group, the intergovernmental working group, and we couldn't ever get to the bottom of that. So it remains just the secretaries group that is doing this work on additional tax measures across.
The secretaries group is doing work on options to put to government to consider. So it's not just about tax options, it's about other options available to the government to deal with these very significant increases in energy prices that are going to affect businesses or are affecting businesses and households. So it's comprehensive advice across the board about all options available to government are going to be provided, and then the ministerial group, supported by the secretaries group, will go through a process of considering that and obviously providing advice to the Prime Minister and ultimately Cabinet on that.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify too, we did have questions around this, but yesterday you directed me to ask questions of this group, which is why I'm back asking the same questions again today.
Yep.
So how much revenue does Treasury believe it would collect from a new tax or a levy on the resources industry under those various options that you're looking at?
Well, it depends.
Well, Senator, that very much depends on the design of any hypothetical tax. Yeah.
So is there a range? Is there any work at all that you could point to an understanding of what the impact would be for revenue for the measures that you're looking at?
Well, Treasury is doing, part of what they bring is to look at and provide advice under those options ultimately. But at the end of the day, it will be a government decision about how to proceed, informed by Treasury advice and, in this case, advice from resources, industry, climate change and energy, and indeed finance.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was just trying to ask specifically about what amount Treasury believes it would collect under these different measures. got work on that you can...
Well, that's ongoing work. It's ongoing work, and it depends. I mean, it could, it just depends on the options that are ultimately agreed to.
So that seems a broad discussion to be having with industry. Is this how the industry discussion is going, that it depends? Are you giving them anything specifically to contemplate, to understand what the impacts would be on that industry, on supply, on...
Yeah, so that's why the Minister for Resources is there, that's why the Minister for Energy is there, that's why the Treasurer is there. Like, all of the ministers bring a particular area to represent, and understanding the implications of any intervention by the government. This is highly unusual. I don't think it's work that, even 18 months ago or a year ago, or even, when we formed government, that you would be thinking that this is work you would be having to be doing, but it is, and that's why everyone brings their portfolio expertise to the table.
Thank you, and that's why I'm specifically asking now of Treasury, of their portfolio expertise, if you have done any analysis on how much revenue Treasury believes it would collect from. All right, let's do transfer pricing and tolling arrangements under PRRT.
So, Senator, I think it's still at the stage of looking at options, working out the parameters of what might be effective to achieve the objectives being achieved, which is lower electricity prices. That work, as the Minister said, is ongoing, being developed collaboratively across the departments that the Minister mentioned. When there's more definitiveness around the parameters of the model, that was when you would do costings.
So you think that increases to the PRRT or changes to the PRRT will reduce electricity prices?
I don't think I said that.
I think you did say that.
No, the purpose of it, no, she didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not having a go. I'm just trying to clarify what she did say, Minister. Would you mind saying that again for me, please, Ms Brown, so that I could understand better what you said?
I was talking in a very general sense.
About the purpose of the work.
Purpose of the work. It's a very comprehensive, as the Treasurer has said, all the options are on the table. So there's a range of both regulatory and tax options that are being considered, and that's what's being worked through.
So what I'm trying to understand is not specifically electricity price reductions there, the changes to the PRRT, which we've talked about a broad range, and I can't get any handle on what the options there are that are being considered. I'm being given very broad, it depends, in the fullness of time, we're not sure what we're discussing. So specifically
we are sure
on
what we're
PRRT,
discussing.
Well, for the purposes of the information that you're giving the Senate committee, it is a very broad range of options that are not being specifically identified. So I'm trying to drill down on just one that's been identified, which is PRRT, and understanding what the revenue measures changes would be for the introduction of that particular measure.
Well, but I think officials have tried to assist here. No decisions have been taken, so it's an impossible question to answer. Okay. The working group has asked, ministerial level and at secretary level, have asked for advice on particular responses to the energy crisis that we inherited, and we are trying to deal with it. We are considering all options. We don't want options ruled in and ruled out at this stage. Because it is a highly unusual environment. We want to make good decisions, and we want to make sure that we are easing those electricity prices where we can. And so, you're not going to get a dollar figure, because those decisions have not been taken. When they are taken, they will become public, and that information will be clear.
Senator McDonald, we're almost at the end of the 15-minute block that is broadly been agreed, and I understand that Senator Smith does have a few questions as well.
So how will we address the fact that I'm not finished my line of questioning then?
Well, I'll just give a general indication that the committee is hopeful that we can end this group of questions within the time block that's assigned here. I understand that
how
that's
will
agreed.
How much longer do you need?
I probably have another 5 minutes, depending on how quickly we can get to
If you
an
could,
answer.
it would be greatly appreciated if you could limit
Yep.
to 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So, I think what you said, Ms Brown, is that we are looking at, you're still at the stage of looking at options, working out the parameters of what might be effective to achieve the objective being achieved, which is lower electricity prices. Do you believe that the changes to the PRRT will have an effect on lowering electricity prices?
I think, as the Minister has said, no options are being ruled out at this stage. That the resource rent tax for PRRT hasn't usually been used in that way, but we're not ruling out anything at this stage.
So, okay, I will then draw from that answer that it is possible that the introduction of the PRRT or changes to the PRRT would be used as a measure to reduce electricity prices.
No, I don't think you can draw anything from it.
Well, I'm sorry, then would you clarify, do you believe that changes to the PRRT would be a measure to reduce electricity prices?
There are no changes to the PRRT at this point in time. We are taking advice on options available to government to deal with the energy crisis that we have inherited from the former government. And that is where we're at.
I think you're merging two issues into one. I'm trying to very specifically talk about the two issues of transfer pricing and tolling arrangements that have been considered for the PRRT.
So continuing the work that started under the former government, that review?
Yes, that review,
Okay.
Minister.
I thought you
We're
were asking
all on the
about.
same page.
I thought you were asking about options being considered by the working group. So there is that review. It's continuing.
So that work is not being considered by the working group as an option as to reduce electricity prices.
No, I don't think you can. I'm not like we are considering options in this policy space.
Okay. Is one of the options you're considering, Mr Robinson, possible changes to the depreciation schedule of the PRRT?
The government is considering options.
Have you discussed with stakeholders, canvassed possible changes with stakeholders on changes to the depreciation schedule of the PRRT?
Senator, I can't recall any conversations that I've been involved in with stakeholders where we've talked about making changes to depreciation arrangements for the PRRT.
Okay. Has the department consulted with industry about what a change to their tax arrangements would look like for future investment in the industry?
Well, so Senator, we have a range of conversations with industry, and clearly being part of the Revenue Small Business and Housing Group, talking about tax implications and how they affect investment decisions are inevitable in those sorts of conversations.
So with the resources industry, though, not housing,
correct. Yeah.
You have had consultation about what changes to tax arrangements would look like for investment in their industry.
As I mentioned, Senator, we have, I meet with various industry groups from time to time, and we talk about a range of issues, and in the course of those general conversations, we will talk about the relationship between tax and investment.
Okay. So on the 22nd of May 2022, when the Prime Minister stated in relation to a super profits tax or a change to the PRRT, he said that we won't be going down that track. Minister, I assume that you don't support those statements. You're going to tell me that things have changed. I'm sorry, do you support that statement by the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Right, that we won't be going down that track of a change to PRRT or a super profit?
Well, I don't know
tax?
the context with which that question was asked. I'm being very honest with you about the work that is underway and the fact that we are dealing in the last month in particular, as this has emerged as a urgent priority, with options to assist households and business who are concerned at the increasing price of electricity on their operations, business on their operations, serious that we are having to consider options that perhaps even a few months ago we wouldn't have expected to have to consider. Yes, we are doing that work.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Robinson, what is industry saying to you when you're consulting with them and you're raising what changes to their tax arrangements would look like for future investment in the industry?
So, Senator, we probably some of the recent discussions we've had with industry around tax and investment decisions has been in the context of our consultation around the government's multinational tax package. One of the elements of that package included changes to the thin capitalisation rules, which goes to the deductibility of interest payments, the deductibility of interest payments associated with business investment. So we had quite extensive consultation and discussion with industry around how the government's proposed changes and various options to implement those changes might impact on investment decisions. There was some concerns raised during the course of the consultation around, for example, the impact of changes to the proposed rules and how they might impact on greenfield startups. There were concerns and potential investment. There were issues raised around, in the real estate sector, for example, around implications for the changes on commercial real estate investment.
So I'm trying to be quite narrow here and looking at resource projects. Sure. Will you, or has any advice been sought from your department around sensitivity analysis on future investment into resources projects as a result of any of these various proposals that are being considered as measures to reduce electricity prices?
I should say, can I just jump in here and say, the options being considered fall into different areas, including regulatory areas. I think people have nominated caps and how they might work. So, I think it seems that you think we're only looking at one area. That is not. It's not. I just want to be clear that we are looking at all options about possible intervention or steps the government could take, and that in terms of any decisions, those decisions haven't been made. So you're wanting to understand what discussions we've had or what impact decisions that we haven't made might have on future decisions that business haven't made yet. It is a very, very difficult, impossible at this point, question to answer.
Minister, resources companies are telling me that they are putting on hold decisions for future investment in Australia until these decisions are made. They are being very clear that they are making choices around investing in projects here or overseas. I'm sorry, please let me finish the question. So I would have thought... Oh, it is a question, Minister.
Okay.
I would have thought that it would be important for ministers to make a good and proper decision, that they would then be considering the impacts of their decisions on future investment and subsequently revenue to this nation. And so I'm asking if Treasury, the department, has been asked to do sensitivity analysis on what some of those outcomes might be, those decisions might be, and in their consultations with stakeholders, Mr Robinson, I'm asking you if you've had clear communications from stakeholders around what their future investment decisions might be, and if you're providing that advice to the Secretaries Group around the consequences of various decisions.
Well, that would, I mean, Treasury can answer for themselves, but I would say that the Minister for Resources engages actively with stakeholders, and that's the very important reason why she's part of the discussion. So I can say that absolutely, before government makes any decisions, the impact of those decisions will be analysed, advice will be provided, and that will inform government decision making. I think the government's preference is that we don't have to intervene. Like that would be the best situation. But we are faced with the fact that what is the energy markets are disrupted, and it's having really significant impacts on manufacturers, on big business, on small business, and they are saying to us that they won't be able to keep operating. So can you see the challenge here? Like, this is the reality. Like, this is the real world. So yes,
I have run a business that
unsurprising-
understands the real world and the cost of electricity.
So it's unsurprising that companies would prefer the government doesn't get involved, right? I think that is unsurprising. But we are living in pretty extraordinary times, and the government has to make decisions across the economy. At the moment, the market is not working, and it's causing distorted outcomes that are affecting households and businesses, and it is absolutely appropriate that the government is at the table trying to work out with states and territories, who also have a lot of the levers, what to do about this to make sure business, manufacturers can keep operating in an affordable way whilst we work through this temporary situation.
Thank you, Minister. So back to the department. I'm trying to gauge the amount of analysis that you're being asked to do, perhaps from advice from the Resources Minister as she consults with stakeholders around the impact of future investment from various, as a result of various measures that are being considered. Is that something that the department has been asked to commence looking at?
I don't think it should be surprising, Senator, that the government would like comprehensive advice that obviously would go to what is the impact on future investment.
Senator McDonald. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to go to getting an update, if I might, just in regards to the government's commitments about certain processes around strengthening Australia's charity and not-for-profit sector. Is someone able to assist in that?
Yep.
Certainly.
Would you like to start with a general overview, or would you prefer if I started with questions?
I'm happy for you to provide questions.
I'm happy for you to start with a general overview. Thank you.
So the government has made a number of different election commitments in this space. I would note that I'm responsible for the charity side of those commitments, and they're not-for-profits in terms of the tax space, but they're other Markets Group, for example, has some responsibilities in this space as well. So I can talk to the ones that I'm familiar with.
Of course,
as well as parts of other departments, DSS, for example, as well.
Yep. So my preferred style, if that's okay, if you just give me an overview, I'll keep my questions in reserve, and then if we run out of time, we'll just put them on notice. Yep.
Yeah, no worries.
So the first question, of course, would be what is that demarcation between your roles and responsibilities in regards to the suite of commitments, and what are the roles and responsibilities of other parts of the government in the broad? Yep.
So
let's do that on notice, because time is...
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. So a key part of the government's election commitment is to double philanthropic giving. There are... the government has committed to a review of philanthropy. Which is so I think that will be considered in the context of that review.
Okay, we might do this the other way.
Okay.
Yep, I'll ask the questions. Can you provide me with an update with the government's commitment to set up a non-profit sector expert reference panel?
Yes, so that's for DSS. Questions related to the panel, yes.
And the non-profit sector expert reference panel's responsibility to create a blueprint would also fall within the responsibilities of DSS?
I might have to take that on notice. There's been some joint work done in that space.
Okay, so the joint work between DSS and Treasury?
That's correct.
What is that joint work?
So there's been some work done to think about how, how those roles and responsibilities across the sector work in terms of the review of philanthropy and the expert reference panel.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have the information in front of me, but I'm very happy to take these.
Is there an official there that can support you?
Yeah,
it's pretty. And I'm doing this. What's the right word? With a genuine interest in understanding how the government is fulfilling, after 6 months in government, its various commitments around the charities and not-for-profit sector. We've recently had a report from the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission, which is appearing later today on certain matters. But I'm particularly interested in understanding what work... is that an official that might be able to help us?
Yep.
Great, excellent, welcome.
In the interim, maybe, Senator, I could refer you to page 184 of BP2, Budget Paper 2, where we've described some of this work. The Productivity Commission will review the current framework to incentivise philanthropy, and we're working on the terms of reference for that review. And then the Department of Social Services will work with the not-for-profit sector to develop a sector-led not-for-profit blueprint.
That is the non-profit sector expert reference panel?
That is a question for DSS.
So, but we just heard from the official that there was some joint work happening between DSS and Treasury, which I'm keen to explore or understand.
So that was around the architecture of how these bodies would interact.
Right. So can you share with me what is that architecture?
I don't know whether you want to take that, Jackie. Jackie Robotham. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Not-for-Profit and Tax Administration Branch. We've been working with DSS quite closely. Essentially, we are looking at the incentives to donate for philanthropists to donate, whereas DSS is looking at the other side of the equation, which is about sort of boosting the capacity of the sector, of the not-for-profit sector.
And you can feel free to elaborate on the work that you are doing.
So we're at as you know, the government announced the proposal only 2 weeks ago. And so we're very much at the early stages of working out who's doing what. So there's some terms of reference being developed for the PC review, and DSS is doing their own work on what the Community Services Advisory Group will do in this capacity area.
Okay, so the Community Advisory Group is news to me because I don't think it was included in the government's election commitment. So can you provide me some information about the community?
I can. The community, it sits within the DSS portfolio, but I am familiar with it. The Community Services Advisory Group is a current body made up of about 25 different not-for-profit entities who basically engage with DSS and provide sectoral background about various initiatives the government is progressing. So the sort of sector-led work with respect to capacity constraints in the sector clearly is they would be able to provide a wealth of information to the government on those type of issues.
Right. Okay, I think a better way to proceed might be on notice, if you can provide me with detail, granularity about the work that the Treasury is doing to give effect to the government's building capacity, building community, strengthening Australia's charities and not-for-profit sector. Provide for me all of the various working groups, task force, IDCs that might be involved in supporting that work. Provide for me or identify for me the various senior officials that are responsible and what are the time frames for the completion of certain work streams involved in delivering on this particular commitment. So am I correct in saying that the non-profit sector expert reference panel has yet to be established?
That's correct, Senator.
After 6 months?
The announcement was only 2
government
weeks
was elected.
ago.
The government was elected in May, and that the blueprint that is to be a product of that non-profit sector expert reference panel is yet to be developed.
That's correct, Senator.
And let's talk then about the various work that is being done to meet the government's commitment to double philanthropic giving by 2030.
Senator Smith, can I just note that you have been very patient in waiting for the call, and if we have any hope of getting back the few hours that we are behind, it would be helpful to put some questions on notice if you would.
Well, Minister, in all sincerity, would there be an opportunity for me outside of this estimates process to have a private briefing
I'm sure,
with the Treasury? Yep.
I'm sure that can be facilitated.
That'll be great. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll leave it at that point then. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I believe that concludes the questions that the committee has for Revenue, Small Business and Housing Group. And I note, however, that we do still have Markets Group. We are proposing, we are implementing a change to the program whereby our next witness will be the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. We'll then return to the Markets Group and continue from there.
So we're going to AFCA now?
Yes.
Okay, so that's me out?
Yes.
For that time, yeah.
So we are about to welcome the Australian Financial Complaints Authority to the table, and we'll have Treasury Markets back after
Once you've
that.
completed that, yeah.
Yeah.
No offence, but I have to leave.
The committee welcomes the Australian Financial Complaints Authority and its representatives, Mr David Locke, Mr Justin Untersteiner and Dr June Smith, not Dr June Smith.
Yeah, I'm afraid Dr Smith had an accident on Sunday and is
Oh, okay, okay, that's not good to hear. Thank you for clarifying. So we're welcoming Mr David Locke and Mr Justin Untersteiner. In welcoming AFCA, the committee recognises AFCA's independence under the Treasury Laws Amendment Putting Consumers First, establishment of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority Act 2018. The committee is cognisant that while AFCA does not receive annual appropriations, it does provide the Parliament with opportunities to discuss its operations and performance, which the committee greatly appreciates. As such, no government minister will be in attendance with the committee while representatives of AFCA are present. Mr Locke or Mr Untersteiner, would you like to make an opening statement?
Chair, in light of the tight timings, I think I won't make an opening statement to maximise the time for questions.
Thank you. Did you have one that you wished to table for the committee?
I do, and I'll happily table that.
Thank you, thank you. I believe Senator Bragg has the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks very much for coming. Can you just run me through your board composition?
The board composition, certainly. So the way that we're constructed, there is an independent chair, and that is an individual who has to be independent of the financial services industry and independent of consumer bodies. So there is a test that the board have to apply in assessing somebody's independence to fulfil that role. There are then 8 directors, 4 of whom come from industry, or they have expertise in the financial services industry. And then 4 come from a consumer background, often a consumer advocacy background. So that's the way in which we were constructed, and our constitution requires equal numbers of directors with consumer experience and directors with industry experience, and then an independent chair. When we were established in 2018, as part of the establishment, the government had the ability to appoint the inaugural chair and a minority of the board members, and the other board members transferred over from the Financial Ombudsman Service.
Okay.
So Helen Coonan was appointed as the first independent chair, and then when her term came to an end, the position is that the board, the AFCA board, have to appoint an independent chair.
Okay.
And again...
And when will you do that?
Professor Pelaz's appointment was made in May 2021, and I believe that is for a 3-year term.
Okay. So, and will you have common directors between the AFCA and the CSLR?
The way in which the legislation is constructed, Senator, there is to be 3 directors of CSLRCO, one of whom will be the chair, appointed by government, one of whom has to be an experienced actuary who will be appointed by government, and then the 3rd director will be an AFCA board member who will be appointed by the AFCA board or selected by the AFCA board, we understand.
Okay, so the AFCA board, sorry, just to be concise, so the AFCA board will put one of the directors onto the board of the CSLR, correct?
That's correct. And the aim of the AFCA board, as I understand, is to identify the director who has most relevant expertise for the functions of the CSLRCO.
And so what powers does ASIC have over AFCA?
Certainly. So they do have strong supervisory powers over AFCA, and I can just go through that. So under the Corporations Act, they can issue regulatory requirements, including by legislative instrument, relating to compliance with mandatory requirements or any general considerations. They can issue directions to AFCA if ASIC consider that AFCA has not done things reasonably practicable to ensure compliance with the legislative requirements. And they can issue directions to AFCA with regard to the value of claims, remedies to be determined.
And are those binding?
They are.
So they're binding?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so
and we have to report, ASIC oversee AFCA, and the basis on which they do that is set out in Regulatory Guide 267. Okay. So that sets out how they... and we have quarterly reporting through to ASIC.
Okay, so the point of these questions is not to waste your time, but it's to try and establish how we will ensure that with the creation of this new and novel scheme, that there won't be the covering up of tracks where there is a failure to enforce the law on ASIC's point, on ASIC's side of the ledger, and then they are able to, in effect, use the AFCA and the CSLR to, as I say, cover its regulatory enforcement failures. So, because as you've just said in your testimony, I mean, ASIC has huge power over your organisation, and will have huge power over the CSLR through common directors and the like. So what will AFCA do? What internal processes will you have to ensure that there isn't a regulatory moral hazard risk that is greater than it needs to be? Does that make sense?
It certainly does. I mean, CSLR Co is a separate legal entity, and obviously the design of that and oversight of that really is a matter for you to put to Treasury, who and the Markets Group will be on after us.
But sorry to interrupt you, but they will only be able to do something if there's been an AFCA determination.
So the way the CSLR, as we understand, will work is if there is a determination that AFCA's made, the consumer accepts that determination, it's then contractually binding upon the member financial firm. They fail to pay. Ordinarily, that would be as a result of insolvency, but there could be other reasons. In that situation, if the nature of the complaint was within the scope of coverage of the CSLR, then yes, that would then be a matter for the CSLR to consider. So you're absolutely right with regard to that, Senator. The way in which our scheme has been established is very much that our role is to resolve the matters wherever possible, and we do that. 70% of the time we're able to resolve the matters by agreement between the financial firm and the consumer.
Yeah.
Only 7% of matters.
Did you say 17 or 70?
70.
70.
Thank you.
So matters only.
70.
That's right. Matters only go through to a determination if it is impossible to reach any agreement or settlement between the parties. So that would be the case in about 7% of matters. So if we look over the last 4 years that we've been in existence, we've made probably 20,000 determinations during that period of time. There have been 306 determinations which have been unpaid. So we're looking then
So
at
sorry,
a
20,000 and 306.
306 have been unpaid, but only a small proportion of those would be covered by the CSLR, because obviously AFCA can consider matters right across the whole financial services sector, as you're aware, Senator.
Okay, so look, I don't want to take too much more time. I really just have two questions for you. The first one is, what are your internal processes going to be to reduce the risk that in the case that there are unpaid determinations which are linked to, in some way, a regulatory enforcement failure, that AFCA and the CSLR are not going to be making a regulatory failure, to help cover it up effectively?
Yes.
It's a huge change.
Because I think it's really important, but I don't understand exactly what you asked.
Sorry, I have to ask again.
Yeah.
So the risk I think we face with this scheme is that you could have a situation where the regulator doesn't enforce the law. There is then an opportunity for compensation to be sought, which emerges through the AFCA and the CSLR schemes. And I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
That is look, I think we all accept that there are moral hazards here, right? And I think I'm not asking you to comment on that. That's a matter for the Parliament, and we'll work through that process. What I'm trying to establish, given you perform statutory functions, what are the internal processes you will establish to ensure that that risk does not come to fruition?
Senator, we have to, within 15 days of becoming aware of a definite systemic issue, we have legal obligations to report that through to the regulators. And in the case of an unpaid determination, that is ASIC. So as soon as we've determined that there is a definite systemic issue and failure to comply with an AFCA determination within the 28 days that they're required to comply with, that would always be a definite systemic issue, then we have to report that through to the regulators within 15 days. And so we do that and would notify the regulator immediately with regard to that.
Okay.
We would certainly provide the regulator with all information about the matter, and particularly if we have any information about the solvency or otherwise, or the reasons for non-compliance. So if, for example, the party has been participating all the way through and we have no evidence of insolvency, then that would be the sort of information we would pass on. If there was a question over insolvency, then we would also pass that information on, obviously, at that point.
Senator, can I just add to,
Yep.
I guess, obviously, ASIC and AFCA do play a different role here. So, you know, ASIC's role is around enforcement. Our role is about compensation to individual consumers based on individual complaints. So they are two different roles.
Yeah.
And so our role is really not to assess the role that ASIC has played. Our role is to assess the individual complaint on its own merit. And so that would be ensuring, number one, it's within our jurisdiction, that there aren't any reasons to exclude it, and then looking at the merits of that particular case, and that's how we do that. And in terms of that, we ensure maximum transparency. So, for instance, we publish every single determination that we make on our website. We publish extensive amounts of data on our website 6 monthly as well. And of course, we've just released our annual review that again has extensive amounts of information too. So I just wanted to draw that distinction.
Okay. So look, my only other question is, and you can provide it on notice, is can you please provide a notice how you operationalise your reporting obligations to the regulator so we can see them? That's really all we need to see, because we need to make sure that we have clear transparency around the mechanics here. And I accept that, you know, you're a transparent organisation, you handle a lot of complaints, and this may seem to be a far-fetched possibility, but we've never had a scheme like this before, and so we need to make sure, the Parliament needs to make sure that we're satisfied that we're not going to create a perverse incentive or a problem where which could be managed, right? So if you could just provide us for clarity on notice how you operationalise your reporting obligations and who you report to and how that works, that would be very helpful.
Yep, very happy to do so, Senator.
But I don't mean public reporting, I mean reporting to regulators.
Yes, we understand. We're very happy to do that.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. Seeing as we've brought you here, I might just take the opportunity to clarify a few things. You referred in your response to Senator Bragg of 20,000 determinations. I didn't quite catch what period that was over.
So we've been going 4 years now.
Since the 1st of July 2018, yeah?
So we were established on the 1st of November 2018. We've resolved 300,000 determinations in that 4-year period. The 20,000 that I referenced were the matters that didn't get resolved by negotiation, through conciliation, through investigation between the parties. It's the 7% of matters that have then gone through to an ombudsman or an adjudicator who has given a view based upon the legal test that we have as to what we consider to be fair in the circumstances of the matter, or if it's a superannuation matter, whether the decision of the superannuation trustees is fair and reasonable one.
Okay. And in the last financial year, just to get a scale, has it been increasing over time as people become more aware about the capacity to get their matter resolved in a low-cost way through AFCA?
There's some increase, although the figures have been, it's not dramatic.
Okay.
So we received over 72,000 complaints in the last financial year, which was an increase of 3% on the previous year.
Yeah.
But obviously the nature of the complaints has changed over time. As you'll be aware, we have a major problem with scams and scamming of consumers. And so we have seen over the last few years a doubling of complaints with regard to unauthorised transactions that are related to scamming activity. We've also seen a reduction in the number of complaints about financial hardship, and a lot of that is because of the really great work that banks have done during the COVID period to support consumers and small business. And actually we've seen even since the intensity of COVID moving forward, we've still seen some of the lessons that were learned during that COVID period continue to play out.
Okay.
The challenge we have at the moment is really around the number of complaints that are coming in with regard to general insurance, and much of that, of course, is related to the floods and natural disasters that we've had, where general insurers are pretty overwhelmed at the moment about the volumes of matters that are coming through. So the nature has changed, but the numbers have been not dramatically different.
The numbers in the current financial year are higher, though, than what we've seen for some time. So Mr. Locke has sort of alluded to it. We've seen complaints lodged against general insurers last year rose about 10%. but in the first 4 months we've seen a 75% increase in complaints, which is quite significant, and that's relating to things such as delays in processing claims, as well as disputes about the claim amounts, and denial of claims as well. And so that is creating significant numbers at the moment. And as Mr Locke also mentioned, we continue to see rises in complaints about scam activity as well.
Senator O'Neill, may I ask a follow-up to that, please? Yep. May I ask, over the period since the 1st of November 2018, I'm interested in Northern Australia. We introduced the Northern Australia Reinsurance Pool. Would you be able to provide on notice some analysis of the insurance referrals to you by geographic?
Certainly, Senator. We can do that. We can do that state-wise. We can do it by postcode. We could do it by whatever would be of interest.
Well, I'm
really.
looking for the Northern Australia line, which is roughly Gladstone North across the Northern Territory and the top half of WA.
We'd be very happy to take that on notice and provide that data over the 4-year period that we've got.
Thank you very much.
And perhaps state by state would be helpful more broadly as well.
We're very happy.
Thank you very much. Good to know. I was going to say that in a way you're sort of the canary in the coal mine about how things are, not to wish your demise as we might have the canary, but that you are an indicator of what's actually going on in the marketplace.
Certainly, Senator, and we really see our role as not just resolving disputes when they've arisen, but working with the financial services industry to improve practice, to train and support. Our aim is really to see less complaints come over time, not more complaints. If financial firms invest in internal dispute resolution processes and they respond fairly to consumers and small business owners in dispute, then we may see over time a reduction in matters having to be escalated to us. And as long as the outcomes that are being provided are fair and just, then we think that that's advantageous to everybody. For industry, it enables them to retain their customers and keep ongoing goodwill. And for consumers, the sooner the matter's resolved fairly and satisfactorily, the better, really. Because these things can be very stressful. If you're dealing with a flood and then you're dealing with the insurance dispute and then the longer these things go on, they take a heavy toll on people's lives. And it can very often feel like a David and Goliath battle as well. So our role is really to provide access to justice, to provide an equal, level playing field, to fairly investigate, to try and find resolutions, which we do the vast majority of the time, and where we can't, then to make a determination. In the 4 years we've been operating, we've already awarded or consumers over $900 million in compensation. So you can see that there's a lot of matters that probably wouldn't have progressed to court, where people wouldn't have had the wherewithal or the financial funds or the risk appetite to do so. But we've been able to secure a satisfactory resolution for them.
And just on those statistics too, it's important to note that over 50% of the matters that come to us are resolved at the very early stage, so quickly.
Just because somebody's watching, it can change things quite quickly, can't it?
Yeah,
it can. But our conversations with the firms are, you've had a chance to resolve this, you haven't. Why are you resolving it as soon as it comes to AFCA? That's really where we want to see progress made.
Cultural change. So I've just got a few questions that probably need some pretty quick answers.
Yep.
72,000 in last financial year. How many of those complaints were resolved?
70% were resolved
70%.
by agreement. Yeah.
Okay. How many complaints went all the way to formal determination?
It would be 7%, so it was just under 5,000 last year, 4,800 and something. I can provide the precise figure on that.
Thank you. And how does AFCA deal with complaints against firms that are insolvent?
Well, we still have to. If the firm is already insolvent, then we pause the case and don't progress the matter, because what we don't want to do is waste the consumer's time and also undertake a whole range of activity where there may be no successful outcome at the end of the day. So even if they go through the whole process, so we have paused matters where financial firms are insolvent. Now, if the CSLR passes Parliament, as we hope and expect, then we will obviously be progressing the matters that are paused that are within the jurisdiction of the CSLR.
How many cases have you paused in the course of your work since 2019? Or 2018, 1st of November?
So in terms of the pause complaints, we have got 4,667 cases paused against 51 different firms, with a total liability claimed of $670 million. But importantly to note, that is everything. So that doesn't that is everything, and obviously the compensation scheme of last resort is more limited than that. So that is the compensation scheme of last resort. We anticipate the cases that we will be reviewing within that will be a smaller pool.
It's about 1,900 matters.
Okay, thank you.
And the figure that Mr. Unterstein has given is just based upon what the consumer has said their losses are. So there's been no assessment of that. So that's a very broad, unreliable figure. We haven't considered the merits of those matters. Many may have no merit. We haven't considered what the liability actually is. So it's just it's a real sort of maximum ballpark.
So one final question, if I may, Chair. There's been an independent review of AFCA.
Yes, there has.
And my question is, how have you responded to that? And I know that there were a number of recommendations, and how are they progressing?
Certainly, Senator. So the independent review of AFCA was undertaken by Treasury, and that was released on the 24th of November last year. There were 14 recommendations in the independent review. One of those was to government, and 13 were through to the AFCA board. The AFCA board's accepted all the recommendations, and we have a programme of work underway addressing each of the recommendations. Many of these some have been completed already. Many will be completed in 2023, and there's a few matters where there's going to be rules changes or legislative change that might push that out to early 2024. But we've published on our website, we've published in our annual review the progress that we're making on each of those recommendations, and we are keeping the website constantly and stakeholders constantly up to date with that. I'm very happy to table AFCA's annual review for 21-22, which has got information on that, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Neill. Yes, we would appreciate that document being tabled. That concludes our questions for AFCA. Thank you very much for attending today, and you go with our thanks. And I advise that the committee will suspend for lunch and return at 2:30 with the Treasury Markets Group. You look like you're ready to go, Minister.
Yes, we are ready. Ready as we can be.
Indeed. We are now ready to recommence this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. We welcome back the Minister, and we welcome to the table representatives from the Treasury Portfolio Markets Group. And without any further ado,
There's no one else here, so I'll ask some questions.
Senator Bragg will ask some questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can I direct some questions to you about the superannuation disclosure arrangements?
Certainly.
Thank you. So basically, what was the advice the Treasury gave on the disclosure obligations the super funds should face?
So thanks, Deputy Chair. Robert Jeremenko, Acting Deputy Secretary of Markets Group. In terms of the content of Treasury's advice, in terms of the actual detail, as you know, Senator, it's something that we are happy to talk to you about the timing of and the thinking around the policies that the government has put forward. But in terms of some of the detail around the actual policies, I'm not sure, without conferring with the Minister, I'd be happy to go there.
Okay, so as you know, in the last Parliament there were regulations made which required all the individualised payments from super funds to unions and to other bodies to be separately made out. These regulations that were made in this Parliament remove some of those transparency measures and introduce an aggregation. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the policy benefit of that change from the department's point of view.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. So it's about making sure that there is meaningful and digestible information for members of super funds. So in terms of the transparency that those annual members meeting notices are meant to provide, there is a balance to be struck in the government's mind between having a degree of information that is not easily digestible and understandable by the recipients of that meeting notice, and balancing that with making sure that there is that sort of disclosure around whether there have been any donations, expenditures, what types of expenditures the super fund has made. Now, the ways in which that transparency can be achieved go beyond just the annual members meeting notice. So we are working with the government and looking at some further advice around how some extra transparency can be introduced into, even further than what the annual members meeting notices can achieve, in terms of making sure that super fund members see in greater detail and in a way that they can actually consume information around where their super funds are being spent.
Was this aggregation a policy of the government?
Yes.
It was announced before the election, was it?
Well, I should say it's a decision of the government. You know, I'm not sure if it was announced before the election, but it's certainly and clearly a decision of government since the election, as you would have seen in the regs.
I'm just trying to work out where the policy came from. So it was a policy that the Labor Party took to the election?
Well, we are doing, I mean, your election commitments aren't the only things you do in government.
I understand that.
Yeah, so that's my answer to
You
that.
don't know?
Hey?
You don't know whether you announced it before the election?
I'm happy to go back and check the record. We had a number of policies in this space, you know, so I just don't want to mislead the committee.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out where the policy came from. Was it recommended by industry, this aggregation?
I think there's certainly, my understanding, and I'll check with the Minister, my understanding there was feedback around from stakeholders, and if we can assist with the stakeholders from advice from consumer advocates about you know, the duplication and process of putting together this information in a way that wasn't as meaningful, perhaps, and as it could be.
Okay, so you think that there were consumers who wanted to see less transparency?
No, I think there was feedback that the former regulations were increasing an administrative burden whilst not necessarily being meaningful to, or presented in a meaningful way that assisted members. And I think there was feedback from some consumer advocates, but I will check that and come back to the committee if I've got that wrong.
Yeah, okay. So just back to the Treasury Department. So, as I said, these regulations were made in the last year of the last Parliament. So has the Treasury advice remained consistent that this sort of disclosure is good to be made in full, or has it changed?
So certainly Treasury advice remains that transparency around the expenditure of members' monies from superannuation is a very important part of the super and retirement income system. So how that is best achieved is, if I may, Senator, perhaps going to the nub of your question.
Yep.
And what the government has proposed is, or what it has done with these regulations, is to amend them slightly and look at other ways to better communicate information to members.
Okay, look, I understand what Senator estimates is all about. I'm just trying to understand where the policy was initiated from. The Minister...
I've told you it's a decision.
Yeah, I understand it's a decision,
Yeah.
but where did the idea to aggregate this data come from? Because I can't imagine the Treasury's recommended that.
I'm here representing the Minister. I would imagine it's like all things in portfolios where you have consultations, you take advice and you settle on a position. I think this would be exactly that's the way it would have happened.
Okay, well, so just to confirm, so you'll take on notice the origins of the policy, will you?
Happy to provide you with what I can, where I can assist, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you could include in that any representations made by industry as to how they think that the regulations could be improved, I think the committee would be grateful.
Yep.
On the review of the Your Future, Your Super performance test, can I ask you about that?
Yes.
So where is that up to? Is that is that going to end with the proposed amendments that are before the Parliament now, or is there more work?
Well, ultimately, it will be a matter for a government centre. I'm not trying to be evasive at all. The consultation on that paper on the Your Future, Your Super assessment, a closed performance assessment, only closed in the last 2 or 3 weeks, mid-October. And
Sorry. When did it close?
14 October.
And this is the Treasury process?
Yes, correct.
Okay, but there's legislation before the Parliament that's proposing to tinker with it in addition.
I might just check that I haven't misspoken. I'll ask Ms Kelly.
Lynn Kelly, First Assistant Secretary, Retirement Advice and Investment Division. So the review is still underway. As Mr Jeremenko said, we consulted from the 7th of September to the 14th of October.
Yeah.
Consultation's been pretty broad. We had 26 bilateral meetings, 5 roundtables. We've had a number of technical group meetings. We've had 69 submissions received as of 20 October, and we've consulted with 73 organisations. So we're currently in the process of just digesting all the information we received through the consultation process. So the review is ongoing. In terms of your question around legislation before Parliament, there was an election commitment of the government in relation to changing aspects of the performance test for faith-based superannuation funds.
Okay, so you're dealing with the faith-based issue now, and you're sitting and you're running a review into the overall performance test. Is that a fair characterisation? Okay. And so so you'll provide advice to government, will you?
We will provide advice to government on the review, but we have not done this as yet. The review's ongoing.
Okay. And will the review include looking at this faith-based idea?
The government has made a decision in relation to the faith-based, and the legislation is currently before Parliament.
Okay. So it's a review of performance except for faith-based super funds?
The government hasn't specifically carved out anything in relation to faith-based from the review. The government has been clear that it's looking at all unintended consequences under the Your Future, Your Super reform package, but the government has made a decision in relation to faith-based, and that is currently before Parliament.
Okay. So...
It was an election commitment.
I understand that.
So we're just delivering it.
I understand that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand how the department is going to handle it, because the department's been asked to review the performance testing system, and you've got an election commitment over here that you're seeking to deliver through the Parliament here, which you may be successful in, you may not be, I don't know, time will tell. And so therefore, is your advice going to include commentary on the faith-based exemption?
I don't, as someone who will be ultimately signing off on that advice, Senator, I don't see that it restricts us from going into that space if during the consultation we hear something that's worth the government hearing.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So it'll look at all aspects of the performance testing regime.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I just want to check on the other review that you've got in your area as well. You've got lots of reviews into the Your Future, Your Super package, I see. How many people are working on these reviews?
I'll ask Ms Kelly to...
So on this specific review, we have our Member Outcomes and Governance branch that are working on the review. It's not the only thing that these people are working on, but there is probably about five to six people working on it at the moment.
Does that include the Best Financial Interest Test review?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's a performance test review, there's a Best Financial Interest Test review, and there was a body of work done on the matter we discussed before.
Annual member meetings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So can you give me an update on the Best Financial Interest Test review, please?
So that is being undertaken as part of the Your Future, Your Super review. All aspects of the reform package are being reviewed together. So our consultations in relation to, that I mentioned before in our bilateral meetings, covered all aspects of that. So it covered the performance test, the best financial interest duty, it sought feedback on the Your Super tool, and it also sought feedback on stapling.
So what's it doing? I mean, you've got a new duty that's in the law, which is the Best Financial Interest Test, which is a pretty comprehensive test. What is the purpose of that examination?
The purpose is to review whether it's operating as intended and if there are any unintended consequences in practice.
Yeah, like what?
So through our consultation, there are some themes that people have raised. There's been a divergence of opinions, as you can imagine, but issues that have been raised are in relation to the reverse onus of proof, for instance, and whether that's appropriate. Stakeholders have had different views in relation to that. But as I said, we're currently digesting all the different stakeholder views and submissions. So it's all still in process.
Okay, so what is the timetable on that review?
We're endeavouring to finish the review this calendar year.
Okay, and so what will the product be? It'll be a briefing, will it?
It'll be advice to government.
Okay. I just want to ask you about these disclosures again. So obviously we're now into the first round of these new disclosures of the member meeting, and you've got there's a fund here, Australian Super, that's made its disclosure, and it's now been able to hide or aggregate $100 million in related party transactions, and over $1 million in payments to unions in the last financial year. So do you think that's an improvement?
So I think it's important to go back to the purpose of the annual member meeting notice. The purpose behind it is to let members know the logistics of an upcoming meeting, but also to provide them with sufficient information so that they can ask questions prepare their questions ahead of the meeting. So the primary process is still the actual meeting, where members have opportunity to ask their funds all the questions that they would like, and funds are required to respond. They're required to respond either in the meeting, or if they're unable to respond in the meeting, they have to respond in writing within 30 days of the meeting. They likewise have to make their minutes available. And so the annual member meeting still is the primary way for members to engage with their funds, ask all the questions that are important to them. And so it changes into the annual member meeting notice does not in any way impact members' ability to ask that information of their fund. And if they have information that they would like around the composition of related parties, as was the case before, the annual member meeting remains the primary way for them to have those questions answered.
Okay, so just to play back, last question on this, yeah. Just to play back what I think you've said, So are you saying you think that there is a strong case for transparency, but you're not sure that the member meeting disclosures is necessarily the right place for all that information? Is that what you're saying?
That's what the...
What's that?
Well, essentially, that's the argument that I just put, that, you know, burdensome, not necessarily meaningful, but the annual members meeting remains there as a way of members inquiring and seeking information.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that was the mechanism for the disclosure. So there's now less information known about related party transactions than there was before. So is that a good transitional step for us to be in? To be hiding information?
The question
No one's
around-
hiding information.
Well, it is. It's being hidden.
No,
it's being aggregated.
it's not.
No, it is.
It's not.
It is.
You're saying it's provided. It's just provided in a way that you disagree with. So
Well,
I think that's...
it's aggregated. You can't see who it's going to. So you can't
Well,
see
you
which
get
union it's
aggregated
being paid
information.
to.
You then go to the members' meeting, which is the process that's there to inquire into.
Fine. So you're happy to guarantee that the government would ensure that any member who asks for that information will get it?
Well, I don't think the government can require that.
Well, that's what the old regulations did.
We're not hosting the annual members' meetings.
Yeah, but you've changed the regulations to remove the transparency.
So there are requirements on funds around the answering of questions. Funds are required to provide reasonable opportunities for members to ask questions either ahead or during a meeting. There's also very limited opportunities for them to refuse to answer questions. They actually are required to answer, under current requirements, asked questions unless, for instance, it's something that's not relevant to the operation of the fund or would somehow jeopardise the interest of members. But otherwise, funds aren't able to refuse to answer a question, for instance, on the composition of related parties. They are required to answer.
Well, can you please provide that on notice?
Happy to.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just quickly follow up one question that Senator Bragg asked, and it was in regards to the faith-based super legislation. And I think, Mr Jeremico, you gave evidence to the effect, or one of your officers did, that if matters came up through the consultation process, then you would take those on board and consider them. Can I just confirm that would that include submissions and evidence given to the Senate inquiry? Would you regard them as matters that have been raised as part of the consultation process?
Certainly. I mean, yes, it wasn't part of that actual process, but absolutely. Just the other day, wasn't it, Senator, as you know, that hearing. So that's definitely on the public record, and that was another way of bringing together stakeholder views.
So those, you would consider those, I guess, in scope for consideration by Treasury in the formulation of
we certainly will not be turning a blind eye to anything the Senate uncovered in that committee.
Thanks. Minister, I wanted to just ask you a couple of follow-up questions from the Secretary's statement yesterday, where the Secretary acknowledged the exceptional circumstances that currently exist that are driving high prices in the energy market. And he stated that interventions that directly address the higher domestic thermal coal and gas prices are more likely to be optimal. Can I ask you, is the government considering such interventions?
Is this question to me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Would you like me to go
No,
again?
I was
No?
listening.
Yep.
I unfortunately took out the Treasury Secretary's opening statement at lunch and left it in my office, but I remember, I recall, and I know the point you're getting to. Is the government considering
an intervention that directly addresses high domestic thermal coal and gas prices?
Well, I think that's, yes, we're dealing with that through this working group that we've been talking about this morning and yesterday afternoon.
Yep, and so that's one of the interventions that you're considering. Is another intervention that you're considering capping retail electricity prices?
We are looking at all options.
Okay.
We are, and I think everyone's been on the record, everyone who's involved in this work has been on the record saying that we don't want to restrict options. We want to understand all of the options available to the Commonwealth. Obviously, there's options that need to be discussed with the states. This is unusual, and I think everyone would prefer it wasn't happening, but we want to understand it and understand the implications and consequences of some of these decisions as well.
So a cap on retail electricity prices is not off the table as part of this. You said you're examining all options.
Thank you. We're looking at all options that, and advice that's been provided across a range of agencies about how to deal with these significant price increases.
Yep. So we've, I'm not sure if you're aware, Minister, but the Greens have costed a 2-year suspension on the use of PRRT uplift tax credits and a super profits tax on thermal coal, with the revenue used to pay electricity retailers the difference in prices at the point that the Ukraine war started and the current price. Basically, it would act as a cap on electricity bills and freeze them at levels that they were at just before Russia invaded the Ukraine, but it wouldn't be a cap on market prices, therefore it wouldn't discourage investment in new clean energy generation to seize on the high prices forecasted by Treasury in the budget. Would that be one of the things that is on the table and up for consideration, considering you haven't ruled anything out?
Well, we're not examining the Greens policy. I would say that.
That's a terrible mistake.
I would say that, but we are taking advice on all options. Some will be ruled out, others will be further developed, and then we'll get to where the final decisions. But this is priority work that's underway now and has been for some time.
You've said that all options in that working are on the table in terms of that process. Does that include options to raise revenue to fund something like an intervention that directly addresses domestic thermal coal and gas prices, or a cap on retail electricity prices? So in other words, revenue options as well as expenditure options?
We're looking at all options. We're looking at all options, including regulatory options and options that have been articulated publicly around interventions the government could make.
Sure, but just to be
clear, it's underway now,
and
no decisions have been taken.
I
so
understand
it is very difficult, and I'm not trying to frustrate you, but it is.
I'm not asking
We're
you
in the
to preempt the
consideration
outcomes.
phase, yeah.
These are questions more about the scope of the process.
All options.
All options, but to be clear, does that include options around funding as well as options around policy? In other words, you might decide to land on a policy to cap retail electricity prices, or do something to directly address higher domestic thermal coal and gas prices, but that would require money. So what I'm asking you is it in scope in terms of where that money might come from, either through new revenue measures or through more debt, or through any of the other avenues that are available to government? Is that in scope or out of scope?
The government's taking advice on all options. Sorry, I can't be more helpful. Perhaps we can. And I'm really not trying to frustrate, but we are looking at every possible option that could assist. We want it to assist, though. It is complex. It's unusual that you would be looking at interventions. So understanding the consequences and the implications of intervening is critical as well. So that's why we're not ruling anything in or out at this stage. We'll refine those options down based on that advice and eventually get to the final decisions. But we are being cautious and careful, and we are listening to what experts and industry stakeholders are saying, because I think because it is unusual and it is a temporary situation that we're trying to deal with, we need to make sure that we're actually delivering the policy outcome we want and understanding what the consequences of intervening would be.
All right, thanks, Minister. So on another topic, and this is in regards to the government's position on implementing the recommendations from the Banking Royal Commission. So when you were in opposition, you prepared a 64-page document, Minister, trumpeting how a Labor government would put in place 75 of the 76 recommendations of the Hayne Royal Commission. Can you confirm that your government will in fact implement all of the outstanding recommendations of the Hayne Royal Commission that you committed to when you were in opposition?
Sorry, I'm just looking for my brief
As,
on that.
as the Minister provides her briefing, Senator, I can say that, so of the 76 recommendations from that Royal Commission, 54 of those were directed to government, as you will be well aware, 12 to regulators, 10 to industry. So the government's implementation, and this carries on from previous administration in some respects of those recommendations, but 45 of those government-directed recommendations have been completed, and then legislation from
under the former government.
I believe certainly most of those will have been, given just the time passage since the election. A further 6 have had legislation introduced, so that is in this Parliament, to address a further 6, I should say, legislation has been introduced. And I will pause there and wait for your next question.
Well, my question is to the Minister.
Yes.
Is Labor going to commit to implementing 75 of the 76 recommendations as you promised when you're opposition, or are you walking away from that promise?
I am, and I'll check the record, I am trying to get further advice for you, but my understanding is we are committed to the position that we took in opposition to implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission. If I've got that wrong, I will update the committee.
Okay, and will you commit to implementing them in this term?
Well, I know
Parliament?
Well, I know the Minister for the Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Financial Services, is focused on implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. So, this is not my portfolio area of responsibility, so there may...
It's a fairly high-profile issue, though, Minister.
Yes, but to be fair, committing to implementing each one of those recommendations within this term, that's what I'd take further advice on. I think certainly the intention is, and if there's anything more I can provide, I will.
Well, my understanding is that we did actually provide a heads up to you, Minister.
Sorry, it hasn't got to me, Senator McKim. I've been in estimates since 9 o'clock Monday morning.
Yeah, well,
we're all
busy people.
Yeah,
we're all busy people. But look, let's be clear about this.
Sort of empathy we expect, Senator McKim.
Well, to be fair, I haven't had a lot of time to catch up with messages.
I understand that, but look, let's be really clear about this. This was a once-in-a-generation scouring of the banks. Labor made a massive song and a dance when you were in opposition about implementing 75 of the 76, and by the way, you said you'd implement the last one in part, not in full. But yet you can't tell us today whether or not definitively you are going to stick to that policy. That's where we find ourselves.
I'm just trying to find out. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
No, I'm saying nobody.
Your promise in opposition is going to be held to in government.
No. What I'm saying is, nobody in my office is aware about you wanting to ask questions about this. That's all I'm saying. So you said you gave us a heads up, and I'm saying, well, it's the first I've heard of it. But anyway, if there is, look, I'm trying to get information for you. Genuinely want to use Senate estimates to provide information to senators. I'm trying to get further advice for you as we speak.
Okay,
Can I just
thank
ask,
you.
What's the date of that document?
It's a 2019 document.
Yeah. So it predates. It predates this election. Yeah.
No, but you've never walked away from it publicly. So it's fair
Thank you, Senator McKim, for holding up Labor's policy document and speaking,
we'll see if it still is,
to it
Just not sure
in
if it
this
still
meeting.
is.
Who is seeking the call?
I have some questions.
Senator Hume.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask some questions. First of all, about the Treasurer's Investment Round Table. Is the right people at the table for that? Yep. Can I first ask when it was conceived, the idea for the Treasurer's Investment Round Table?
So thank you, Senator. I'll pass to Ms Kelly on some of the detail, but in terms of the announcement of the Investor Roundtable, that was further to the government's election commitment around supercharging super, or superannuation, as it was called. And so in terms of the time frame, I mean, that was an announced election commitment that is now partly being addressed by the Investor Roundtable and the Housing Accord.
So it was conceived before the election?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And therefore it was essentially came from the Treasurer's office rather than from Treasury, because if it was announced before the election, if it was an election commitment, it obviously wasn't a recommendation of Treasury.
So election commitments, going back to some of the discussion in earlier sessions that Senator Smith was prompting around the incoming government brief, certainly all of the election commitments that the departments track of the government and opposition are briefed upon in that first sort of document, and then subsequent briefings happen beyond that.
But the idea of it wasn't yours, it was the government's.
It's an election commitment.
That's right, that's what I'm trying to get to. So what date was it officially formed?
Sorry, I just missed that.
What date was the roundtable officially formed?
Pass to Ms. Kenny.
So the government's election commitment was on the 15th of December 2021 in relation to the formation of the roundtable. So on the 7th of October, the Treasurer announced the roundtable. And so prior to that, we had, there was also the Jobs and Skills Summit, which identified further work with institutional investors, including superannuation funds, to leverage greater private capital into national priority areas, including housing and clean energy. We continue to provide advice in relation to that to government, and on the 7th of October, the Treasurer announced the roundtable to identify and unlock those investment opportunities.
Right. So what was the process then for determining the members of the council?
So, as is normally the process, we provided advice to government in relation to the membership, but ultimately the decision around the membership was of the Treasurer.
So you provided a list to the Treasurer, and then the Treasurer chose from that list who he wanted to pursue?
We provided a list to the Treasurer of the what different factors composition could take into account. And then ultimately the Treasurer decided who he would like, taking into account that advice.
Okay. Did anyone else, any of the other Treasury ministers, have input into that?
I can only talk to the advice that we provided to the Treasurer. I can't talk to conversations between other ministers within the portfolio.
And so if you're providing a list, does that mean that it's an open process and that anybody can apply to be on it? Or is it a closed process and it's just done on the basis of shortlists?
It was the government's decision who they would like to invite to attend the roundtable.
By the invitation of the Treasurer.
Right, right.
If I could add, Senator, on the announcement, and the details around the announcement include that there are 20 core participants, and then there'll be additional participants depending on the particular focus of each roundtable. So there's a bit of flex in there, even beyond what the Treasurer announced in terms of...
So has anybody approached you guys and said, I'd like to be on this?
Not me personally, but I would not be surprised if it was either... So Revenue Group, who you had on before, look after housing. So in terms of that housing overlay, I would be certain that we've been approached, but I can... Unless Ms Kelly knows, I can take that on.
No one's approached me personally in relation to wanting to be on the roundtable, but I suspect most of those would have been to the Treasurer's office.
Okay. So what was the criteria then to determine membership?
So we were looking, given the roundtables were around harnessing institutional investment. So in terms of the criteria we were looking at was around who would be able to support the harnessing of institutional investment, which is why you'll see there are, in the list announced by the Treasurer, you'll see that the composition includes a range of institutional investors, fund managers, banks, superannuation funds. So it's, you know, the range of institutional investors.
So, all right, what were the objectives of the council then?
So I refer to the Treasurer's press release in relation to the roundtable, where he identified the purpose is to identify and unlock investment opportunities in national priority areas.
Okay. And you've got a lot of people in that room that are competitors. So I'm assuming that there are some sort of codes of conduct or like rules about exchanging information during that council. Is there sort of guardrails around what can be discussed in that room and what can be taken away from it?
The first roundtable hasn't occurred as yet, and so the actual process in relation to the governance and kind of the rules of engagement in the roundtable are still being determined.
So, hang on, so have they met yet?
No, the first one hasn't occurred yet.
Right, okay. So what about the Treasurer then? Given that, you know, the government's planning to establish a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, will he be bound by obligations of that code of conduct or whatever the rules of engagement are that are within that investment roundtable?
Well, they're different things. The National Reconstruction
But are
Fund
they- well, okay.
was actually a fund that the Minister for Industry and myself will be involved in, but an investor roundtable is
I'm just wondering,
separate to the National It's a different
but
forum.
so do you have rules then around what it is that you can disclose to shareholder ministers for that National Reconstruction Fund?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at in terms of what I can disclose.
Well, there must surely be rules around...
Shareholder ministers don't make... I mean, obviously there's the Ministerial Code of Conduct that has rules around conflict of interest and declaring those appropriately. But also shareholder ministers don't run the funds either.
So will the
they're
participants in the... Okay, so will the participants in the investment roundtable potentially benefit from the National Reconstruction Fund?
Well, it's impossible to say, really, I think, in terms of the National Reconstruction Fund. It hasn't been established, and therefore there hasn't been any proposals that have gone for consideration by a fund that hasn't been established yet. But appropriate governance, good governance, can manage any conflict that would arise. And that absolutely is a focus of not just the NRF, but all the specialist investment vehicles and the GBEs and all the rest that I'm involved in as a shareholder minister.
So I suppose that's what I'm trying to get to. I might not be describing it very well, but I'm wondering if there are governance rules around the competition impacts in there. I mean, you've got essentially a series of regulated industries all sitting around a table to discuss investment priorities, and at the same time government's moving into this with a co-investment fund. What are those governance rules that you've got around that investment roundtable to ensure that there aren't conflicts or that conflicts are managed?
So, Senator, if I may, there is certainly no intention that this investor roundtable is held behind closed doors. So this is about bringing together all of those different participants to share ideas and try and unlock some of the perhaps more innovative financing structures that might make, in the case of superannuation, investment of members' funds meet the best financial interest duty in social affordable housing, for example. So all of the participants will, we hope, and the government hopes, share very openly their views, but not... I don't see that there's the need for a formal code of conduct or rules of engagement around in the respect of competition concerns that might arise.
What about non-disclosure agreements?
I'm not aware that is going to be required at all.
So it's done openly, so there's no confidentiality provisions or anything like that that's going to be...
So as Ms Kelly pointed out, the first roundtable hasn't occurred. Yes. It's planned for this month, in November, but unless I'm not informed that there has been a request, there's no suggestion there'll be any signing of such documents.
Okay. Are there any small businesses or small business organisations that are represented on the council?
That are on the investment
council. Yep, investment roundtable. That's what I should say. Yes.
there's a list that was provided, but this is, I think it's trying to deal again with a different section of, large.
So it's just large-scale investors
major
as
banks,
opposed to...
Major banks, global asset managers, large superannuation funds to look at unlocking, institutional investors to look at unlocking any barriers to investment opportunities. So I think it's probably a different
So it's not really
section.
something that sort of retail investors could be involved in other than indirectly via those
Let's
large
investor
organisations.
roundtables.
Investor Roundtable, as per my earlier comment, Senator, that's the 20 core participants that have been announced, and then there's potential for additional participants. But the government will be conscious not to have such a number of participants that in whatever time is available, a couple of hours or so, it's not a workable discussion.
And we really appreciate the preparedness of people to come and work with the government as well,
I'm going to switch things up a bit. I'm sorry. Only a couple of minutes worth of questions on around the consumer data right.
So Ms O'Rourke is your person for the consumer data, right?
I remember Ms O'Rourke and her skills in this area, and I suppose my concern, I nearly used your first name, so I won't do that. My concern, Ms O'Rourke, is that this was such a big deal in the Morrison government. It had all the potential in the world, but it seems to have just gone quiet for a while. And I'm just wondering whether you can sort of give us a little update on the progress of the rollout and the implementation of the CDR.
I'd be pleased to. Kate O'Rourke, First Assistant Secretary from the Consumer Data and Digital Division. I'm pleased to say that things have not gone quiet with the rollout of the consumer data right. There's been a lot of activity through the course of the last few months, and I'd be pleased to give you some information on it. So since the new term of government, there's been consultations on a number of areas. The first is in relation to new CDR rules for the expansion of the program to the telecommunications sector. We've also coupled that with consultation on what we're describing as operational enhancements and maintenance of the consumer data right rules. In there in particular is some provisions that address some of the frictions for small business participation in the consumer data right, so that part of the program has been progressed. In relation to the proposal to extend the consumer data right to the open finance sector, we've been working on a non-bank lending sectoral assessment, and so there's been active consultation on that, and a draft designation instrument has been consulted on. The final piece of consultation that's been occurring by the Treasury and the Minister is in relation to legislation to introduce action initiation. So a draft bill has been out there. In addition to the consultation that I've just described, there's been ongoing consultation by the data standards body in relation to both standards associated with some of those reforms, but also maintenance of the standards that apply, updates by the OAIC in relation to the privacy safeguards and the information in relation to those, their guidance in relation to those. And the ACCC has just recently published a consultation paper to address issues around data quality as well, because that's an important part of the maintenance of the framework. That those data
when you say
quality
data
issues,
quality, this is the data that's coming out of the banks now.
That's right.
Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
so there's been, we've had an operational working group to think about how best to ensure that any concerns that are raised by accredited data recipients about quality issues are appropriately addressed. So there is an incident management system that the ACCC administers, and that is the primary mechanism through which particular issues, if there's a question or a concern, can be raised, and they can be directed to the relevant data holder for resolution. But the ACCC has that sort of triaging capacity to help us make sure that those issues are resolved. But with the ACCC's recently also done a consultation paper to make sure that if there's any issues that aren't being resolved through that they're aware of them so we can get on to their resolution.
So that's quite a reactive. Is there any movement towards a sort of proactive quality assurance of the data? Is there like audit processes or anything like that going?
So we have, the ACCC has a range of activities that it undertakes as the primary regulator in relation to the consumer data right. So by no means is their DURA incident management framework their only means by which they're ensuring issues are identified and resolved. So there's a lot of engagement through the accreditation process, the onboarding process. If there's issues that are raised there's numerous consultation fora and bilateral and other meetings that the ACCC attends to make sure, to the extent any issues are are arising, that there's a means by which they're being reconciled. So they've got, obviously, as well as those kind of proactive pieces, there's compliance, there's enforcement. So there's a whole range of activities. I mean, I think the ACCC will have an opportunity to provide any additional information on their activities.
And how many people are now working in your division?
So the Consumer Data and Digital Division has 3 branches. 2 of them are devoted to CDR only, so they're approximately 20 people each, or 22. In our 3rd branch, we have some people working on CDR program management, the PMO, and then we've also got some people working on the modernising business registers and the e-invoicing reform.
Right, okay. So how many did you say specifically working on CDR?
Around 50.
50, okay.
That's in relation, sorry, I beg your pardon, that's in Treasury. In Treasury as well, we've got the Data Standards Body, which is a separate group of people.
That's fine. So what are the next milestones that we should expect in the rollout?
In relation to those consultation processes that I described, they will then lead to government decisions. They will be in relation to that question about finalising rules in relation to telecommunications and what I described as those operational enhancements. So that consultation process will conclude. And then there's been the submissions that have been received in relation to the Action Initiation Bill. Finalising the consideration of those submissions and with a view to introducing that bill is another major piece of work. Then the decision
when are we expecting that one?
Imminently. I think there's every effort to prepare advice for that as quickly as we can. So the process has only recently concluded, but I don't have a particular date for you, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Has either the Treasurer or probably more like the Assistant Treasurer done any sort of significant headline speeches or industry events around the CDR? I haven't seen any, that's why.
So I think there has been a number of, so I think probably the most recent is the speech that was prepared for the Intersect conference, so that was quite recent. And so it was the Assistant Treasurer who provided a speech in relation to that. I'd like to take on notice if there's been other events or speeches, because I wouldn't want to mislead you as to their number or when they were.
Okay.
Senator Hume, I might move to another block and come back to you.
Just give me one last question. Can I also just get a sense of if there's been any feedback from any of the sectors, whether it's going well, it's going to plan, and it's
Since we've had during the last few months the statutory review process, so that was Elizabeth Kelly was engaged to be the reviewer of the statutory review of the consumer data right. So that gave an opportunity to give everyone in the CDR kind of community ecosystem an opportunity to give feedback. We've published that review, and so there's its synthesis there, but in addition all of the submissions that were provided are available, so if there's particular ones that we can help you or your office find, please do.
I just wanted to make sure it's all running on time and to the original timeline. That's good. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. So we are still with Treasury Markets Group. Is anyone seeking a block of time? There's a few people still to go with markets, so we might go to you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to ask about the compensation scheme of last resort. Got the right people there, thank you. Thank you. With the compensation scheme of last resort legislation in front of the Senate, I'd like to ask Treasury a question about the implication for the government and other stakeholders of a large-scale unfolding unpaid compensation matter. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission has recently issued a couple of media releases where they've encouraged the financial advice clients of a company called Dixon Advisory, that is currently in voluntary administration to submit claims for compensation to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. Its media releases have highlighted the proposed establishment of a compensation scheme of last resort. Seemingly, this has caused a substantial number of complaints to be made. It appears that the primary driver of these complaints is the fact that these clients were advised to invest in and retain investments in a financial product provided by a related entity that has suffered a significant decline in value. These complaints are being held by the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, will be assessed once a compensation scheme of last resort has been finalised. Can you please tell me who will pay for these claims under the compensation scheme of last resort?
Thanks, Senator. I will throw to Ms Zahid, but I just want to make a bit of a link initially to Senator McKim's questions earlier on Royal Commission implementation recommendations that the government has implemented. As you rightly point out, Senator, the legislation was introduced into the House for this matter. It has passed the House and has received favourable report from the Senate, from this committee. Economics Legislation Committee, but the CSLR, if I can use that acronym, is one of those key remaining recommendations from the Royal Commission that the government is, showing good faith in continuing to implement. So I just want to give that as a bit of a linking point, and I'll pass to Ms Zahid on the substance.
Thanks. Mahita Zahid, Acting First Assistant Secretary for the Financial System Division. So, Senator, as you've noted, there is a large number of complaints that's currently sitting with AFCA that relates to the Dixon advisory matter. AFCA's put those complaints on hold. The legislation that's before Parliament in relation to CSLR has a few different tranches of who ends up then paying for this compensation. Now, the first step in that process is obviously going to be for AFCA to assess each individual complaint, make a determination in favour of the complainant, and then have assurance or have a level of expectation that compensation won't be available through Dixon. Now, that because the firm is in voluntary administration, that's quite possibly likely to be the case. Now, if the complaints were lodged with AFCA prior to the date of introduction, then those complaints are compensated through a levy that's proposed to be imposed on top 10 financial firms. If those complaints were lodged with AFCA after the introduction of that legislation, then who pays for the compensation if those determinations are made will depend a little bit on the timing for when those decisions are made by AFCA. So if the decision's made within the first financial year of the operation, then that compensation is going to be paid for through Commonwealth funding. If it's at a later period, then it goes into AFCA's levy model, and there's kind of different processes to make an assessment of who pays in that, depending on how many other complaints are in place. So it depends a little bit on when the complaint was lodged, when AFCA makes a determination, and when that flows through the CSLR system.
Okay, thank you. Chair?
I'm
done.
Thank you very much, Senator McDonald. I'm going back. I think I'll just continue with the opposition. So we'll go to Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just wanted to tidy up a couple of the questions from before. Mr. Jaramogi, can you step me through the creation of the technical working group on the super reforms?
I will ask Ms Kelly to do that because she's been intimately involved in before my time.
Explain to me what the timeline was for the establishment of the group.
So, first thing I note is Treasury regularly uses technical working groups just to better inform our policy solutions. It's a way of, when we consult, a lot of people are very forthcoming with the problems but getting the solution. So it is normal practice for us to use technical working groups.
It's cheap labour, yeah?
Sorry?
It's cheap labour, yeah?
Well, it's about harnessing good ideas to come to good policy outcomes. In terms of the actual working group for the Your Future, Your Super review, when we looked to the formation of that group, it was around harnessing diverse opinions, different parts of the sector. So there's academia, there's think tanks, there's different parts of the industry, So we were mindful of composition around getting diverse opinions. In terms of the...
So did you select the people?
So we made recommendations to the Assistant Treasurer in relation to the criteria for the composition, and also did suggest some names, but ultimately it was the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services who determined the membership.
Okay, so the working group of 12 people, does that reflect your advice or is that a mix?
It takes on board our advice, but ultimately reflects the decision of the Assistant Treasurer.
Okay, do you know what criteria the Assistant Treasurer used to select his own representatives?
I would imagine he took on board our advice and then made decisions based on his own views.
Okay, and you don't know what those views are?
We have not had a direct conversation about his views. For us, it was about having subject matter expertise. It was representation across the industry. It was about people with an interest in constructive engagement, and again, that diversity of background and experience.
Okay, have you got minutes of these meetings?
Luke Spear, Assistant Secretary, Members Outcomes and Governance Branch. We don't have minutes in terms of an agreed set of words that was agreed by all the members of the meeting. As you'd expect, though, we did take detailed notes of the issues that were discussed at the meetings.
Okay, well, can you provide that?
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. I just want to come back to, there was an address by the Assistant Treasurer, I think it was yesterday, the AFR Super and Wealth Summit. Do you know about that?
Yes.
Did you provide any input for that?
As is normally the case, when a minister is making a public statement, they may ask us to fact check the speech, and in this instance we did fact check his speech.
Okay, is the speech going to be on the Treasury website or not?
It would not normally appear on the Treasury website, but it may appear, he may release the actual speech.
Hang on, so...
Speeches, if I can clarify, speeches usually do, ministers' speeches will appear. I think what you're asking, Senator, is whether on the normal part of the Treasury website where ministers' speeches appear, it will appear. It will be there already. Not that I've looked, but it usually goes up a lot quicker than
do you know why it's not on there now?
No, I don't, but I can take that up with our corporate group.
Wasn't hardly a secret address.
Well, just important that we have transparency on these matters. Okay, so...
Everyone who was there saw it.
What's that?
Everyone who was there saw it.
Well, that's what, I mean, I would imagine it would be available on the Treasury website.
6 million Australians might be there.
Okay, so so how long do you think it will take to get it on the website?
I'll take that on notice.
I imagine people are responding now.
Oh, it's good.
We have a team of people in Treasury keenly listening to every
Well, we wish
second.
you well in your website development endeavours. So in that address, the Minister referred to some of his views on the balances in the funds. So is that referring to work done by Treasury?
The information that was contained in the speech was referencing information contained in the Retirement Income Review around large balances. It also talked about information the ATO had released under FOIs on the size of SMSFs, the top 100, and it commented on a number of things in the public domain, like ASFA have made comments in relation to large balances, even the SMSF Association has made comments. So he referenced a lot of commentary already in the public domain in relation to that.
Factual information, and linked it, I think importantly, a key focus was around the objective of super, you know, linking those two things. So settling what is an objective of super and then, you know, using current factual information to facilitate that discussion, which is having account balances over $100 million in line with the purpose of super.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But
yeah, I thought you might.
Yeah, it's more getting to the point of where we were earlier today on the stage 3, which is, was there a piece of work done on super taxation to inform this particular address?
To inform this, no, this speech was not based on any.
Okay, so there's been no...
The normal
no
fact-checking would have occurred,
fact-checking,
departmental
right.
fact-checking.
But we do want to settle an objective of super.
But that's not a
It's
tax
been around
policy.
for years and years, and I
Yeah.
think, well, you know, understanding what your objective is and what super exists for, you know, they are linked.
Okay. So just so I understand, so the record is accurate, so your answer is that there's been no body of work done on super taxation to inform this speech or any other process of government so far?
So, Senator, as the Secretary in his written statement yesterday, his opening statement, referred to the budget pressures and he made quite clear the likely combination of spending restraint and increases in taxes that are going to be required to reduce deficits and lower debt over time. So in that context, what I want my group to do and what the Secretary wants the department to be doing every day is looking at ways that we can usefully advise the government along those lines. So given that, as Ms Kelly said, the contents of Minister Jones' speech were based around a number of facts in terms of superannuation balances that are out in the public domain, it's absolutely the case that we've provided advice to governments, plural, on super tax concessions, the pressure they are placing on the budget and their trajectory over time.
So you have made recommendations? You have made recommendations to governments about tax policy?
They've already, evidence today has already answered that. They've factually checked information that would be used in a speech given by the Assistant Treasurer, also probably informed by the retirement income review that was underway for 2 years that looked at everything including tax under the former government. So this is government doing government's work day in, day out.
No, I understand that. I guess the point of this line of questioning, because as of course you know, the retirement income review didn't make any recommendations, was to work out whether or not there's been any particular recommendations made about tax policy in this area, or has there been any work commissioned to look at a particular tax option?
So, as I was saying, Senator, in terms of the work that certainly the Retirement Income Division and various areas of Marcus Group and broadly the Treasury does on a day-to-day basis, we are consistently hearing from stakeholders about ways they want to improve and reform the broader tax system, and in our case, the superannuation and tax interplay. As the Minister rightly says, the Retirement Income Review, commissioned in 2019, reporting in 2020, has some 600 pages of analysis and draws a number of conclusions, you're right, not recommendations, that are still very valid in today's context. And in addition to that, the intergenerational report of last year that the government will be updating and refreshing next year makes the point that by 2040 the cost of superannuation tax concessions will exceed the cost of the age pension. And that's a very stark reminder to policymakers across the department and across the government that it's an area that we need to be alive to and constantly be working on.
And there are, stakeholders in the sector who are pretty vocal about what they think should happen as well. So there is a live, discussion.
So what feedback has there been from the industry?
In general?
On the kite flying, yeah.
On the
flying, on the super tax ideas and whatnot?
Well, I don't know that it's kite flying. I don't know if speech can be expressed that way. Like yesterday's speech was progressing the objective of super, which you guys had a fair crack at too, but didn't progress. So that there's a shared understanding of the purpose of super, which is a good place to start, and the Minister's right to try and settle that question, because I think that does inform, discussions down the track about, super having balances in the order of $100 to $400 million. If super is about a dignified retirement, and you understand all that. I haven't been involved in the discussions, but my understanding in a general sense is the discussion, and some of that I think was in the AFR, if I'm right, that I read this morning or maybe yesterday, was that industry stakeholders probably don't have a unanimous view, but think it is worthy of further debate.
Okay, so on the question of the objective, how does that sit alongside this proposal we have before Parliament that would suggest that if you're in a faith-based super fund, you can have a lower retirement income? Where does that sit? So what's more important?
I think the faith-based one...
The objective of super being about retirement income, or being in a faith-based fund and putting that before money?
Again, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but I think the one about the faith-based measure is so that they're not penalised for decisions they make, based on, the faith, their faith, or the faith, I guess the constraints of their faith, and their members are joining because of that. So I think that's, a reasonable... Members are going into that fund for a particular reason. So I'm not sure it's at odds with that. I'm not sure, maybe I'm not drawing the two things together as you'd like me to, but that's a separate response to a separate problem.
If I could add, Minister and Senator, the lack of a legislated objective, which has, sort of plagued the superannuation space for a number of years, has not prevented governments legislating in the super space. So, yes, an objective is something that pretty much unanimously across the superannuation industry they agree should be set, but we certainly don't see it as a prerequisite to any legislative moves in the superannuation space.
Thank you very much, Senator Bragg. I'll just do a time check because I'm aware that our next witnesses from ASIC are here and ready to go. I think Senator McKim had just a few questions from markets, and then we'll conclude with markets.
I have one more, Jess, sorry.
Okay. I'll just go to Senator McKim.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Jess. So, Minister, you've had some time to take some advice, just whether you can update us on the government's position on implementing the recommendations of the Banking Royal Commission.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
In a general sense. And I haven't found anyone who got a heads up yet, because I'm also onto that case.
I'll come and speak to you about that after. I'm not intending to
I don't
name and shame anyone. I'll come and speak to you about that afterwards.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, I think the evidence I provided earlier is the advice I have is that the evidence I've given earlier was right or correct, and further that some of the recommendations are being progressed through the Quality Advice Review, where there are further consultations. I think we went to the Quality Advice Review briefly, did? Oh, no, we haven't yet.
I don't think I mentioned that.
Quality Advice Review will finalise the report mid-December, and government will consider it once it's finalised.
All right. And just so that the committee can be abundantly clear, Minister, the advice you gave earlier was that
committed to taking action on 75 of the 76 recommendations.
Yep. And will you commit to introducing legislation and giving best efforts to deliver them in this Parliament?
I haven't got further advice on that, but again, I think my evidence I dealt with it earlier is that, yes, we will. This is a priority for the government. Not all requires legislation, but yes, there will be significant effort this term.
All right. And the 76th, if I can put it that way, which is actually recommendation 1.3 of the Royal Commission, do you still hold to the position that you took on that recommendation in this 2019 document, which is that
recommendation? Can you
so
just
that was
remind
yes,
me?
that was around remuneration for mortgage brokers, and you did not commit to that recommendation in full, and I actually understand why Labor took that term. I'm not being critical of that position, just to be clear, but you did support prohibiting trailing commissions, and I just want to be clear that that still remains your policy.
Yeah.
So, Senator Mizahid has the details on that one.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Jeremico.
So recommendation 1.3 was actually legislated. So under the former government, so legislation passed Parliament 6th of February 2020, came into effect 1 January 2021. And what the legislation did was to the Value Up Fund Commission to be linked to the amount drawn down, banning certain types of commissions for mortgage brokers, volume-based commissions and payment and capping soft dollar benefits. So that recommendation has actually been implemented and is in effect.
Just to be clear, did that legislation ban trailing commissions?
No.
No, okay. So I'm asking, therefore, Minister, whether the policy that was in this document, the Labor document in 2019...
I'll get an update for you, Senator McKim.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Bragg.
Just one last question. With the consultation that was released earlier this year on the crypto asset secondary service providers licensing and custody stuff.
We lost half of that through to your head being.
Oh yeah, I was reading a piece of paper.
Yeah. But then you had to.
I've got to try and keep something.
An audio tunnel.
I was just wondering where we were up to with the crypto asset secondary service providers licensing and custody arrangements.
Certainly, thanks. I'll pass to Ms. Liu in a sec. If I may, Senator, the government has announced that the Treasury will undertake a token mapping, I should say, exercise as a first step.
Yeah.
So the government is certainly keen to start the process of creating a regulatory framework in this area, but the first step is going to be the token mapping.
So what about the licensing of the crypto markets?
So that's my cue to call on Ms. Liu.
Neil Liu, Assistant Secretary, Financial System Division. As Mr Jeremico mentioned, the government in August of this year committed to comprehensive reforms in crypto, but announced that we would undertake the token mapping consultation paper first. We are concurrently working on licensing and custody. As you can appreciate, it's reasonably complex. So we are doing that concurrently, but at the moment prioritising sort of the token mapping work. We hope to be able to release something early next year on licensing and custody.
Okay, so the government hasn't asked you to stop work on licensing and custody? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I think it's outlined in the media release in August of this year.
Yeah, okay. Because obviously, if one of these crypto market things falls over, I mean, it'll be pretty ugly. So what are you going to do in the interim?
In the interim,
well, it's completely unregulated. So,
well, to the extent that an entity providing a crypto asset that's classified as a financial product, it would fall under the ASIC oversights and would have the normal consumer.
Well, most of them are not, as you know.
And there are also general provisions under the ACCC as well, consumer protection.
Okay, so what's your interim? So you're saying you're not going to get to this till next year?
Sorry, in terms of we are working on token mapping.
Yeah, but hang on. But if you're a consumer and you're using one of these crypto markets, right, and you bought crypto on one of these markets, you're saying your solution is come back next year and we'll regulate you next year.
To the extent that there are probably some crypto assets that could be considered a financial product. If they are, they would fall under the normal protections that exist today.
But not many are, as you know. Yeah. Okay, so basically, what are the interim arrangements that would protect consumers?
They fall under.
I mean, that would be in place for 10 years under your government. Where are we going
I wasn't
with
part
this?
of that, but yeah, sure. You keep on saying that, but yeah. Go on.
Well, to the extent that they are considered a financial product, they would fall under the Australian Financial Services Law and would have the normal consumer protections under that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator Bragg, and I believe that that's all the questions that we have for Treasury Markets Group. So thank you very much for appearing today. I also thank Revenue, Small Business and Housing Group within the Treasury portfolio for appearing today as well, and you all go with our thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're of course ready for our next witness.
Well, I guess hopefully none of these big things, hopefully none of those crypto markets fall over. Because we've got no plan to protect next year. I mean, none of them are financial products. No, I guess
Do I need to call them?
He always looks respectable.
Oh, they should come.
I hope the boss will introduce you to my teammate there.
If you like.
We'll just... Just take a 30-second suspension while ASIC makes its way to the table.
What's that?
Recommence, and we welcome representatives from the Australian Securities and Investment Commission. Welcome Mr. Longo and officials. And Mr. Longo, do you have an opening statement that you wish to give?
I do.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for your welcome. I'm pleased to appear before the committee once more and welcome Senator Walsh as the new committee chair. I'm joined today by Deputy Chairs Sarah Court and Karen Chester, Commissioners Sean Hughes and Danielle Press, Chief Operating Officer Warren Day, Executive Director of Strategy Greg Kirk, and our General Counsel Chris Savundra. We value the opportunity to appear before the committee. It's timely to be speaking to you today with ASIC and our enforcement work once again in the public eye. This sort of attention shows just how important the work of ASIC is to the public, the financial and corporate ecosystem, and the Australian economy as a whole. I'm going to take a little bit of time today to talk about what we do, as I know there are many new members on this committee. Our remit is broad and significant. We give careful consideration to how we can deliver on this remit within our resources. Last week at our first ASIC forum in 3 years, due to the COVID disruption, I spoke about the clarity of purpose underpinning our strategic and enforcement priorities. We developed these priorities to ensure ASIC's finite resources are directed to achieving strong outcomes that address the greatest consumer and investor harms, and we will continue to deliver on those priorities. For the benefit of the new members on the committee, I'll take a minute to explain ASIC's regulatory remit, functions and oversight. ASIC has the broadest remit of similar regulators around the world. We regulate corporations, markets, financial services and consumer credit, and this seems to be expanding as markets and services evolve. In essence, ASIC has the function of monitoring and promoting market integrity and consumer protection in the Australian financial system. ASIC's function complements those of other regulators, such as the prudential work of APRA and the competition and consumer work of the ACCC. And of course, you would be aware that in ASIC's criminal investigations, where we believe we have sufficient evidence, we refer the matter to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions for them to decide whether to commence a criminal prosecution. Most importantly, through our enforcement work, we hold to account those who contravene the law, and we do this using a broad toolkit. At last week's ASIC Forum, we outlined our enforcement priorities for 2023. As always, ASIC is deeply committed to enforcement. To reiterate Deputy Commissioner Sarah Court's comments at the forum, there has been no lessening of enforcement in the last 12 months. In the last financial year alone, ASIC completed more than 1,000 surveillances and commenced more than 100 investigations. We completed 61 civil litigation actions, secured over $229 million in civil penalties, and commenced another 75 civil litigation actions. ASIC secured criminal convictions against 33 individuals and commenced another 50 criminal actions. ASIC also takes protective action, including disqualifying and banning people from directing companies and helping to protect small businesses. We took corrective action to address more than 60 instances of potentially misleading or deceptive conduct in wealth management. We continue to actively target cases of high deterrent value and those involving egregious harm or misconduct. One of the challenges for a regulator is to strike the right balance. We need to take decisive action, where appropriate, against those who have perpetrated harms on consumers and investors. We also need to focus on deterrence, education and prevention to reduce consumer and investor harms arising in the first place. We don't take this responsibility lightly. We have new powers following the Royal Commission, which allow us to take stronger action against misleading conduct and reduce the risk of harm to consumers. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to speak about our DDO work later and the 11 stop orders we have issued under that new power. We have 10 targeted surveillance projects on foot, focused on sectors where we are seeing consumer harm from poor design and distribution practices. ASIC has played an important role in overseeing remediation activity across the financial system. Over the past 6 years to September 2022, ASIC has overseen at least $5.9 billion in remediation for an estimated 7.3 million Australian consumers for failures identified. Around a further $1.5 billion is yet to be paid to an estimated 2.8 million consumers in remediations ASIC is currently monitoring. Our guidance, issued in September of this year, is the culmination of this work. It puts the onus on industry to get on with fair and timely remediations, returning money owed to wronged consumers. I'd like to take the opportunity to speak about consumer concerns, complaints and disputes. Some investors and consumers have faced terrible outcomes and harms arising from misconduct that is within our regulatory remit. I'm acutely aware that people's financial security can often be on the line. ASIC has secured significant penalties and taken decisive regulatory action, and this is important. We recognise that we cannot be everywhere, and so we do think very carefully about our choices, because we have to be careful about how we use our resources. We cannot investigate every matter that comes to our attention. We have a range of considerations we take into account before we pursue a matter. To complement ASIC's strong regulatory focus, there is a framework set up by Parliament to ensure consumers have access to a broad and efficient redress system. The vast majority of consumer concerns, complaints and disputes in the financial sector are resolved through the internal dispute resolution mechanisms that financial firms are required to have in place. Those matters which are not resolved through IDR can be raised with the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. you would have some sense of the scale of complaints from AFCA's appearance this afternoon. In the 22 financial year alone, for example, AFCA received and resolved more than 70,000 complaints and achieved more than $207 million in compensation to consumers. ASIC plays an important part in the system by overseeing an effective licensing regime, releasing guidance for industry participants, and assessing all the information and intelligence we gather about potential misconduct. Reports of misconduct, ROMs, are an important source of information for our enforcement work. We also use ROMs together with the much larger IDR and APRA datasets, AFCA datasets, to identify patterns and trends and broader systemic problems that may require ASIC intervention. We are also administering a new reportable situations regime, which commenced on 1 October 2021. This also came out of the Royal Commission. This will further complement the intelligence that we are able to consider in delivering on our regulatory and enforcement priorities. ASIC's first report under that regime, published late last month, shows that some improvements are needed and that more work needs to be done to appropriately identify and report the root cause of breaches. Our responsibilities are set to expand further with the soon-to-be introduced financial accountability regime and our expanding involvement in crypto regulation. I have much more I could say on our strategic priorities, including our work on crypto assets and greenwashing and some groundbreaking regulatory activity we are undertaking there. I'd also like to note that in addition to Senate estimates, ASIC is subject to multiple layers of oversight. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services is oversight of ASIC and the corporations legislation. In addition to regular hearings, this committee frequently conducts inquiries on specific topics, including enforcement. Our annual reports and activity are subject to review by the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics. We respond to inquiries into ASIC's conduct in specific matters by the House of Representatives Standing Committee and the Senate Economics References Committee. ASIC has some powers to issue legislative instruments where needed, and these are subject to parliamentary oversight by the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation. And there is, of course, ministerial oversight. ASIC, in accordance with cost recovery regulations, is industry funded. We publish a cost recovery implementation statement annually, which explains how we recover the costs of our regulatory activities from each industry subsector under the funding model. The CRIS, as it's known, ensures we are transparent about our estimated costs and levies and helps industry participants plan and budget for this. The industry funding model is itself currently the subject of a government review announced earlier this year, led by Treasury. ASIC is supporting and cooperating with that review. Finally, following the Royal Commission, the government established the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority. This body is tasked with reviewing ASIC every 2 years. This year, the FRA undertook its first assessment of ASIC's work and operations, and its report was tabled by the government on 25 August. The FRA, as it's known, acknowledged ASIC's contribution to Australia's financial system and found us an effective and capable regulator in the space, noting that we had the largest remit of any comparable regulator globally. The FRA made 4 recommendations around enhancing our use of data and technology, strengthening our engagement with stakeholders, enhancing our ability to measure effectiveness and capability, and continuing to broaden our mix of skill sets. These are areas we had been working on and I'm working on right now. In addition to the external oversight, ASIC is also transparent about what we are doing and what we are planning to do. Where we can do so without prejudicing our investigations, we also publicly comment on our work, and we are not afraid to call out wrongdoers. We have developed strategic and enforcement priorities and launched our corporate plan in August. And of course, our annual reports are public documents, so we can be held accountable in those ways too. This robust oversight helps us to ensure that we are constantly reflecting and reviewing our processes to remain a fit-for-purpose, active regulator. I do thank the committee for your patience in listening to my opening statement. I and the Commission felt it was very important to open in that way. So I thank you, and we're obviously open to taking questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Longo. And just before I see who's seeking the call, I'll just remind senators that we'll proceed in 15-minute blocks as we have been doing during these hearings. And who is seeking the call? Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for our witnesses for appearing today. I must admit a bit of... we don't have Ms Armour with us, which is a change, so I do hope she's doing well. And I note your fulsome acknowledgement in the annual report, which I thought was quite kind of you, Chair. I've gone through the corporate plan for ASIC, and I think there was one area in particular, and Senator O'Neill might have a view on this as well, given some of the evidence we heard yesterday from AUSTRAC in relation to compliance with Australia's AML laws. And we've seen over the last number of years, we've had the significant civil penalty which was issued to Tabcorp of $45 million. We then had the civil penalty of $0.7 billion issued to CBA, $1.3 billion to Westpac. AUSTRAC has now, its investigation into Crown Casino has led to the filing of a statement of claim now of 863 pages in the federal court with respect to Crown's compliance or non-compliance with AML laws. In the opening statement yesterday, the CEO of AUSTRAC provided advice that AUSTRAC also has enforcement investigations underway into the Star and Sky City casinos. Last week, external auditors were appointed to Sportsbet and Bet365. And I look at this, Chair, and I wonder, shareholders around this country have suffered the consequences of those huge civil penalties, and still we see these compliance issues in this very, very important area of the law. Where does it sit in terms of ASIC's responsibilities, in particular to ensure that individual directors and officers of companies operating in this space are complying with the law?
Well, our strategic priorities reflect our best judgment of where we should be putting our resources. Now, when it comes to money laundering, we have a specialised agency that is addressed to that issue, and so we need to take that into account in how we prioritise our own activities. Now, we work very closely with AUSTRAC. We share information. There's been obviously a range of developments, particularly in the gaming area, in the last 12 months, where we've been talking with AUSTRAC about what action we might be able to take arising out of those incidents. But your question was really addressed to our priorities. And as I said in my opening statement, we have a very wide remit. We have to make choices about where we put our priorities. I'm not saying, the Commission's not saying that in an appropriate case we wouldn't take action against an entity or its directors arising out of this kind of misconduct. And indeed, as we all know, there's an inquiry into Star has just been completed, and we have inquiries ongoing in connection with the Star situation. So we're not indifferent to this area, but in terms of priorities, it's not a major priority for us.
Because do you recognise, Mr Longo, that as the CEO of AUSTRAC, Ms Rose, said yesterday, AUSTRAC does not have any ability to do anything else except to issue civil penalties against the company. So there's a bit of a lacuna in terms of what they can do, a bit of a hole in terms of holding individuals who have statutory duties accountable? Do you recognise that it really is up to ASIC to hold, this is certainly based on what Ms Rose told us yesterday, that it's up to ASIC in order to take action against individual directors and officers with respect to breaches in this area?
Yeah. I'll ask Deputy Chair Court to take the matter further, but we're not saying we're not going to take action against directors or boards, but it does depend on the particular circumstances and evidence that are available
I appreciate
to us.
that.
And it's certainly quite a significant thing to be imposing civil penalties of that magnitude against a corporate entity. So it's not in every case that that there's a case against the directors as well. Now, this is something we talk about a lot within ASIC. It is an area that we continue to be focused on. I don't know whether the Deputy Chair Court, you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I will expand on that a little bit because I think the point that you're making to us is a very fair question for members of the public to say, well, what does it take for directors to be, or for ASIC to take action in relation to directors? And I think...
And officers. It's not just directors, it's particular officers with particular responsibilities within those organisations.
Indeed. So in relation to the Crown matter, I think we have answered the committee's questions, and I can't recall, forgive me if it was this committee or one of the other committees, but we have talked to some extent as to the reasons for why ASIC did not take action in relation to the directors of that company. And one of the challenges that we have, Senator, is that we have to look at the circumstances facing particular directors at particular times and the admissible evidence that we have got in relation to whether or not they acted with care and diligence that you would expect of a reasonable person at the time. In relation to the Star matter, though, we do have an investigation currently underway into these very issues. And I am hoping, we're working closely with AUSTRAC in relation to that, as Mr Longo referred to, and I would hope that we have the outcomes of that investigation will be made public in the relatively near future.
Okay, all right, thank you. In terms of the most recent corporate plan, I was pleased to see the proposal for a project looking at compliance with the whistleblower obligations for listed public companies. And my question is, and I'm saying this as someone who used to serve as a whistleblower officer in an ASX-listed public company, in terms of that project, in determining whether or not the whistleblower policies and procedures are being effectively implemented, are you going to go to the step of actually interviewing actual whistleblowers who have blown the whistle in a corporate context under a policy and procedure to see what their experience has been since they've actually blown the whistle? Because I guess my concern is if you don't do that, you're not really closing the loop in terms of how effective the policy and the procedure is.
Well, we've actually had several investigations into whether whistleblowers have been properly treated and whether their issues have received appropriate attention by the entities that I'm thinking about. In those matters, we took no further action against the entity because we were satisfied that the entity responded appropriately to the issue. And clearly in each of those matters, we spoke to the whistleblowers as part of our investigation. So I can certainly reassure you and the committee that the matters of that kind are significant for us. They're a key part of the system to encourage
so that would be
people
part
to
of
speak up.
That would be part of the project that's foreshadowed in the corporate plan?
I think Commissioner Hughes will be able to tell us a bit more about that.
Good afternoon, Senator Sean Hughes, Commissioner at ASIC. So the Chairman was referring to situations where ASIC's conducted an investigation off the back of a whistleblower complaint or where there has been whistleblower material. In relation to the forward-looking supervisory or thematic piece of work, which I think your question was referring to, we have been starting with the framework, the overall apparatus around whistleblowing in the various companies that we have reviewed, looking at the quality of their policies, processes and frameworks and assessing those in relation to the legal obligations. We're now going through the second phase, which is to test what updates and improvements those entities have made. Necessarily, as part of our assessment of all reports of misconduct, including whistleblower complaints, there is a conversation with the reporter of misconduct, with the whistleblower, to assess the information that they are providing to us, and that is also obviously open to that person to raise any concerns with us around the way in which they've been treated. That, of course, could theoretically spin off into a separate investigation as to whether there has been a breach of the whistleblower regime. And as the Chairman rightly noted, that is something that we would look at very seriously from time to time. The supervisory or thematic project that's underway is probably halfway through its natural life, and we're still assessing the quality of the compliance with the regime, with the new requirements, and we hope to report on that in the next calendar year.
Are there any early, and I don't want to put you in a difficult position, are there any early observations you can share? Are you seeing improvements
absolutely.
in this space?
Yes, Senator. So since we wrote our letter to companies in October 2021, we've been pleased to see the level of take-up in terms of the improvements and suggestions that we set out in that letter. And that goes across the sector. It's not just the financial services sector where we addressed it to banks and insurers and superannuation trustees. It also includes companies in the real economy.
Okay. I'll move on to another area which some may say is a bit of an obsession of mine, and that's the CHESS replacement project. And I note that John Fitzgerald Kennedy made a commitment to put a man on the moon in 1961, and that was achieved in 1969 over a period of 8 years, and that the CHESS replacement project was first mooted in 2014, and the ASX has put out an announcement that basically says, and it was interesting the way it was worded, that they did not expect it to go live before late 2024, which was a phrasing which didn't particularly instill one with confidence that it would positively occur in late 2024 or early 2025. Mr Longo, before another committee where we explored these issues, you did make some observations from your perspective as to where ASIC thought, and this is, it's not your project, as you've reminded us from time to time, it's ASX's project, and you did express some thoughts as to where you thought the project was up to, where from your perspective, and I don't want to verbal you, but from your perspective, you were reasonably positive that the project was at a space where it could do what it needed to do, and they were in a testing phase. We then had the ASX come out and put its most recent announcement. Can you give us your observations with respect to where ASIC's thoughts are with respect to this really important piece of financial infrastructure, which seems to be just being delayed and delayed and delayed?
Well, I think it's fair to say that ASIC shares your concern. I think in those early statements I made, I think there was reason to believe that the CHESS replacement project was relatively on track. We now know there's been a further delay, and that was really disappointing. So I think clearly ASX are grappling with some issues with replacing CHESS in the way that they'd originally hoped, and secondly, as quickly as they'd originally had planned. And so I think the bottom line for this question for us today, Senator, is that we need to await the result of the Accenture review. I think that's going to be a very important review that's been commissioned by ASX. It's a very wide-ranging review. The findings of that review, I think, are due by the end of this month, in the next few weeks. Without going into the details here, that review, I think the committee can expect it to be quite comprehensive. It'll look at the whole thing. And I can also reassure the committee that the ASIC's own experts, EY, have been heavily involved as well in ensuring that that review is fit for purpose, that it's comprehensive, asking the right questions. But I think I think there is reason to be concerned about what's happening with this replacement, given the multiple delays.
Were you, Chair, were you genuinely surprised when ASX put out that announcement, saying, and there was one phrase that caught my attention when they put out the announcement, not just about the timing, the temporal description about not before late 2024, which is an interesting way to put it, but also that more development was required than reasonably anticipated to meet ASX's scalability and resilience requirements. And when I read that, I was left to reflect, well, how could that be the case with respect to a project that has been in development for so long? Scalability and reliability, which I would have thought goes to the essence of such a key piece of financial infrastructure. Did that surprise you, Chair?
Well, we have a team within ASIC that works very closely with ASX on this project. Now, we've been kept informed. The ASX is under a duty to, under its continuous disclosure obligations, to disclose to the market what's going on with this project. And so we were obviously being kept informed, but we know what's going on pretty much as the market knows. So we weren't surprised in that sense. But we had some early indications prior to the market announcement that there were issues. And so we had, so between us and the Reserve Bank and the ACCC, we had meetings with the ASX prior to its announcement of the Accenture review. Now, the details of what was not going so well, we were briefed about that. They went public, and we now have an Accenture review. So what I can really say is it's really disappointing. We thought it was going in the right direction.
And you obviously thought that when you gave testimony to the committee back in March.
Senator Scarr, can I just indicate you're at the end of your 15-minute block, so if there's just one more question, that would be great.
I do have some other questions.
We'll have to come back to you then
that's
later.
Okay.
Yeah.
If perhaps just to close this out in terms of the CHESS project. So from your perspective, it's a question of waiting for the Accenture review. Do you envisage that review, or at least a very substantial summary of that review, should be released to the public, given the extensive costs which are being incurred by market participants in terms of dedicating human resources, IT resources to this project on an ongoing basis? Do you believe the market participants have a right to know?
They do, and the ASX has undertaken to publish the findings of the Accenture review. So that report will be released to the market when it's ready in a publishable form. So all of its findings will be made known. And there may very well be a confidential part of the report, but the substance of the findings, where they landed, what they think, will be in the public domain before the end of November.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. And to begin with, could I table some documents? Do I need to go through each one, or how would you like to do this?
No, the committee has circulated amongst ourselves the documents that you seek to table, and it's appropriate for the documents to be tabled, and Secretariat will provide them.
Okay, if I could table some documents and we can go to the table, please. All these are actually already on the public record. It's to do with a company called Titan Capital Markets, which you might be aware of. If not, hopefully someone can assist you with this. And to begin with, I've got three tweets from an investigative journalist in the United Kingdom called Martin Calladine, who runs a blog called The Ugly Game. And this is in relation to Titan Capital Markets and their sponsorship of the Fulham Football Club. And there are three tweets there from the 11th of October in relation to concerns that he had in relation to what that particular company was up to. I also have an extract that I'm tabling in relation to Titan Capital Markets and its representation of two licensees, being Wholesale Investments and the HLK Group Proprietary Limited. I also tabled just a press release from the 30th of September where Fulham Football Club were announcing their partnership with Titan Capital Markets. Just so people are aware that that partnership was torn up on the weekend. I have tabling two articles from a website or a news organisation called The Athletic, and this is by Peter Rutzler, and that is in relation to Fulham's termination of their partnership with Titan Capital Markets. And then also, and that's on the 6th of November, and there's also an article back from the 14th of October where there were concerns raised by this particular journalist following Mr Calladine's investigation concerning the structure and other issues to do with Titan Capital Markets. And the final piece is a piece by Nick Harris, who is the Chief Sports News Correspondent for the Mail on Sunday, and it goes into various issues, and essentially you could say that that piece brings together a lot of the other work that was undertaken by the other two journalists, and you'll note quoted through most of those articles are comments from Tom Greatrax, who is the chairman of the Fulham Supporters Trust. So there's been some concerns expressed in relation to this particular company. So that's a bit of background of why you're reading through those pieces. And what is of concern, and where you may not be across this just at the moment, is that this company claimed that they had an Australian financial services licence. That appears to not be the case, and when concerns were raised in public forums by the Fulham Supporters Trust and by the two journalists concerned, the website was geo-blocked and the CEO's website was scrubbed, and their website is visible anywhere else in the world apart from the US, the UK, Canada and Australia, and Titan are actually seem to be maybe licensed in actually only two of those, in two jurisdictions in the world, and that being Canada and Australia, and people in those jurisdictions can't find any information out. Now, my concern about Titan is, to put it quite bluntly, is they seem quite dodgy. And I am embarrassed as an Australian senator that there is an Australian company who are kangaroo hopping between Craven Cottage and Africa and here, selling all sorts of products and services and pretending to be something that they're not. And I'm concerned about the impact that has for Australia, but also the impact it has for people who are legitimately involved in the business world. And it does particularly appear that the Titan may be operating a pyramid scheme, because they have offered some quite amazing returns, and you'll notice in some of the articles that you'll see they talk about monthly returns of 14%, and indeed annual returns of sort of almost 250%, and indeed there is one article which I haven't tabled, but it based on some of the returns, it looks like an annual return of 1,216%, including 3 months when the company was not operating but claimed it was making a profit. So this is, to me, this is Dodgy Brothers Incorporated, and I'd hope it would be maybe right up your alley, Chair. So, and I'm just hope I can put some questions to you, and I understand if you might need to take some of these on notice, but it is of concern that this company, because they are dodgy. I mean, if you look at the Mail on Sunday,
Senator McGrath, you did just mention just mention that you had some questions.
I do, and what I want to do is just remind everybody watching, for example, I wanted to make sure the witness had sufficient time to read the information because I'm that type of guy. So it is rich tapestry. But when they talk about the chief operating officer, that's actually I'm sure he's a wonderful person. That he's actually an actor and called Daryl, and he's a singer. So he's not a chief operating officer, and a lot of their data analysts are also models, and they're all good-looking roosters, and that's all fair and good, and good luck to them. But this is quite serious when people's money, and especially that they are starting to operate in Africa and taking advantage of people of people who may be at a disadvantage around the world. So. Is ASIC aware of this company, and have you commenced an investigation at all into their operations?
I haven't heard of this company until today.
Okay.
Trying to read the British papers, but I haven't come across Titan. My chief operating officer, who's responsible for the licensing part of ASIC's activities, might be able to throw some light on what we can do, what we would do with this material now. I don't know whether Titan are a current applicant for a licence. We really would have to take this on notice unless Mr Day can add anything to this.
Senator, I share your concerns. I am aware only just now that we have had issues raised through media inquiries. But my understanding is, I'll go back and double check this if you like, so I'll take this part on notice, but as far as we know, we haven't had anyone formally come to us raising complaints who might have been caught up as an investor or a customer or whatever. So we haven't got any of that. We'll obviously look at the material you provide us to see what the circumstances might be for us and what the opportunities might be for us. I think, where we're talking about multi-level marketing or I think you used the phrase Ponzi schemes of this nature. Sometimes it's something that the ACCC might be able to look at because of the multi-level nature. I mean, it's not a new circumstance where you'll get a very simple proprietary limited company registered in Australia that's sort of pointed to by people offshore doing what you might call dodgy things, I think was the words you used. Yes. That's not uncommon. And what we might find is that the people behind that company actually may not even exist or may not even be in Australia. Something that Director ID long-term will, medium-term will clean up. Outside of that, I don't think there's really much more I can share, except we're happy to take on notice what you've raised and see what there is and give you a more complete response about, if you like, what breaches there are and what opportunities there might be. But what it does look like is something, and you pointed out that certain websites aren't available in, I think you said the US, the UK, Australia, and Canada.
And
I think what that shows is the people behind this are being very careful who they're targeting this to, because they don't want to run afoul of laws in those countries, because there probably are opportunities against those individuals, and they're obviously targeting people in other places. In relation to then investments in sporting organisations in other countries, it's obviously not something we've got jurisdiction over. But as I said, in terms of the core matters that you've raised and provided us documents about, we'll take those away and have a look at them.
I mean, why it's come to my attention is that the constituents raise it with me, but also that why it's interesting with Fulham is that they, by claiming that they were licensed by ASIC, to them it provided a cloak of respectability, which the good people at Fulham took on good faith, perhaps naively in terms of what undertakings were given to them by this particular mob. And you are correct, because if you look at some of the tweets by Mr Callandine, that the so-called directors or senior management, one claimed to have an MBA, doesn't have an MBA. There is no digital presence of the CEO. So it is quite a murky operation.
And in relation to that, Senator, this obviously isn't the first time we've had people claim to have a licence in our jurisdiction. That happens actually quite regularly. Australia is seen as a legitimate, beneficial jurisdiction to hold a licence in. And certainly we've seen lots of scams operating out of Asia who are passing themselves off as either close to or the same name as some Australian licensees, or in fact fictitious licensee names. So it's not a new thing, and it's something we're aware of. And when we become aware of it through our own activities, either through public notice or through on our what we call our companies you should not deal with, which is colloquially referred to as our blacklist, we will identify those entities and put them up there. And what we find is when we do that, they do stop most times. And that's one of the techniques we use to disrupt scams, if they are a scam. And again, we have to go away and have a look at this. And I know Deputy Chair Court's released some information about some of our other work in the scams area, I think this week, in terms of crypto scams and others. So we see this quite commonly, that people will pass themselves off because we are seen as a very reliable and authentic and valuable jurisdiction to hold a licence in. So as I said, I'm not surprised that's being done. And where we can identify that they aren't licensed in this jurisdiction, we do so, because we know it's a very good disruption activity to take. In terms of then that idea of representing yourself to have something you don't, what we often find is, we will be spending lots and lots of taxpayers' money to go after that, when we've got plenty of things closer to home to look at in that type of space. So we have to make a judgment call to say, will we be able to identify those people and take action? Or would we just disrupt that, see that will do the work so that those people who are, tricked by that, if that's the case, can then make their own estimations and rely on that. And if we need to make referrals of information to other jurisdictions such as the UK or etc., then we do that as well.
So Senator McGrath, that's about the end of that time block, but if you have one more question.
What I would ask is if you could look into this matter, and I'm going to write to you with a series of questions, and I'll put questions on notice also, to look into Titan Capital Markets and the various directors who are connected with it, and also the other two companies being Wholesale Investments and HLK Group Proprietary Limited, because I am quite concerned about this company. I do think it's bad.
Happy to have a look, Senator.
I think it is a dodgy company, and I'm happy to meet with you offline if needs be, if I get further information, because I know that the journalists concerned and the Fulham Supporters Trust are very, very concerned about the impact over there, but it's also around the world.
Yeah.
So,
and again, sporting organisations often will seek sponsorship or investment or be offered that from others. And at any time, if and we see this domestically as well, at any point that if a sporting club or a sporting code wants to talk to us about the authenticity of same, and I guess that would go to major sporting codes overseas, well, we're happy to tell them whether or not we believe they're authentic. They can contact us and we'll help them as best we can.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll see you at the next
Senator McGrath.
estimates to see how we've got along. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On the 19th of September this year, an ASIC media release announced that the Federal Court had imposed a $7.2 million penalty on Dixon Advisory and awarded $800,000 in costs to ASIC. It was noted that the court found that on 53 occasions between October 2015 and May 2019, Dixon Advisory was the responsible licensee of 6 representatives who did not act in the best interests of 8 clients when they advised these clients to acquire, roll over or retain interest in the US Masters Residential Property Fund, which was an investment offering provided by a related party that had significantly declined in value. Earlier in January 22, the Board of Dixon Advisory placed the business into voluntary administration, enabling the parent company to avoid exposure to what seemed to be a growing regulatory and complaints problem. ASIC has actively encouraged these clients to complain to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. Would you please provide an update on the status of this matter, including the number of impacted clients, the extent of likely losses for clients, and how many clients have complained to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority?
Thank you, Senator. Karen Chester, Deputy Chair. So with respect to Dixon Advisory, I think it would be helpful to give a little bit of context to the media release that we put out in August 22, which very carefully outlined to previous investors in those funds that there was potential eligibility for them through AFCA and what was then the foreshadowed compensation scheme of last resort, which at that stage had been in the Parliament for quite a period of time. The reason we took that decision to put out that media release and made it very clear that there's no guaranteed outcomes here. You can lodge a complaint with AFCA. The matters can be paused as they were at that time because of the insolvency of the entity from earlier that year that you mentioned. But it was to make sure that the investors, that many of which had lost a large amount of money, were aware of their eligibility and potential entitlement to the compensation scheme of last resort, noting that the legislation had not yet secured passage. The reason we did that, though, is because part of the eligibility for the compensation scheme of last resort, which is not widely known, is that the entity still has to be a member of AFCA at the time you lodge the complaint for you to then be eligible for the compensation scheme of last resort. So you have to lodge the complaint while they're still a member. Once an entity enters insolvency, there's typically a 12-month run-off period before their AFCA membership falls away. And so by that stage, we were looking at August that time. There was only really a couple of months left, and we were very concerned that that was not widely known. It looked like there was support for the CSLR to go through in some way, shape or form, and we felt that it was the right thing to do for those investors to be aware of that potential right. So just in terms of context as to why we did it. I wish you'd asked David Locke when he was earlier for the latest numbers. I do have some numbers in front of me from our wonderful team, but they are a little bit dated. So they're at August, actually no, let me just think. I think this was actually, so there's more than 1,600 complaints at the moment. So this is at October, 1 October 2022. 1,600 complaints relate to Dixon Advisory, and I'm not sure how many of those were made following our media release. There were already quite a number of complaints with AFCA prior to our media release, but given the number of investors, it was a small take-up at that stage.
Did you say you did or didn't know how many were with AFCA prior to your media release?
We did know,
yes.
Because AFCA reports to us on a regular basis a lot of data in terms of incoming complaints and their status, and particularly when an entity's entered insolvency and we're aware that they've then paused, that they'll still accept the complaints, but they'll pause consideration and they won't go through a determination process, which is very costly until they know whether or not they were likely to be eligible for the compensation scheme of last resort, because the scope it's still not been finally determined until the legislation has secured full passage.
So how many were with AFCA? So this date was the 1st of October. There's now 1,600. How many?
Before we put out the media,
yes.
that number I don't have in front of me, Senator, so we'll need to take that on notice.
Thank you.
I may be able to assist there, Senator. Just from a briefing that I've got here, it indicates that after the 3rd of August 2022, which was the date of the media release, up until the 1st of September, so in that period 3 August to 1 September, AFCA received more than 1,400 new complaints. So there may have been some more from the 3rd of September, but
yes.
I suspect that the bulk of them would have come in shortly after that media release.
Okay. Do you know the total number of impacted clients?
Well, each client would make an individual complaint?
No, the potential number of impacted clients. Do you know the number of transactions that Dixon had done, that you would have a total pool that could potentially complain?
I don't have that number in front of me, Senator.
I may be able to assist here, Senator, as well, because I know that ASIC sent emails and posted letters to former DAS clients, and we sent 8,885 emails to recipients, and then another letters to 226 recipients. So I presume they were people for whom we were unable to get an email address.
Okay. Okay. Do we know the idea of the extent of likely losses for these clients?
That is a figure I can't help you with immediately, Senator. My apologies.
Okay, so an update on the status of this matter. Is there what additional actions will ASIC be taking?
So in relation to our enforcement proceedings, Senator, those are in effect finalised, with the court ordering that a civil penalty of $7.2 million be paid to the Commonwealth, together with ASIC's costs, which were in the amount of $800,000. Of course, given the state of the company, we don't anticipate either the penalty nor the costs are likely to be paid. But from an ASIC, the other action that we took, my apologies, Senator, is that in April of this year, ASIC suspended the Australian Financial Services licence of DAS, and that licence remains suspended. I think, at least from the enforcement side, Senator, the matter pauses at that point.
Yeah. But this is a good example, I think, Senator, of how ASIC's role is in doing the enforcement side of the matter to disrupt and cause deterrence. With respect to Dixon, complements the work of AFCA. So in terms of making sure that individuals have had access to complaints being heard and potential losses to be recovered in the instance where a determination is made that there has been misconduct or a failing of the company, there have been financial losses, and the individuals are made whole, quite separate but complementary.
Given that Dixon Advisory is in voluntary administration and there's a deficiency of assets to meet the liabilities, will the $7.2 million penalty and the costs to ASIC have priority over the client's claims?
No, they won't,
Oh, that's
Senator.
terrific.
And that is actually part of the next steps. My apologies that I should have just finalised with. So as I understand it, the voluntary administrators have been granted an extension to convene a second creditors meeting, which will happen around the end of November, so that a deed of company arrangement can be tabled and considered. And we at ASIC are continuing to deal regularly with the voluntary administrators on a range of matters, including the cancelled licence application, the deed of company arrangement and the investigations of the administrators. So we are continuing to be involved, but certainly the penalty and ASIC's cost orders would not take priority over other creditors, indeed.
So the media release on the 19th, following the 3rd of August media release, and the encouragement for impacted Dixon Advisory clients to submit complaints to AFCA to seek compensation. There is also a reference to potential access to the proposed compensation scheme of last resort. Given that the parent company has seemingly walked away from any liability for this matter, who will ultimately pay for these penalties and the losses sustained by the clients? Will it be the top 10 advisory firms, the government, or the financial advisory profession?
I don't think we can really add to what the Treasury officials responded to that question earlier, Senator.
Around the timing
Yes.
of when it was lodged, fair enough.
I think the only thing, I hope I'm not being overly pedantic in response to the question, but certainly the penalty amount that the court ordered, so the 7.2 million together with ASIC's costs, that won't play any part in the compensation scheme of last resort. So that will unfortunately go as an unpaid debt to the Commonwealth, sits quite separately from any compensation issues that the compensation scheme of last resort would deal with.
Oh, thank you. No, that is useful. And just finally on this matter, given the non-compliant advice about the acquisition and retention of a financial product provided by a related party, that it's on a seemingly large scale, will ASIC investigate the extent to which this conduct was at the direction of senior management and if charges should apply to those individuals?
Perhaps I could put it this way, Senator, and that is to say that we are despite the civil penalty proceedings being finalised in the manner that I've outlined, we are continuing to consider issues arising out of the Dixon collapse.
So perhaps I'll ask about that at next estimates when you've had time to consider.
That may be very helpful to me. Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Senator McDonald, are you about at your last question?
I'm not about at my last question, but you've been very patient with me over the last few days, Chair. So
perhaps you could,
you've all been very patient. Yes, thank you.
Condense them into your last question for
Condense
this block
them
at least.
all into my last. Okay. So, Chair. Yes, exactly. During your opening statement, you made some comments around transparency in cost recovery. I've asked questions at previous estimates about the number of financial advisors, the decline by more than 40% in the last 3.5 years, from approximately 29,000 at the start of 2019 to less than 16,000 currently. We've had a range of reforms around professional standards. ASIC is the responsible oversight body. I want to ask you a couple of questions within one question, which is whether or not you have cut the number of staff in the financial advice team to reflect this 40% decline in advisor numbers and subsequent rise in professional standards. And when you advised on the 21st of October 2022, you released the final cost recovery implementation standard for the 21-22 financial year that addresses the ASIC levy for each sector. It quoted that you'd spent $35,000 on the oversight of licences who provide personal advice to wholesale-only clients, and that each of the 1,742 licensees in this space are required to pay ASIC funding levy of just $20 per year, as opposed to the $55 million spent on financial advisors who provide personal advice to clients. So just on that transparency and cost recovery, I'd like your thoughts on that, and have you reduced the number of financial advice team in line with the reduction of the size of the industry?
I'll ask Warren Day, our COO, to comment on a couple of those questions, particularly relating to the way the CRIS works. The way I would approach your staff numbers question, the historical levies on that sector were largely driven by enforcement activity, and so that enforcement activity is now being directed elsewhere. And as I hope I said in my opening statement, I don't have any plans to reduce the number of people doing enforcement at ASIC. In terms of our team that covers the sector, they will continue to cover the sector in terms of supervision and surveillance and matters of that nature. So I'll ask Warren Day to give you a bit more colour, but the major reason for the size of the levies historically was the enforcement activity we were taking. And of course those enforcement resources are now being directed elsewhere. The only other thing I would note, and maybe Warren Day can help me with this, that the previous government did freeze levies for 2 years, I think, and that was announced in September last year for this subsector. So I sort of mentioned that for completeness. Warren, can I ask you to?
Yeah.
Or Danielle, I should say. Yeah, Danielle.
Yep.
Before Danielle, Press Commissioner of ASIC. I apologise for my voice. Before Warren goes into the details, the other thing that that advice team is now focusing on is the Better Advice Act and the Financial Services Credit Panel, which is obviously new legislation that's come in and must be run by that team. So, there has certainly been a shift in what they are doing, but there's been no reduction in the number of those people.
So, yeah, just to complement that, Senator, that's to complement what Commissioner Press said. Other requirements handed down, from government to us still require other work. So you can't say just because that's been reduced, we've reduced the number of people. As my chair, Mr. Longo, said, there is a freeze in place still for the financial advice levy, and that's obviously now the industry funding model is obviously under review, being conducted by Treasury, which we're assisting and supporting. And we just recently released the cost recovery implementation statement for the next round of levies, which obviously acknowledges that freeze is still in place. As Mr. Longo said, and Commissioner Press has said, we've still got work in that space, and we are still doing that work.
So the financial advisor, sorry, just to clarify that.
Okay. I mean, we will be able to come back to you, but...
Oh, well, if you want to come back to me, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just so long as I just want to finish that thought.
Thank you. I just wanted to advise that we are well over the scheduled break, which was 4:30, so we will take a 15-minute break at 5. And so I thought that might be a good block of time for Senator McKim, who's been waiting during your slightly longer than 15-minute block. So, Senator McKim, you have the call.
All right, thank you. I wanted to ask some questions around greenwashing, and obviously ASIC has recently released an information paper on how to avoid greenwashing, and I presume you're concerned about greenwashing, and that's why you've released an information paper. So can I start by asking whether ASIC is observing an increase in greenwashing? So I'm not sure who is it you, Ms Chester? Or?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And yes, we are very concerned around greenwashing. We actually think the economic costs of greenwashing can't be overstated for two reasons. Firstly, it undermines the efficiency and fairness of the market, where a company misportrays its green credentials, whether it be, from our perspective, the provider of a sustainable financial product, or in terms of their investment strategy, i.e. net zero target or something like, thereby attracting either the purchase of an investment product or the investment in the company on misrepresentations. And why does that really matter in an economic sense, given how much money needs to be allocated over the next 25 years and beyond to decarbonise? We're talking about a quantum of money, particularly for Australia, which is forecast at the moment, I think, to be about 2.5 trillion in the decarbonisation path out to 2030. Getting that capital allocation wrong is very costly to consumers, to the economy. So that's why we're concerned about it. But it also then undermines confidence in sustainable products and in those net zero statements, which are critical for companies to sign up to them. So that's why we're concerned about it. We are seeing an uptick in greenwashing conduct, which is unsurprising when you look at the denominator, the number of sustainable products out there, and also the number of companies that are making statements. So we've got several streams of work underway. The first one that you touched on was a very important one. It followed our review of what we saw with super funds and investment fund managers, where we thought that there was a lot of room for improvement. So we put out a simple information sheet, elegantly entitled How to Avoid Greenwashing. 9 principles, questions to ask and answer, but it just takes you back to the basics of their current obligations under the law. And a lot of those questions we've also said to corporate Australia about their investment strategies and their forward-looking statements, you should be asking and answering yourself. So that's sort of stream number one. Stream number two, I guess, relates to the fact that we're not an island here. So there's a lot of work we're doing internationally, but also here in Australia on greenwashing. We've formed, to quote David Parker, the Clean Energy Regulator, a coalition against greenwashing with the Clean Energy Regulator, the ACCC and ourselves. So we're working together to make sure we're working seamlessly here. The third, and my colleague Sarah Court might want to expand on this, we do have surveillance and investigations underway, looking for misleading claims by entities about their green credentials. We've been targeting several areas here: managed fund, super funds and listed entities. Managed funds, super funds and listed entities. And the areas that we're focusing on are net zero statements, and then with respect to sustainable products and investment strategies, looking at things like investment screening in terms of the credentials that they're claiming. But the key thing really is making sure, whether it's an investment product or whether it's a corporate on a forward-looking statement, to make sure there's a reasonable basis to what they're saying and claiming.
Before you go on, can I ask a clarifying question? I wanted to ask this final question, so thank you for opening up, Senator McKim. When you mentioned their investment screening, how do you do that as one of the tools that you're using? I just want to understand that bit.
Oh, so what I'm referring to there is, say, if you've got a fund manager that says they've got an ESG fund that doesn't have any carbon investments, and they're screening out those investments, and then we find out when we work through how they've actually applied that screening that they then have a 10% revenue threshold that they apply. Whether or not how they've disclosed that to the market, to potential investors, is consistent with the actual screening, and whether or not we're dealing with misleading and deceptive conduct.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Senator McKim.
But it'd be very remiss of me not to say that we've had our first penalty in this matter that I'll let Sarah Court talk about.
I can be quick. We've identified greenwashing as one of our enforcement priorities going forward into 2023, and we have taken our first enforcement action in relation to greenwashing by issuing some infringement notices to a company called Tullow Energy. It was a company...
To who, sorry?
Tullow. It's spelt capital T-L-O-U, Energy. So that's an ASX-listed company that's developing power, gas, solar and hydrogen projects in Botswana, and our infringement notices related to announcements made by the company that the electricity produced would be carbon neutral and low emissions, various other claims that we considered to be misleading. And so Tullow paid those infringement notices. But I can confirm, as Deputy Chair Chester has outlined, we have a number of active surveillance and investigations ongoing in relation to this area. So it's an area of priority and focus for us into the new year.
Oh, thanks. That's very helpful. Can I ask...
Sorry.
Yes, Ms Chester.
I said there were 4 streams. The 4th stream, and it's probably the most important in terms of it's a potential systemic antidote to greenwashing in some ways, is forward-looking disclosure requirements. So developments with the International Sustainability Standards Board, having a high-quality, comparable global baseline for disclosure, and what's required to give effect to that is probably what we would consider to be one of the key antidotes here, in terms of making sure that the efficacy of these statements, whether they be net zero statements or around how climate risk is being managed as a risk or opportunity by the corporates, will be disclosed in such a way that that we have transparency and light.
And well, just on that, Ms Chester, on that 4th stream, is that's a work in progress at the moment, is it? And what form would you anticipate the final version of that would look like? Or would it take?
So the International Sustainability Standards Boards came out of COP26 and they were out of the gate straight away, quite impressively so, in this area. They put out a draft exposure standards back in April this year, on sustainability and climate. So they're taking a climate-first approach. They're looking at finalising that early next year, although we're getting an update on that tomorrow morning. The government has indicated that they're looking at lifting the quality of disclosure, and international best practice will be important. So I would expect that there'll be some work by government in this area in the not too distant future, with the idea being that Australia would look at implementing something that would be in accordance with the ISSB standards.
All right. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator McKim. I advised that we were going to take a break at 5. It seems that senators still have questions for you, Mr Longo and ASIC. So we will be taking a 15-minute break and suspending for that, and we'll be back after that break to continue with our questions.
Thank you.
So we're now resuming the Senate, this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. And before we start with questions again for ASIC, I want to just note that the committee's had some informal discussions to do our very best to get back on track in terms of time. And as a result of that, the committee has agreed to release the Inspector General of Taxation and the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman. The committee is very well aware of what we're asking officials who are waiting for us to do. And the amount of time that we're asking people to wait. We're very well aware of our own need to set a standard in terms of the sorts of hours that we're asking officials and staff to keep. So I want to assure everyone that we are making our very best efforts to get on track with timing, with all of that in mind. Having released those two agencies, we are hopeful that we'll be back on track with the program by about dinner time, and we'll check back in then to see how we're going. So with those comments and having released those two agencies, we'll return to questions. Before we broke, Senator McKim had the call. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. So just to follow up on a few matters associated with greenwashing, you've said that you are observing an increase in greenwashing. Are you able to define any industry sectors where greenwashing is more prevalent than other sectors, or where the risk of greenwashing, in the opinion of ASIC, is higher than other sectors?
So naturally, Senator, we're sort of focusing on our regulatory remit, which is why it's important that we work with ACCC and other regulatory brethren here. But certainly within our remit, based on some of the surveillance work that we've done to date, it is around sustainable investment products. So in the sort of the investment managed funds and the super fund space, we've got some concerns about an uptick. Which is unsurprising when I think the forecasts are now suggesting that about a quarter of global assets under management will be in the funds management space, so some 53 trillion by 2050 will be in ESG-related products. So the denominator's growing, so expecting an uptick in the activity is unsurprising. The other area, though, is in corporate Australia around forward-looking statements around targets.
So like net zero by a certain date.
That's right. As there's obviously been an increased interest given investors I mean, this is really the price to access to global capital going forward is what people, entities' commitments, especially when they're exposed to climate risks directly, but also indirectly, investors will want to know in terms of their own need to meet Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 down the track. So from that perspective, we are seeing an uptick in the potential for greenwashing in that area. We're making it very clear to Corporate Australia what our expectations are, information sheets and the like, but also by encouraging earlier uptake in better disclosure. So for listed and the larger entities, we've been encouraging now for 5 years for them to follow the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is sort of the principal foundations for what the International Sustainability Standards Board's actually looking at introducing in a much more refined and prescriptive form.
Thanks. And what about in terms of industry sectors within the economy and specifically in the business or the corporate sector? So, for example, I mean, are you aware of a higher risk of greenwashing, for example, in the tourism sector as opposed to the fossil fuel sector? I mean, do you go to that level and try and make a risk assessment there, or have you seen any evidence of higher risk in one industry sector compared to another?
I don't think we've done the sort of analysis that you would be looking for to give an informed view, but I think intuitively you would expect those sectors that are more exposed to climate-related risks and are required to make forward-looking statements, the denominator there is going to be much larger, so therefore the risks are going to be higher.
Understood, thank you. So you've referenced COP. I mean, overnight the UN high-level expert group on net zero emissions commitments called for red lines to stop greenwashing, particularly in relation to carbon credits. Mr Guterres, the UN Secretary-General, said that the use of what he described as bogus net zero pledges to cover up massive fossil fuel expansion is reprehensible, in his view. We've got massive Australian corporations that are engaged in global scale exploitation of fossil fuels that are claiming that they will be net zero by 2050. Is ASIC having a look at any of those corporations in the fossil fuel sector to see whether their claims that they'll be net zero by 2050 actually stack up when they're actually directly engaged in exploiting some of the largest fossil fuel resources on the planet?
Well, I think as both Deputy Chair Corden and myself intimated earlier, in terms of the pipeline of surveillance and investigations that we've got underway, several of those do relate to net zero statements.
Okay, so how many, are you able to inform the committee how many investigations you've got underway that relate to net zero claims?
No, I don't think we'd be in a position to disclose that, and nor would we typically, Senator.
Oh. Okay. But I think you've, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms Chester, but I think you've said words to the effect that if a company was claiming it will be net zero by a certain date and ASIC formed a view that it actually wouldn't be, that would actually constitute misleading conduct. Would that be fair?
So it all comes down to the individual facts and circumstances, but the high-level principle here, especially where there's full regulatory remit that we would have, is whether or not there's a reasonable basis for those forward-looking statements.
Yes. Yeah, all right, thanks. So 70% of the ASX 200 by market cap now do have actually public net zero targets, and a large number, probably the overwhelming majority, rely on the use of carbon credits to make that claim. Obviously, there are serious integrity issues with the Australian carbon credit market. I mean, the government's got it under review, obviously, at the moment. Can I ask, has ASIC investigated the integrity concerns raised in regards to Australian carbon credit unions, given that they are actually financial products?
So I think our focus at the moment, you are right, we do have a role with respect to regulating the carbon market in and of itself, and they are, because of legislation, deemed to be a financial product. I think from our perspective, though, we're very mindful that the Professor Chubb review is well underway and will be handed to government and the CER by the end of this year, and we think that that's the appropriate way for the integrity issues, claims that have been made to be addressed. From our perspective, we're focusing on disclosure and the reasonableness basis for claims that are made, Senator. In that sense, and going forward, when we look at what's in the current draft exposure standard on climate by the International Sustainability Standards Boards, it's very prescriptive around the provenance of the use of carbon offsets, carbon credit offsets.
Yep.
So this is sort of like the inevitable direction of travel in terms of what will be accepted of listed and large entities going forward.
All right, thank you. So, I mean, obviously, the Chubb review is underway. That's probably more of a nature of like a system review rather than an assessment of anything that any particular company is doing. Would it be fair to say that ASIC would expect companies using Australian carbon credit units, using those units to make climate change claims, it's basically to underpin their net zero claims. Would ASIC expect those companies to actually engage in due diligence on the carbon credits they purchase? Because there's plenty of evidence out there that, in fact, carbon credits have been purchased for example, for managed forest regeneration, where that managed regeneration either hasn't occurred or, in fact, the level of vegetation has gone backwards on the relevant land. So, I mean, does ASIC expect companies to do that level of due diligence in order to underpin a net zero claim?
So I think there's two streams here. One is the accused themselves, and that one we're leaving to see the results of the Chubb review. With respect to individual due diligence, I think for us it's again what's going to be required in a disclosure sense in terms of what certification or authorisation should be attached to carbon credit offsets that are used or relied on in meeting target statements by entities going forward. So, Senator, it's not something that we're actively looking at the moment, but we're very mindful that there is an expectation going forward that there will be much greater disclosure. So, for example, the ISSB does actually say you have to disclose the current draft standard, that you would actually have to disclose the source and form of the offset,
yes.
What sort of authorisation or certification it's been subject to, because there are some that are endorsed in Australia by the CER at the moment. And I should also mention, of course, that working closely with the Clean Energy Regulator, if they became aware of something that they thought was untoward and fell within our regulatory remit, they would bring it to our attention.
So, thanks, Ms Jester. Could I ask then, I mean, is it ASIC's role, if we set aside the Chubb review for a minute, would it be ASIC's role to investigate the integrity of ACCUs and other carbon credits, given that they are a financial product? I mean, does that fall within ASIC's mandate or scope? Accepting what you've said about the Chubb review being underway, I understand that, but yeah, I guess, is it within ASIC's scope to investigate the integrity of carbon credit units?
Well, shares of financial products and the whole range of financial products where ASIC does not investigate or take an interest in the to use your word, the integrity of the products. Like a share, we don't investigate whether a share has any particular value. We have the market does that.
No, I'm talking about, so Mr Longo, I'm actually asking about the integrity, like when someone makes a claim about a carbon credit unit and that claim actually is not based in reality. So they claim that someone's purchased a bit of managed forest regeneration and that bit of land is actually
I think our expectation
lost vegetation. I mean, wouldn't that be of concern?
I think our expectation would be that boards that are relying on ACCUs to meet their targets, that reliance will be reasonable. Now that does imply some reasonable inquiry on their part that what they're buying will have the purpose that they say that they'll have the result.
So
that
that's on a sort of a company by company.
Yeah, that's
level.
right.
But what about the integrity of the scheme itself? I mean, is
well,
that
the underlying
not within ASIC's
we're
purview?
interested in markets functioning properly.
Well, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the carbon credits themselves is
well, they're a financial product, Mr. Longo, under the
yeah, but the
legislation.
integrity of the carbon credit itself is not a major focus for us at the moment. But there are various reviews going on. There are a range of regulators interested in this subject. In terms of capital, we're interested in capital allocation. We're interested in consumers not being misled. We're interested in boards not making inflated claims about their green credentials, and we are obviously interested in commodity markets functioning properly. But as I think your question implied, there's such a range of possibilities for companies to invest in carbon credits of one form or another. It's their primary responsibility to investigate whether that investment in that carbon credit, by whatever name called, will have the result or effect that they're claiming it'll have in terms of establishing their green credentials.
Thank you.
Senator McKim, given the really significant issues we've got with time, thank you very much.
Could I just ask, I mean, we're currently running quite behind time. Officials here were, sort of the rough indication was that they would be on at midday for, an hour, accepting that the committees will, and where there's questions, it keeps going. But we're now at 5:30, so I think we need to give some advice to people here who have other commitments, and of which there are many, about whether those commitments need to be adjusted. So some time indication, I think, from the committee would be useful, including for the many officials that we have currently waiting to appear, who were due to start appearing at 2:30 today, who are currently waiting. I think some more direction from the committee would be useful.
Okay, thank you, Minister. The committee is trying to get back on track by the dinner break of 7:15. So it's our intention to be back on track in terms of timing by then.
Okay.
And we've also had a discussion about moving to 5-minute blocks now, and so we're going to move to 5-minute question blocks from now. Senator Bragg, you have the call.
I'm happy to cede my questions in order to get through the program.
Okay. And we have Senator Rennick.
Yeah.
Senator Rennick, you've got a 5-minute block.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chair. That's very useful.
How are you guys? Look, I'd just like to ask about the ASIC forum that occurred on the weekend. I note that the ticket prices for the forum were more than $2,000 a ticket. Do you think it's appropriate that ASIC is giving access to the big end of town to its senior leadership at a price point which is inaccessible to mum and dad retail investors? Well, it's not a laughing matter. It's very difficult to get access.
It's not a laughing matter at all.
Access.
The forum was attended by a wide range of people, and we can't pay for that. So people were given an opportunity to attend the forum. It got a lot of support from across the market, from consumer groups, industry. A whole range of people were there. A whole range of topics were explored. Speakers didn't charge for their time.
So they didn't charge for their time. Why have you charged so much?
Because people were fed, and there was a dinner. There was a range of other expenses associated with putting on a forum. But I didn't expect to be questioned about this, actually, so I'm going to ask Warren Day whether there's anything more we can add to assist your concern.
Oh, that's all right. I've got another question he can answer.
Okay.
Are events such as the forum on the weekend an opportunity for senior leadership in ASIC to be captured by the big end of town?
Well, it wasn't on the weekend. It was actually last Thursday, Friday.
Oh, sorry.
It's a very public event. It's very transparent. To my mind, it's an excellent example of ASIC engaging with all sectors of the community and industry. the representatives of the media were there. The Assistant Treasurer gave a keynote speech. Far from regulatory capture, I would put it the other way around. I think it's a fantastic example of ASIC engaging with the general community, of listening to their concerns, of us being very open with the issues that we think are important. So climate change, crypto, superannuation, a whole range of subjects were explored in a very public, thoughtful manner. So I'm very proud of the ASIC Forum, absolutely proud of it.
Did you discuss scalping on the stock market by high-frequency traders? Was that raised at all?
That wasn't raised because it wasn't on the agenda.
Right, yeah, because that's a big issue with small investors. So I'll lead on to the next question. I noticed that on the 28th of October this year, ASIC issued a press release stating that they found a material deterioration of audit quality in the past 12 months. Has ASIC considered whether companies are engaging and remunerating auditors appropriately given the size and scope of the company?
I'm going to ask Commissioner Hughes to look at that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. So the audit quality report which we issued in October followed on from the audit file quality reviews that we've been performing for some years now. That does not involve as part of its scope the cost associated with the audit program, and indeed it focuses on the key risk areas that we identify in advance based on prior surveillance, financial reporting surveillance, which happens real time throughout the course of the year. The question of how much companies pay their auditors for the performance of the audit is not something that's within ASIC's remit. That is a commercial decision for the company to make and for the shareholders to approve as part of their ordinary corporate governance role. We're not a price regulator.
Right, okay, thank you.
Senator Rennick, I just have one follow-up question on that.
Senator Rennick, that was a 5-minute block, and so I'm now going to circulate the call. Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Look, I have many questions, but the PJC does have ASIC before on the 25th of November. In light of that opportunity to oversee ASIC along with all the other agencies, I will cede questions in the advance of the progress of this whole session.
Can I just ask one question on that audit
Well,
issue?
I very much appreciate Senator Rennick indicating his acceptance of my ruling there, Senator Scarr.
I won't have any more questions. I'll leave then. I'll terminate my questions.
You will leave? Okay.
No, I will.
Deal.
I didn't know that was such an attractive proposition.
Okay.
But, I just one follow-up question. Commissioner Hughes, I was going to ask a question on that audit report, and I've read it. And I just want to say, I read something more into it in terms of fees, perhaps. Maybe I was chasing a phantom, but it actually says on page 23, directors and audit committees should also ensure that audit fees are set at a level that supports the audit work required, end quote. That to me indicated that audit committees and boards need to be careful in terms of playing one audit firm off against another, decreasing the fees, because then that has an impact on the quality of the audit. Is that a fair comment?
With respect, the finding in that report goes to the question of whether auditors are paying sufficient attention to the key risk areas and whether they have adequate resources to address the key risk areas that we identified as part of our review.
Yep.
If they are being shortchanged and cannot do the work they need to form a reasonable basis, then I think the question you ask is an appropriate one to raise.
I'll leave now in accordance with my promise.
Thank you very much. I believe that is all the questions that we have for ASIC. So thank you very much, Mr. Longo, and all of the officials of ASIC for your attendance. Thank you for your patience. You go with our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee.
We now invite representatives from the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority. 5-minute block? Yep.
I have quite a few for them.
For your 5-minute block?
Well, I'll need a few 5-minute blocks.
Sure. Well, let's just keep doing the 5-minute block.
That's fine, I understand. You can't resist the tactics you use. I can show you how to use it.
I don't think the app is it's not the problem that I'm having, Andrew. It's not the problem that I'm having.
It's how you railroad people. All right, good.
We now welcome representatives from ASIC. Thank you. It has been a long day. We now welcome representatives from APRA. We welcome you, Mr. Lonsdale. Is this your first estimates appearance in your role?
Correct, Senator.
It is. We're giving you the full estimates experience in your first appearance in this role. So we thank you and your officials for joining us. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
So good afternoon, committee. Thank you very much for having us. I do have an opening statement. I'm happy just to table it. I know you're short of time and very happy to take questions. Only thing I'd say is the Treasurer has announced new appointments for APRA. There are 4 appointments, so people here before you and Helen. So 5 APRA members here to take your questions. With that, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lonsdale, and welcome to all of the new APRA appointments as well. And we appreciate you tabling your opening statement instead of delivering it to us. And we'll now go to questions, and Senator Bragg has the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to APRA for being here, and congratulations to you, Mr. Lonsdale, on your appointment. I think members of this committee will have a lot of confidence in your personal capability, so we wish you well in that role. I wanted to talk to you about a few superannuation matters. The first is APRA has been looking at the payments made by the super funds to the unions for some time. And at the last estimates, we had a lengthy discussion about this. You may have reviewed the Hansard, I'm not sure. I wondered if you could give me an update on that.
Yes, I might ask Ms Cole, member responsible for superannuation.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, Senator, we talked about this previously and we have ongoing work in this area. If I could just say a few words about what we've been doing. We have, I think we said we were going to do this, but we've looked into further the publicly available data from the Australian Electoral Commission's Transparency Register, focusing on disclosures made in the last 5 years by any organisation that references a regulated superannuation entity. Based on that analysis and in conjunction with our other supervisory work, we've not currently found evidence of payments made directly from a trustee or a superannuation fund to a registered political party, so we have no evidence of direct political donations. But we are examining certain payments made by superannuation funds to associated entities of political parties where the purpose of the payments and or the value for members is unclear. That work is ongoing.
Okay, so thanks for that. So, Ms Cole, so there's an ongoing body of work which is looking at the payments that are going from the funds to industrial bodies. Is that right?
Certain payments of that nature, yes,
Yeah.
Senator.
And what are you concerned about?
I'm sorry, I lost.
What are you concerned about?
I think in certain cases where there are maybe contracts for the provision of services, whether in this context or more generally actually, we want to be sure that value for money is being provided pursuant to those contracts and that the services have been considered carefully by the trustees, and that the trustees are acting in members' best financial interests in engaging in contracts for services.
And do you think that there is evidence that there are uncommercial arrangements?
So, Senator, I can't get ahead of what we're looking into at the moment, and I think it's important that we shouldn't do that or make judgments before we've gathered the evidence. But we want to look at whether certain contracts provide value for money for the services being provided.
Okay, so that's so what we can take away is there's an ongoing piece of work on payments to industrial bodies. Now, I noticed you said before that there was no evidence of direct payments to political parties. Is that your position?
Yes, on the basis of the work we've done, Senator, specifically looking at 5 years of history of what the AEC publishes.
Okay, so but what about this payment in 2019 that the Sun Super Fund made to the Queensland branch of the Australian Labor Party?
Well, I don't have that at my fingertips. Ms. Smith, do you recall that one?
I think we'll take that one on notice. I understand that was reclassified when that was looked into. But we'll take that one on notice and just reconfirm. I haven't looked at that one again recently, Senator Bragg.
Okay, but you do know about it?
Yep.
Okay, so, but it's not accurate to say that there's no political donations being made, is it?
I need to look at the specifics of that one on the parties that actually received that payment. I can't remember the detail, and I'd prefer not to guess.
Okay, let's go to the other issue we've discussed over the time, which is this new daily organisation. So this is a part of an organisation which you regard as an investment, is that right?
So the New Daily is a subsidiary of Industry Fund Holdings. Industry Fund Holdings is an investment held by, I think it's about 18 superannuation entities at this point.
Okay, and do you believe that the New Daily element of that investment passes the best financial interest test?
So that's not for us to make a decision in relation to a subsidiary of, a company. We have talked about this a lot. Our role is to ensure that trustees have in place an investment governance framework and a process for reviewing the investments in line with those investment strategies. We asked trustees, I think it was early in 2022, about how they consider those investments and how they review them, and were satisfied that the approach that they take in reviewing those investments is appropriate. It would be for the trustees to consider, if there's new information available, whether that investment remains appropriate and is still in the best financial interests of their members in accordance with their investment strategy and investment governance framework.
Okay, so there's an article last week, or maybe even this week, in the Financial Review about this New Daily having a 92% fall in revenue. So you're comfortable? There's nothing to see here? This is all good? The super funds can invest in this propaganda outfit?
Yeah, as we've mentioned before, we don't regulate the New Daily, we don't regulate
you
industry
enforce the sole
super
purpose test, and you enforce the best financial interest test.
And that's right. And trustees, I would expect, if they'd read articles, may look and consider re-looking at their position based on their investment strategy in relation to that entity.
So is that what you're saying, that you think that some trustees have thought twice about this?
I'm saying that trustees, a prudent trustee, would be looking at their investment governance framework and investment strategy on an ongoing basis and would review a range of investments as new information becomes available.
I've just got a couple more. I can finish if you want. Or want me to stop?
I'll come back to you, Senator Bragg, and I'll go to Senator McKim.
Sure.
I wanted to ask some questions around superannuation annual member meeting notices requirements. So can I just firstly ask, do the government's current regulations that are in place now, introduced by the new government, do they require that dividends be disclosed?
No, I don't think they go to the subject of dividends.
No. Okay, thanks. And would... I'm sorry. Was there some... Sorry, did I interrupt? No?
I said from recollection, I was giving myself the opening to check, but I don't believe so.
All right, thank you. And would the previous regulations, the ones put in place by the former government, would they have required dividends to be disclosed in annual member meeting notices?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think there's a distinction between the previous government's regulations and this government's regulations on that.
Yeah. So neither the former or the current regulations require or required dividends to be disclosed.
And of course they apply to the member meetings notices, yes.
That's right, in member meeting notices, that's right, thank you. Does APRA collect data on dividends paid by superannuation funds?
We did, in fact, I'm going back about a year, I think, ask for information about dividend payments made by the superannuation entities that obviously in the sector that makes such payments. But
so
I don't...
that's the retail sector?
Yes, exactly. Off the top of my head, again, I can't remember whether that's in our standard data collections.
I think we'll take that one on notice.
I think we better take that one on notice. But we did want to ask, in the context of the best financial interest duty, out of interest, in fact, how trustees in the retail sector were considering their decision-making, if you like, and policy around dividend payments.
And I think, did you just say that you did about a year ago ask retail funds those questions?
Yes, we got some understanding from them, which is what the exercise was about how they were approaching dividend payments in that context, yes.
Okay, and does APRA have a handle on all of the different ways that profits can flow from superannuation funds? I was just been speaking about dividends, that's one way.
I think that is of some complexity, but obviously in the retail sector, there's the issue of profits flowing up by way of a declaration of a dividend. That is part of it. If that's what your question is getting at, Senator, I'm not sure I understand where your question is focused.
Well, it was quite general in nature, but yes. Perhaps if I could move to a slightly more focused question. Does APRA have the powers it needs to compel super funds to provide information that would allow APRA to collect and report on the payment of dividends and other profit flow arrangements of retail super funds?
Well, we have powers to collect data where it's relevant to the performance of our functions and our regulatory functions.
And I think you've said that maybe I should ask, is that relevant to the performance of your functions?
So I'll check whether there's a specific data stream for dividends, for example, but in relation to our normal work, if I can put it that way, we have large amounts of data that we collect in order to enable us to fulfil our functions, and we've created data standards around that over a significant period of time for superannuation data, and in fact it's all part of our push for transparency in relation to super data.
So can I ask then, I think it's implied in what you've said, but I'll just clarify anyway, does APRA regard dividend payments by super funds as relevant to the determination of the best financial interest test?
This is actually a more complex question than it sounds, because in relation to retail super and situations where the profits are declared and they are essentially not part of members' assets, the best financial interest duty does not bite at that level, and that's something that I've sought to explain before. I'm not doing a terribly good job of it. But where the fees are charged to the superannuation members, they flow up. That forms part of the profits of a company in the corporate sector. As we know, superannuation funds the private sector is entitled to run superannuation funds through the private corporate arrangements. So there is no objection to those companies operating in that way and being able to declare dividends. The declaration of the dividend in that context is not caught by the best financial interests duty because it's no longer members' assets.
Well, because it's been transferred away from members in the form of a dividend, right? So I guess my question is, how could the extraction of profits out of a retail super fund that otherwise could be returned to members, how could that possibly be in the best financial interests of members?
Well, it goes to the structure of the superannuation entity in the corporate structure and the fact that parent companies often, in that structure, often provide services to the superannuation trustee and are entitled themselves to fee arrangements.
Sure, that's a fee arrangement. That's different to a dividend, though.
Yes, you are right. Yes, they
so
are.
My question
Yes.
specifically relates to dividends, not fee arrangements. How could it possibly be that the extraction of a dividend out of a retail super fund that otherwise could have been returned to members, how could that possibly be in the best financial interests of members, and how could it possibly be that the best financial interest test, that doesn't bite, as you said, in the best financial interest test? I mean, I just don't understand.
The legal advice suggests that it does not bite at that.
So whose legal
level.
advice is that?
The legal advice that we've obtained on this subject.
Who have you obtained that from? I am nearly done, Chair.
Okay,
Yep.
so you'd like one more question?
I would like two more, if I might,
I mean,
and then I'll be done with APRA.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
It's perhaps better that we try and articulate that in a written answer to a question if you would like us to do that.
All right, well, I'd just ask that you take that on notice
Yeah.
in that case. So, in fact, no, I'll just forewarn you, I'll put a little bit more detail into a question on notice to you. The last question that I've got is whether there are any technical impediments to including in transparency regulations details on the payment of dividends by super funds.
I think that would be, it's a matter for government to decide what it would like to be included in this.
I understand.
I don't see a technical impediment.
Oh, you don't see a technical impediment?
I don't think so, not off the top of my head.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Bragg.
No, thanks. I'm almost finished. So I just was asking you about the New Daily issue. So have you had meetings with trustees where this has been raised?
We engaged with trustees back in early 2022 in relation to their holding of, how their frameworks considered holdings in industry fund holdings. So we haven't engaged specifically with them since that time. But as part of our normal course of supervisory work, our supervisors might talk to them about investments, but for many, the New Daily or the holding in IFM, Industry Super Holdings, ISH, is a very small part of their portfolio.
I understand that, but there's no materiality test in the law.
No, but the New Daily...
The Parliament considered that carefully and the Parliament enacted
That's
a law
right.
without a materiality test.
So the ISH, the parent company of the New Daily, has been very profitable. I think over 10 years there was I think it was 17% return, and so at the aggregate level, that asset is performing well for many super funds and for many members who are getting a benefit. The trustees that we spoke to in relation to that consider that investment at totality, and we'll do elements of look-through of part of that analysis, and have made the decision that based on the aggregate performance that was in the best financial interests of their members, and will continue to review that as part of their governance process.
Yeah, I understand that, but the point is, just because I create a corporate entity which is overall performing strongly, but there are components of that portfolio or that organisation or that corporate structure which are doing things which are not successful or even unlawful, is not you can't just bundle things up to mean, that's not how the law works.
No. Senator Bragg, we haven't looked at the New Daily again since we did some work on it. I understand that it's, I mean, I think the article reported restructuring. I haven't investigated the nature of, the information in detail.
So will you have a look at it?
It's really for trustees. The New Daily, as I said, is a subsidiary of an entity that we don't regulate. The trustees look at the assets in their portfolio on an ongoing basis to make the decision that it's in the best financial interests of their members. We don't have jurisdiction over that investment.
Yeah, I understand that, but you do have jurisdiction over the best financial interest test.
And we'll continue to ask trustees.
So I'd be great if you could take on notice whether or not any of your supervisors have had discussions about this, because I would imagine a reasonable trustee, given the profile this issue has had and it's been controversial, would be checking with APRA how they should be managing this. So could you please take that on notice?
We will.
Thank you. I only have one more question, Chair, and it's just in relation to this issue of the poor old punters having to stump up for these fines that the funds have incurred. So there's an article in August in the Fin Review which was about the EISS fund. Do you know about this fund?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. They want to dip into their members' savings to pay their regulatory fines. Now, we've been here before. So what is the position? So is the position that the people have to stump up effectively for these trustees' regulatory fines?
So I'm on the general issue, Senator, which we have discussed before, is the creation of a reserve raised in order to pay regulatory penalties that otherwise that the superannuation trustees would not have been able to pay and would have incurred the potential for their insolvency. So that's the issue. Sorry about, I was just having a momentary blank on EISS, but I think EISS was one of the later ones to go to the courts to seek permission to change their trustee to raise fees for that purpose. Yes,
So they have done
you
that?
are correct.
They have done that? Have they been to the court?
I think they have been to the court. Yes.
Which
As
court?
you-
The Supreme Court of...
whichever was the relevant court their trusteed related to. So I can't remember which one they went to. Actually, our General Counsel is here and could tell me, but she might be slightly mortified if I invite her to the table. But yes, you'll recall there were several of the trustees that went to whichever court was the relevant court that had jurisdiction over their trust. And I think they were quite late in the day.
But effectively that's happening because the funds don't have any capital requirements, and if they have a reserve, that's the members' funds anyway.
Well, because they couldn't...
So the companies that own the trust are not putting any money into this, are
Well, they couldn't... Sorry, Senator. They couldn't access the reserves that were already in place, principally the ORFR, for such purposes, yes. The ORFR was created, was there. There are substantial amounts of funds in those risk reserves, but they were not permitted to access them for those purposes.
Okay,
so you
well,
are right.
it's
My
not-
colleague reminds me that one was the Supreme Court of New South Wales.
Okay. Well, it's not your fault that the law is deficient. But my last question is, just in relation to Senator McKim's questioning, is we now have a situation where the member meeting disclosures provide less detail than what can be sought from the Electoral Commission data, which we discussed in my earlier round of questioning. So what do you think is how is that a sustainable position for us to be in, that the member of the fund, who is probably unlikely to be trawling through the Electoral Commission data, could get more data about their funds' payments than they can from their own members' meeting disclosures?
Well, I'd rather answer the question in a different way if I could, which is APRA certainly is committed to transparency for members of superannuation funds and has done a huge amount of work over the years in relation to creation of standards, collection of data, which is ongoing now, publication of our own heat maps, the running of the performance test. We will be collecting, and we are collecting, a great deal of information of the nature that you're referring to,
So you already
Senator.
collect it? You already collect that, do you?
We collect a great deal of relevant information, and we will
Okay, so
look
you know
at.
how much...
Senator Bragg, is this your
This is my absolute last.
Your last
Yeah,
question?
never trust someone who says it's the last question. This is absolutely his last. Yeah. I remember you doing this a lot, actually.
I'm going to do it now.
Well, you're about to, I'm sure you'll have an opportunity very soon.
Sorry,
Okay,
Chair.
so you already have the information
We have certain
about the payments,
information.
about the payments that the funds make to the industrial organisations, and the information that Senator McKim referred to. So you have the dividend payments, and you
Well-
have the payments to industrial organisations. Is that right?
We have some parts of that information, and we're extending data collections, and we may have more parts of that information. It isn't open to us simply to make
Yeah.
that information public.
But you can get it all.
In some format, I'm sure we could get most of what you're talking about, Senator.
Oh, Senator McKim.
Sorry, did I hear
It
that
was a
correctly?
clarification
It's not open.
question.
You did hear that. You heard it because when we collect information from superannuation entities, it's protected by confidentiality terms. And if we want to make it public in a format that people, if we decide, well, we'd like to make this public, we're going to design a format that turns that from information that's not all that easily digestible into something that consumers of products would find digestible. We have to have a consultation about making that information public, listen to what the entities say about whether it is commercially protected or sensitive, and then take a view on that. So I'm not saying that it is impossible. I'm saying there are requirements about making such information public, which will take some time to work through.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Cole. I believe that's all the questions that the committee has for APRA. So we thank you very much, Mr Lonsdale, and your officials. And you go with our thanks. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you very much, committee.
And we are inviting the representative from the Australian Reinsurance Pool Corporation.
I have a question. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
We do, yeah.
Speak at something in 5 minutes.
We're doing
I'm
five
so
minute.
sorry.
We're doing 5
we're
minute
happy to-
blocks, so that's
Oh,
okay.
perfect.
Yeah.
We're happy to see our time on this.
Okay.
Are you
so
like,
5 minutes.
are you cutting off opening statements too?
I'll go to you.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
taking
Good luck with that.
Well, no, like that's what we, just table them.
I agree.
Yes.
Nothing worse than a 20-minute opening statement.
Yeah, just table them.
What, the ones that I've asked them to table?
Yeah, like you guys can say instead of breaking news.
No, I'm fine. Oh, actually, I'll take it. Thanks. Oh.
We now welcome the representative from the Australian Reinsurance Pool Corporation. Welcome, Dr. Wallace. You may have become well aware that we're running significantly behind time. Our apologies for that. If you have an opening statement, would you be willing to table that instead of deliver it?
Yes, Chair, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very.
Just a few brief remarks.
Yep,
if I may.
you're most
Just very
welcome
briefly.
to. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee. It is my first appearance at the committee, I wanted to say.
Okay.
So, so thank you for the opportunity to.
You two are having the full estimates experience in
And
your first.
with me this evening are officials from ARPC in support, Samantha Lawrence, our Chief Risk and Governance Officer, and Alexander Drake, our Head of Public Affairs, and Pulkit Jain, our Head of Actuarial. I'm looking forward to taking questions on the reinsurance pool for both the terrorism pool and the new cyclone reinsurance pool.
Thank you very much. As we are behind time, I'll advise senators again that we're proceeding in 5 minute blocks and give the call to Senator Green and ask that any private conversations happen outside. Senator Green, you have the call.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll try to be really quick because I know there's a time pressure. I do have some questions about the cyclone reinsurance pool. For your interest, Dr Wallace, I live in North Queensland, so it's a big issue for people in my community. The previous government, members of the previous government told people in North Queensland that the reinsurance pool would kick in on the 1st of July 2022. But those words, I guess, don't really capture the nature of when the pool will start to have an effect. Can you just explain briefly how the pool commenced on the 1st of July 2022, but in terms of the effect of the pool, it might take a bit of time?
Thank you, Senator. The reinsurance pool is in effect. It's operationally in
Operational.
effect. The scheme commenced from the 1st of July.
Yep.
In preparation for the 1st of July, we undertook a significant build-out of capability, including systems, recruitment, developing a reinsurance contract for insurers, developing the premium rates, publishing reports, and engaging with insurers. We've been working with insurers. Each of the insurers, there's about 14 insurers that have exposure in Northern Australia, and with each of those have project teams in place working towards the implementation of the pool.
Okay, I'm just going to stop you there because
Yes.
I've got really brief, sharp questions, and I expect the same with the answers. The pool, though, the legislation commenced, or the operation of the pool commenced on the 1st of July 2022, but it's true that insurers have up to 2 years, some of them, to actually be part of the pool.
Legislation provides major insurers up until the 31st of December 23 to join the pool, and small insurers a further year up until 31st of December 24.
31st of December 2024.
For small
so
insurers.
It could take until 2025 for the insurance pool to actually kick in for those people who are consumers of those insurers.
I'm hopeful that we will have an insurer join the scheme earlier than that.
Okay.
And if we were able to achieve that, we could see cover commencing through an insurer as soon as now.
Okay. I've got some questions about some modelling that was recently released by our government, but I just want to start by talking about some of the savings that were referred to when the pool was established. The previous government claimed that the pool would deliver savings of up to 46% for homeowners, 58% for strata properties, and around 34% for small and medium businesses. That 58% figure was sort of, used all over social media. I've got some of that here to sort of spruik the scheme, and the 58% figure is quite prominent in that social media from those members in North Queensland. My question is, what does the modelling that was released by the government actually show that premium savings would be?
Thank you, Senator. ARPC has released 2 lots of modelling. So we released modelling just before the 30th of June, and then we updated it and released it just before the 1st of October. So the most recent update of the modelling shows that for home insurance policies in particular, there will be a 32% saving for premiums in high premium areas. There'll be a 13% saving for home insurance policies in all of Northern Australia on average, and 6% for everyone across low, medium and high risk areas. Can I just quickly say that...
6% for who?
6% saving for everyone in low, medium and high risk areas. So low risk areas include Brisbane and Perth, for example.
This is the cyclone reinsurance.
The cyclone reinsurance pool covers the whole of Australia, and it's in risk zones.
Yep.
So the legislation requires us to target maximum savings to medium and high risk areas, and we've done that through the pricing. So people in high premium areas will receive, in our modelling, for home insurance, a 32%
Is that
on
an
average
average
saving.
number?
That's an average saving, yes.
And is that for strata?
That's for home
properties?
insurance, and for strata, that will, for small business, it will be 13%. But for strata, we're unable to provide a number at the moment because the data set is too small for strata.
Okay, so we don't know what strata owners will save. Small business and medium business is 13%. Can you explain, or do you know, you might not have the answer, but why there was such a difference between the numbers being referred to before the election, when the modelling the previous government had but they wouldn't release, and then the modelling that you've done now is different? Are there different settings that you've input? Did they get it wrong? Why are the savings less now than what was promised to North Queenslanders?
So ARPC has administrative responsibility to set the premium rates, and we undertook all of the modelling over the period November 21 to October this year. And so we've had to calculate the premium rates fresh or from scratch, and we've used that by purchasing catastrophe models, working with insurers, seeking data. One of the key changes was that the government assisted by writing to insurers just recently to request insurers to provide further data,
Was
which
that
insurers
the Assistant
did.
Treasurer, Stephen Jones? Is that who
Yes, our Minister wrote to
thank you.
insurers
Yeah.
requesting insurers to provide further data,
Okay.
which we received in June, July, August, which
Helpful.
we used to help update the modelling further.
Okay, and in terms of the operation, how many insurers have signed up so far?
We don't have any signed up so far, but we're talking to every insurer, and we've written to every insurer.
But not a single insurer has signed up yet.
No, but I'm hopeful that we will get one, hopefully, by the 1st of
And to be fair, they're not
January.
required to sign up for
Legislation
a while.
gives them the ability to time their entry to the scheme.
Yeah.
They must do so by the 31st of December 23.
And I appreciate you might not be able to give a precise answer to this question, but it is important because this is what people want to know. They were promised 58% savings kicking in on the 1st of July 2022 by the previous government. When will premium savings start to flow through to North Queenslanders in those high-risk areas if insurers don't have to sign up for another 18 months?
I expect that the savings will flow as policies renew for those people that are customers of insurers that sign up. So an insurer will sign up with ARPC, and then as those policies renew, they will then receive the savings. The savings are being monitored by the ACCC. There's separate funding
You're
and
saying
legislation
no one
for that.
has signed up yet, so it could be, for some people living in North Queensland, it could be up, they could have to wait until 2025 to start seeing those savings flow through.
I'd hope it's not that long, but
No, I
the
know you hope
legislation...
that, but I'm like, genuinely, people have had, it's late at night, or almost getting late, and I don't want to be crass with my language, but people have had enough of being lied to and misled about what this potential scheme could actually achieve. And I guess people are really keen to understand when they'll see the difference in their premiums. It sounds like the Assistant Treasurer has really started to push the insurers, but worst case scenario, people could be waiting till 2025.
I hope that's not the case.
Oh, I hope that too.
Senator Green, that's the end of your 5-minute block. Thank you very much for keeping to time. Senator McDonald, we've had some significant discussions about time, and we are on 5-minute blocks. Thank you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to ask you, in the legislation, it talked about the ARPC, or the cyclone reinsurance pool, being cost neutral. It was my understanding that that would be over the 10-year period, but it is my understanding that the ARPC is operating on a cost neutral basis quite quickly, which is adding to the costs for insurers. Could you speak to the cost neutral part, please?
Yes, so legislation requires us to set prices that are cost neutral to government in the long term. We have done that, so it is reviewed by our actuarial team, external actuaries, and also by the Australian Government Actuary, which in the legislation is the reviewing actuary. So it's had a lot of scrutiny, and it is, I can assure you that it is priced in the long term as a cost neutral to government. There are some significant risks. In our modelling, we do actually model up to a $15 billion loss. It's a low probability, but the plausible maximum loss for the scheme is $15 billion in our estimate. That would be a Category 5 cyclone falling on Townsville or Cairns, or a Category 2 cyclone falling on Brisbane, and we need to allow for that in the modelling, the probabilities. So I can assure you that we're not taking a short-term view on the pricing. Our pricing is not linked to global markets, so we're able to actually look at the modelling for Australia and set a long-term price that smooths out the observed experience of cyclones in the long term.
Okay. We might come back to that in a couple of weeks when we meet again.
Thank you.
I have reports from North Queensland of renewals that are coming in up to 53% since 2021 renewals, which had increased 30% on the previous year. Are you continuing to monitor premium renewals?
The ACCC has a responsibility for monitoring premiums, and they have powers to compel insurers to provide data, and they'll be providing a report, I believe, on that. They have a requirement to do so. Our role is to set premiums and to work with insurers to deliver those outcomes. I did want to make the point that I'm conscious and very aware of the price increases that are occurring in the market. There has been a very large amount of natural disasters in the global and Australian insurance industry, but the Cyclone Pool is committed to delivering a long-term stable outcome. And from my perspective, I would say that we're the only part of the global and Australian insurance and reinsurance industry that's talking about stabilising and reducing prices at the moment.
Okay, so the modelling does include inflationary pressures that have increased over the last few months. You mentioned other natural disasters, but also costs of rebuilds, shortage of building materials, shortage of workforce. Have insurers raised this issue with you?
Insurers have raised the issue of inflation, and reinsurers as well. Our premiums are set on sum insured, and also our premiums allow for the coverage that is provided in policies for increased cost of repairs.
Okay. So when was the last significant natural disaster for northern Queensland or northern Australia that you're referring to? I'm concerned that where the floods in southern Australia are now affecting the northern Australia region.
So our pricing only focuses on cyclones and cyclone-related flooding. So we've not included in our pricing any other natural disasters beyond cyclone, storm surge related to the cyclone and the flood related to cyclone.
Okay, I'll put the rest of my questions on notice and see you on the 25th.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator McDonald. You have a question, Senator Smith?
Just on the same issue, please, Chair.
Yes, Senator Smith.
Not many. Just going to your engagement with insurers and their cooperation in joining the pool, what are some of the outstanding issues or issues of concern that insurers are raising with the Reinsurance Corporation?
So ARPC is engaging with all of the insurers in implementation. We've had multiple meetings with insurers and we're working with them to help implement. From my understanding, and I've spoken with insurers directly, the change is complex and they've all got project teams working on this, and we're working collaboratively and closely together to help them put in place the processes and systems. So from my perspective, it's not one of resolving issues, it's just that it is a large, complex change, and one of the challenges for insurers is they have to unwind or remove their existing reinsurance programs, and that's one of the impacts on where we're seeing some delays and some complexity for insurers.
So there are no disputes or ongoing, disputes is too harsh a term, but there are no sort of ongoing discussions or concerns around definition or time frames or process issues? So
can I say that we're administering the legislation, and the legislation is very clear on timeframes, how a cyclone is declared and the period of cover, and we are helping insurers to implement that and to work with the reinsurance sector to help reinsurers understand that and to back out their cover. So we've done presentations to both the insurance industry and the reinsurance industry to try to address any misunderstandings by insurers about those definitions in the legislation. The legislation is very clear on what cover is provided, and we are supporting insurers. We will be covering what's in the product disclosure statements by insurers, and there is continuous cover from the pool during the period of a declared cyclone event.
Aha. So I think this is the point. I've heard some commentary in regards to the exclusion period in terms of when the claim can be enacted, or when the incident. So I think 24 or 36 hours. There's been some sort of conjecture around the suitability of that.
Can I, Senator, just to explain? So there's no exclusion period. So when a cyclone is declared, there is full cover provided for the full period of the cyclone, and 48 hours after the downgrade of the cyclone, cover is continued to be provided for a further 48 hours. The insurers and reinsurers would like to see that a longer period, but the legislation is very clear. It is 48 hours, and that's what we're working towards as our legislative obligation.
And I know that you're working to administer the legislation. You're comfortable, confident that that 48-hour period is suitable, is appropriate?
That's not a question for ARPC, Senator. It's our role is to administer the legislation, and the period is very clear in the legislation.
But it is a matter that insurers are raising with you, even though from your perspective it's clear because it's in the legislation.
Well, we are communicating with insurers and reinsurers that 48 hours of additional cover is provided beyond the downgrade of a cyclone. And that picks up the further flooding that occurs after the cyclone is downgraded.
In questions to, and we will be able to explore this further at the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia, of which Senator McDonald and myself are members. In response to one of Senator McDonald's questions, you did talk about cyclone risk in Brisbane, and you thought it was not likely or plausible.
Low,
but of course nothing is. Can you just explain that to us further?
Yes. So the cyclone pool covers all policies in Australia. So every household policy, small business strata, commercial strata, the small commercial strata is covered by the policy, but there is zero premium for South Australia, Tasmania, the ACT, and Victoria. And so most of New South Wales is also zero premium, but there is a small amount of premium in the northern part of New South Wales, and obviously in Western Australia on the coast as well. There's sort of low risk zones which have a probability of a cyclone occurring, but the premiums are not very large for cyclone. And the legislation requires us to set a premium for low risk areas that's comparable to what was commercially being charged previously. And then we are then transferring the profit margins that would otherwise have been held by those policies to medium and high risk areas to maximise the savings for those areas. So it's very important that low risk areas are in the scheme, and we're using that to actually achieve the savings. I should also say that in the event there was a cyclone that met the legislative requirements in another part of Australia, it would be covered as well.
I'm interested in the well, I'd say the word possibility, but it could even be, more highly likely than that. If severe weather events, and in this case a cyclone, moves down the coast of Queensland, so it moves from areas of low to medium population density to areas of higher population density over time, and I think I may have seen some evidence which suggests that extreme weather events are moving down the Queensland coast, less relevant in my home state of Western Australia because the population densities are so small. How does the Reinsurance Corporation manage that over time?
Thank you. So in our price modelling, we look at thousands of simulations of different types of cyclones in different locations over different periods of time. So we have a universe of simulations of different cyclone events. So some of these are very unlikely, but they are important because they could happen. In our setting of the premium, we strike the premium based on a long-term average cost, But there is a process where we have to table in Parliament a financial outlook report, and that will require us to provide information to the Parliament about the sustainability of the scheme. It's an annual process, and that will give us the opportunity to confirm whether the premiums are sustainable or not, whether they're delivering or not, and through that process we would then consider whether we might need to make any changes. But our objective is to keep premiums stable and to reduce them as much as possible.
Agreed. Okay, so that provides one last question, Chair. That provides some sort of internal transparency, but it's also a public level of transparency and accountability. Finally, what role, if any, does the corporation have in regards to mitigation?
Thank you. We've got two roles. So one is that in our pricing, we have a requirement to provide financial incentives for risk mitigation, and we've already done that in home insurance, and we're looking to introduce that into small business and strata as well. So there'll be a financial incentive in the price. And the second obligation that we have is to provide data, de-identified data, to other government agencies to help target risk mitigation measures. And it's something we've built into our corporate plan because we believe there's a huge opportunity to be a centre of excellence on data. There's very little data, high quality data available to the Australian community on cyclones, and we want to make that available through that collection of information and de-identifying it and then targeting, helping other agencies target risk mitigation efforts.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wells, and I look forward to following up when you come before the Northern Australia Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Smith. Thank you very much, Dr. Wallace. I believe that's all the questions that the committee has for you. So we thank you for your very first concise estimates appearance and congratulate you for it. You go with our thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister.
And we are now calling representatives from the Australian Office of Financial Management. Can I just get them underway and then just have a quick chat? I think we're okay, aren't we? I reckon. Yeah. I think it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah, over down. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you're not clear.
No. No. That's what I need with you. Beautiful. Better pencil than with whatever you're on about.
Okay, you
Yeah.
My calm zone.
We now welcome representatives from the Australian Office of Financial Management. Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Barth, if you had an opening statement, it would be appreciated if that was tabled due to time considerations, but we certainly welcome any opening remarks that you might have.
Thank you, Chair. We did provide an opening statement, which I'm happy to have tabled. I would note, though, that in the second last page, there's some information about our current financial year's issuance activity, and that's a little bit out of date as of yesterday, where we issued a new 12-year bond or 11.5-year bond in the volume of $14 billion. So I can provide an update or just take it as read, and if you have questions on that, I can answer them.
That's okay. I think we all got that, and we've all got the document, and we very much appreciate those opening remarks. I'll just remind senators that due to our time issues thus far, that we're proceeding in 5-minute blocks, and Senator Canavan has some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just have some quick questions on the Public Register of Government Borrowings. On your website, it says that the Act requires, this is in the section on the Public Register of Government Borrowings, the Act requires the AOFM to establish and publish on its website each quarter a register recording the beneficial ownership by country of all securities issued by the Australian Commonwealth Government and any securities guaranteed by the Commonwealth that are issued by the Australian state or territories. But when I go and download the register, it doesn't seem to be listed by country. There are only 2 countries that I can see in this register, the US and Canada. The bond holdings for all other parts of the world are just categorised by region, like North Asia or South and Southeast Asia. Why isn't the public register categorised by country?
Senator, I'd have to take that one on notice, I'm afraid. Sorry. I'm not... I know it's been long-standing practice to report them the way that they are currently reported. It may be that there might be some single investors in certain countries that we might be a little bit reluctant to draw attention to.
I doubt there's just single investors in North Asia, with real respect, Mr. Bath. I imagine there's quite a few.
Well, if we went from North Asia to
there's
a more
a lot
narrow
of holdings,
definition,
we
for example,
issue a lot of bonds to people in those areas. I mean, with all respect, Mr. Bath, this is not a matter of practice. This is in your Act, Section 7 or in the Act that was referred there, I should say, in Section 7 of the Guarantee of State and Territory Borrowing Appropriation Act 2009, 7.4, says, well, 7 says that you have to have a public register of government borrowings, and Section 7.4 says the register must be in a form prescribed by the regulations and must record the beneficial ownership by country. So why aren't... And I'm happy to table this, perhaps. Could I table the the public register that's available? It's available in an Excel spreadsheet. That's a printout of it. But the Act clearly states that you have to categorise the borrowings by country. So why isn't the AOF in compliance with its Act?
I don't think it's our Act, Senator, but
well, okay,
I don't have anything to add
with the
to
law.
that.
That's the. I should. Okay, I'll read out the Section 7.1 of that Act. Says the Australian Office of Financial Management must establish and update each month a register to be known as the Public Register of Government Borrowings. And then Section 7.4 is, as I read out, that it has to be by country. So you should be complying with the law, and it doesn't seem you are.
Well, Senator, thank you for drawing that to my attention. I'll look into it further. I don't have anything to add to my earlier comments, though.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. I think Senator O'Neill has a couple of questions.
Only a few, thank you. So, Mr. Bath, how do the recent Commonwealth bond yields compare to PFO?
They're significantly higher, Senator.
A little more detail?
Oh, yes, certainly. Probably the budget papers are probably going to be the best bit. So, Senator, sorry about that. If I draw your attention to page 225 of Budget Paper 1, you'll see chart 7.2 there.
Thank you for your patience. 225. Okay.
So that represents graphically what we call the yield curve, the representation of the yields on each bond in our portfolio, or going up to 30 years. And you can see that the blue line represents the current snapshot for the October budget, and the red line represents that which applied in March, which probably would also have been used for PFO, given the proximity of PFO to the March budget.
Right. So, can you confirm that that's the case, perhaps on notice?
I would be happy to, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to get a bond yield comparison with the recent yields compared to PFO, and also by comparison to MyEFO.
MyEFO 2021?
Yes.
Yes, happy to do so, Senator.
Thank you very much. How much of the pandemic-related debt will need to be refinanced over the forward estimates?
We don't tend to carve out the pandemic debt and treat it as, you know, a sort of a separate entity to the rest of our debt. But I can probably draw your attention to, I think I've got some figures on the share of our portfolio that rolls over, and I think I might have even included some in the opening statement.
Okay. The whole of what I was seeking was what yields were they issued at?
I'd refer you to the second page of my opening statement that you asked, or that I was asked to table, under the operating environment and bond issuance in the last 2 years. So essentially, in 2021, we issued $207 billion of Treasury bonds with an extremely low average issuance yield of 0.99%. The weighted average maturity of that bond issuance, it was just over 10 years. And part of that was to issue $15 billion of a new 30-year benchmark bond at just under 2%. So that was 2021. There's some detail on 21-22, where the issuance task fell to, in terms of volume, so I think it was 96 billion towards the bottom of that page, and it was issued at weighted average yield of 1.9% and a weighted average term of maturity of 8.6 years. So we think in terms of financial years rather than calling something a pandemic bond.
Okay. If I go to page 85 in budget paper 1, there's some data there.
Yes, Senator.
How does that intersect with what you've just been talking to me about?
Okay, so so the chart of that I showed you earlier on
page 225.
Thank you. 225 represents a, if you like, a snapshot of the market.
Yep.
At the time that the budget is put together and the time that either, in this case, the March budget was put together. So, and I think PFO, but as I said, I'd take that on notice and confirm that. Whereas the chart on page 85, chart 3.8, demonstrates how the path of forecast interest payments will evolve through time. And the chart to the left of that, chart 3.7, demonstrates that not all of the portfolio of debt is locked in forever, but similarly not all of the future issuance or the future stock of debt that gives rise to the interest costs that you see in chart 3.8 is yet to be issued. So that chart 3.7 demonstrates that the stock of debt that's currently outstanding that was issued prior to, in this case, 30 September 2022, and that which would be issued after 2022. So as those red bars become a
larger
greater share of the total, because they're future issuance that hasn't happened yet, that issuance will happen at rates approximating or assumed to approximate the blue line on chart 7.2, I beg your pardon, chart 7.2 on page 225, as opposed to the historic rates that have been locked in as embedded in the sitting behind the blue bars in chart 3.7. So over time, old debt is replaced with new debt gradually.
Which is called the refinancing.
That's the refinancing task, but we've taken very deliberate steps in recent years to issue longer so that the rate at which those blue bars are replaced by red bars is slower than it would otherwise be if we'd been issuing at the sort of target term of maturity as we were, say, 10 years ago.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Barth. Senator, and we're out of time in the 5-minute block. Do you have either one more question or would you be willing to put it on notice?
Happy to put it on notice, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that is all the questions.
A long wait for a short session.
Yep.
And we might have a couple.
That's okay. We wait with bated breath.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll let you
Good.
I'm a permanent member.
Yeah, righto. So, can the AOFM advise how much how many Australian government securities or the value of the securities was on issue at 30 June 2022?
30 June 2022. How do I get that annual report? Bear with me for a moment, please, Senator.
Happy to put some of these on notice.
Okay. You look there.
I'll just ask a couple of key ones, put the rest on notice.
Senator, if I can take you to the debt statement on page 218 of budget paper 1.
Yeah.
Table 7.1 has the year-end face values for the year just complete, so 21-22 is 895 billion, and you can see that it evolves as you move to the right across the forward estimates period, ending the forward estimates at 1 trillion 159 billion. If I said, I did say 895 billion, didn't I?
You
Sometimes
did.
I get my millions and billions mixed up, Senator.
Yeah. And just for clarity, was that less than estimated at the March budget?
Less than estimated March, yes.
And that's due to the turnaround in the budget bottom line in 21-22, is it?
Yes, partly yes, that's right. Oh, sorry, yes is the answer.
Okay. I just want to ask you about the issuance. Can I ask you about, can you tell me the level the 2021-2022 issuance would have been without the pre-funding? So you say on page 16 of the 2021-2022 final budget outcome that the AOFM maintained a smooth rate of bond issuance largely in line with the budget estimates, and for clarity, that being the March budget estimates. And the quote I'm just going to refer to from the final budget outcome is, as a result, the AOFM has effectively pre-funded some of the 2022-2023 financing task by accumulating cash reserves. So the question is, can you please advise by how much the 2022-23 financing task was pre-funded?
I think so, Senator.
What page are you on, Brad?
16.
Oh, which paper?
2021-2022 final budget outcome.
What budget paper? 1, 2, 3 or 4?
Final budget outcome. That's not a budget paper, that's a separate...
Final budget.
Senator, it's difficult for us to split out how much of it was pre-funding for this year versus funding not required for last year. So we did definitely reduce our stated issuance task for 2022-23 the day after the budget was released, and that would essentially reflect so that's the current financial year. We had reduced our issuance task for the current financial year following the budget.
Okay. How much
I can't tell you exactly how much.
How much did you reduce it by?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I might ask my colleague, Mr. Parry, to comment.
Sorry, Brad Parry. I'm the head of Portfolio Strategy and Research at the AOFM. This is a slightly different, not exactly the question you're asking, but our issuance task for the current year. We announced the size of that program after the budget in March, and we announced a program of $125 billion of Treasury bonds. We updated that program at the time of the October budget, and the number that we announced at that time was $95 billion. So it was $30 billion less. That's not exactly the question you asked, but it's a pretty close approximation.
Okay, well, you might be able to take all that on notice then.
So can we just clarify what your question was, Senator? You want to know how much we reduced our issuance task
how much?
for the current year is I think we just said $30 billion.
Yep.
But did you also was there a little bit in there about last financial year or not?
Yep.
There was.
Yep.
So revisions to the last financial years.
You could just provide it all notice in writing there. That way you probably have a...
Oh, I'm happy to, but I just want to be clear on what it is we're providing on notice,
yep.
Senator.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Just finally, have you undertaken extensive investor relations activities?
Yes, Senator. Oh, me personally or the agency?
The agency.
The agency has, yes, Senator.
Extensive what? Sorry, I missed
Investor
that.
relations activities.
Oh.
I'm going to go to elocution soon. So, and what sort of activities have you been running since the October budget?
Since October budget, we've had presentations at investor conferences. So one of the banks that we deal with, Commonwealth Bank, has an annual investor conference not long after the budget. Yeah. And we had a speaker, our head of funding and liquidity, speak at that. And we've had international trips, I think, for 2 weeks, finishing last week. Mr. Parry was on one of those to Southeast Asia and South Asia, and two of our colleagues are on a trip in Europe at the moment that dovetails with the OECD Working Party for Debt Management meeting in Paris, and we've got they've got investor engagement sessions, usually with banks acting as introducers with investors in Europe.
Okay, so quite a lot then.
I mean, after the budget, there tends to be a flurry of activity. So
has there been much feedback following the recent budget? And has there been any feedback on the higher debt issuances over the medium term?
Actually, I might ask Mr. Parry, because he can give you first-hand feedback from those investors, if you don't mind.
So, I mean, the short answer is no. The focus is, I mean, the investors tend to be more focused on the near term. And the story there is, as I mentioned earlier, that we've got fewer bonds to issue than we had told the market to expect at the March budget. So no particular concerns there.
Okay. We'll probably have some more questions on notice on that issue, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, Senator Smith.
I've just got the 2020-2021 final budget outcome on my screen here, and at page 16 you make the observation, or you make the statement, so the government makes a statement, it says at the end of the 2021-2022, at the end of 2021-2022, gross debt was $895.3 billion, $10.7 billion lower than estimated in the 2022-23 March budget. This reduction is smaller than the improvement in the fiscal position as the Australian Office of Financial Management maintained a smooth rate of bond issuance largely in line with budget estimates. What do we mean by that, a smooth
It means, Senator, that we tell the market what our issuance plans are following each official update to the budget, be it MyIFO or budget, and this year obviously was a bit different with two budgets. And we tend to follow that reasonably closely, like we do what we say we'll do. And then when new information is released, then we change the trajectory. So essentially, when the fiscal position improves between budget updates, it will result in us maintaining roughly the same issuance rate, perhaps a little bit slower, but not markedly slow. So essentially, Senator, the issue is you don't want to be a sovereign debt manager who gives away what the fiscal outcome is or the next budget position is, before the budget's released. So if you changed every week or every month what the issuance task was, you're almost giving away what the next budget update's going to be, and you're probably going to be giving away the profitability of a few mining companies while we're at it.
The final sentence in the paragraph says, as a result, the AOFM has effectively pre-funded some of the 2022-23 financing tasks by accumulating cash reserves. Are you able to sort of advise how much of that 2022-2023 financing task was pre-funded?
I think so, Senator. I think over this year. Yeah. So Senator, the end of year cash balance is probably not the best measure of this because it fluctuates with intra-year differences in payments and receipts. But our plan is to run down assets that were on our balance sheet or in our administrative function at the beginning of the financial year by around just under $47 billion. So I'd take you to table 3.9 on page 136 of the portfolio budget statements, budget-related paper number 1.15. You can see there.
And the page number was 100 and?
Page 136, table 3.9 of the PBS, Senator.
Put that here.
Senator Smith, while you're finding that, I've just advised there's 1 or 2 minutes left in this 5-minute block, and the committee's decided to break at 7 as well.
It is very dry, but it's very unfair for officials.
You have the call, Senator Smith.
Sorry, you were saying I've got that table in front of me, table 3.9?
Yep. So, sorry, Senator. So if you work your way down 2022-23 budget, so the second column of numbers, the third number from the bottom of that is the 46.849559 billion that we're effectively planning to run down over the course of the financial year.
That figure, sorry?
559,000.
Which is going from the bottom of the column. It's the third figure.
Third figure from the bottom of the column, the second column.
And
under CMA transfers.
CMA transfers.
Yes.
CMA transfers. Okay. Thanks very much. We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Thank you very much, Mr. Bath and team from the Australian Office of Financial Management. We very much appreciate you answering our questions, and you go with our thanks. And the committee will now break for 1 hour and resume at 8 p.m.
You're on, Chair.
Are you seeking the call?
No, we'll do that first.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. We will. Are you ready to go on the table? Yep. We will now resume this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee, and we're welcoming the Australian Taxation Office and the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission. I just want to note before I welcome you properly that the committee is running 2.5 hours behind, and we thank the ATO for their patience. As a result of that, we are proceeding in 5-minute blocks of questions, so we appreciate the assistance of senators with that. And I also note that we're releasing the Royal Australian Mint and the Commonwealth Grants Commission, and that they've already been notified of that. We now welcome you, Commissioner Jordan, and also Acting Commissioner Jenkins. Where are you there? And I think you will have noted that if there are written opening statements, we'd be very happy for them to be tabled, but we also welcome a few comments from you if you'd like to give them by way of opening. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm more than happy to table my opening statement in the interest of time and go straight to questions.
Okay.
Likewise, thank you, and I'm happy to table the opening statement.
Okay, thank you both very much. Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to keep my questions brief. I just wanted to ask the Commission if you could please outline the requirements and assessment process for any organisation wanting to register as a public benevolent institution and in order to gain DGR status.
Sure. I might pass to Assistant Commissioner Anna Longley, who's with me, who deals with this process.
Thank you.
Yes, so the process first is that they must be eligible to be a charity, and there are 4 eligibility criteria for that, including that they are a not-for-profit entity, and that they have an ABN, and they have to meet one of the charitable purposes, and there are 12 outlined in the Charities Act. After that, we also will have a look at whether they have a purpose of, or are organised, I should say, for the provision of benevolent relief. And that's an assessment that we do holistically, looking at the activities that they undertake, as well as their governing documents, and we make that assessment at that point in time. If we do make the assessment that they are to be registered as a charity and also with the subtype of a public benevolent institution, we pass that over to the Australian Taxation Office and they determine eligibility for DGR endorsement.
Okay, thank you. So in 2021, the Australians for Indigenous Constitutional Recognition failed in their application to become a public benevolent institution and also to gain DGR status. They then took action against the Commission for this, but later withdrew this action. The government has now granted them DGR status, and I'm assuming also status as a public benevolent institution. So can I get some clarification on what basis are they now eligible? What process has occurred for this political organisation to obtain this status?
Thank you. So there are a few ways that an entity can gain DGR endorsement. One of those is specific listing, where the government, along with Treasury, will work to provide specific listing that's named in legislation. And I understand that is the case for Australians for Indigenous Constitutional Recognition. That does not grant them registration as a public benevolent institution. To my knowledge, they're not registered as a public benevolent institution on the public-facing charity register.
So, so just to be clear, all they have is DGR status?
That is my understanding.
Okay. So would an organisation based on the same objectives to assist Aboriginal people but are against constitutional recognition also have the opportunity to be granted DGR status on the same sort of objectives?
So as I mentioned, that is a matter for government to work with Treasury, so the ACNC would not actually be involved in that process, as the ACNC was not involved in respect of the specific listing.
So that would be entirely at the discretion of the government, is that correct?
If that is the way that they receive DGR endorsement, yes.
Okay, that's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks everybody for attending and for your work throughout the year. Could I ask first of all about the Mormon Church, probably to the ATO? You'd no doubt be aware of reports that the Church globally has a $100 billion tax-free fund called Ensign Peak Advisors, which invests in companies including Amazon and Lockheed Martin. Have you been aware of those reports?
Yes, I am.
Yep. Ms Jordan, are you aware of the allegations from former members of the Mormon Church here in Australia that the institution is engaging in potentially wide-scale tax avoidance and tax evasion, including through using a shell company?
I'm aware of those matters only through media reports.
All right.
I can pass on to Second Commissioner Jeremy Hershon, who runs the Client Engagement Group, but we will find it difficult to talk about the individual tax affairs of a taxpayer. Obviously, we take note of media reports of this nature, but I doubt whether we can go too much into specific details.
I wasn't going to ask about the details, other than you're aware of the concerns, and then is there a current investigation into the church by the ATO? And Mr Hershon.
Yes, so Senator, as the Commissioner said, we are very aware of those allegations, but due to taxpayer secrecy, I cannot confirm or deny whether an investigation is taking place.
But as I said, we are very well aware, and we take note of serious allegations made in the media.
Are you aware also of reports that in Australia the compulsory 10% tithe that followers of the church pay is being funneled through a charitable trust and therefore seeking to obtain tax deductibility, even though, as I understand it, tithe payments are not generally treated in that way?
Yes, so Senator, we are aware of the media reports, and I will also say as a general proposition, not talking about the specific taxpayer, that we do not view tithing as a gift, because a gift must be unconditional. The tithing, therefore, is not eligible for deductibility.
And so, as putting to one side the Mormon Church, having a structure where a faith-based institution had a tithing in place, and if they put it through a charitable trust and sort of to treat it as tax-free income, that would face challenges, would it?
Yes, so Senator, I think there are two elements here. One is to look at the deductibility to the person who is tithing their income.
Yep.
The other element is to look at the taxability to the entity receiving the tithing. They are different questions, but the tithing, because it is effectively compulsory, would not qualify for deductibility to the payer. The charity or the recipient entity may or may not be taxable. So generally, even if it is not deductible as to the recipient, it may well not be taxable to the entity because the entity is itself a not-for-profit.
All right. Then I might go to the basic religious charity exemption. Does the ATO have any understanding about how much that is costing taxpayers annually?
So, Senator, because the entities are exempt, we have not traditionally required them to lodge tax returns specifying how much of an exemption they are claiming.
It's also a little bit difficult because...
almost by definition, you don't have the data.
Well, and at my local church, they hand two plates around. One is the contribution to the building fund, or that tends to be deductible, and one is contribution to the priest's upkeep and that.
Commissioner, your church may treat their tax obligations with a high degree of awareness.
Well, I hope so, but we don't know which is in what place, sort of thing.
Is there a limitation on the volume of money, the size of the charity that can use the basic religious charity exemption for filing any documents, effectively?
I don't think so.
So, from a tax perspective, no, Senator. I understand there are some reforms that my colleagues from the ACNC might want to talk about.
All right. And while you're doing that, perhaps address the very real concerns that have been raised about it by, I think, a former commissioner of the Sexual Abuse Royal Commission in how the basic religious charity has been working. But if there are other reform matters, please address them.
The eligibility for basic religious charity status is set out in the Act, so it doesn't depend on size of the charity, but there are some other matters that the charity must take account of. So things such as government contributions to, or government funding to the charity of over a certain amount, $100,000, would mean that it is no longer eligible to be a basic religious charity.
But there are potentially charities with billions of dollars of assets using the basic religious charity exemption and providing almost no documentation to the ATO, no audited accounts, almost nothing. Is that right?
That's correct.
But that seems to me to be a fraught environment. If literally billions of dollars can be channeled through the economy with almost no reporting to the ATO, that seems to me to be a very fraught environment, to say the least. Commissioner?
I'm not sure of the extent of reporting of financial results of religious organisations to the ACNC, which may provide a scope. I know some not-for-profits, not particularly in the religious area, do file tax returns because they rely on the mutuality of income principle, but if they have rental income, interest income, they have to file a tax return and they are taxable on that. I'm not precisely aware of the nature of the religious institutions tax filing position, but I assume they report to the ACNC.
Well, from the ACNC, it is a very low doc environment. Isn't it? What are they required to file under the basic religious charity exemption?
Basic religious charities are required to provide an annual information statement, as are all charities, but they do not have to answer the financial questions. So that is optional for all basic religious charities to answer the questions in relation to financial information.
So, Senator, maybe if I could just give you some numbers. So, in terms of the 2020 annual information statement, there were 8,210 charities reported as BRCs. Only 7,719 of those didn't provide any information. So, there are some basic religious charities who do choose to provide some of that information. But as my colleague said, there is a carve-out for the in the legislation in 2012, and so they don't need to provide that information.
Sorry, did you say 7,700
Sorry,
don't?
Senator
Do you want me to just...
We're going to have to come back to you.
No, that's...
And
I'm happy to provide that information separately if you like, but 7,719.
Do not.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much indeed. I expect the characteristics of the basic religious charities that you've been speaking about are really varied from one entity to another. So there's sort of no blanket perception that can be gathered by the questions in those sorts of mass numbers.
That's correct. I mean, probably just to say, Senator, the basic religious charity, their only purpose is advancing religion. So there may be some other charities who perform other functions, but a basic religious charity, they can only have the single purpose is advancing religion.
Okay. I just want to go to the reality of the floods that are so significantly impacting our fellow Australians, and I'm really mindful of having been out and seen how beautiful it is out west, the green, but now just so green, absolutely sodden and water not be able to get away. The impact on those communities of large and small businesses is going to be really very significant. And I'm sure that those who thought they were going to get a great crop this year are going to find themselves in a different situation, unable to get, their machinery on and get a crop off. And every day I hear a little bit more, it makes me more concerned for what might happen to the local economies that rely on this boom and bust cycle that occurs. So my questions go to what happens to those individual people who might find themselves unemployed, isolated, unable to work, or businesses who are affected by such a natural disaster and find themselves in a situation where, they've used all the spare cash that they've got and they do not have funds to meet a tax obligation. What does the ATO do then? And if you can be mindful of what I think is a massive literacy gap that happens sometimes between what somebody even running a small business might do when things run predictably and their interaction with a large entity of government that can be extremely confronting.
Senator, look, we're very well aware of the difficulties that are facing some communities that are really struggling now, maybe for the second or third time.
Yeah.
We take a very empathetic approach to ensuring that we don't add to their burden by requiring payments, lodgements, etc. I'll hand over to Head of our Service Delivery, Melinda Smith, in a moment, but generally we try, both through agents and local publicity, to ensure that they're aware that we are happy to speak to them, to work out a payment program if that's necessary, to ensure they're not put under added pressure by lodgement. So we will often defer lodgements, defer any compliance activities in the area.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. Just further to the Commissioner's comments, there's lots that we do to support these small businesses. We know there's about 5.1 million clients that are in the 40 LGAs. that are suffering really dramatically from the current floods, and it's kind of tough to say that at the ATO we have a very well practiced adverse events framework, unfortunately, that deals with all of the natural disasters. We have a dedicated hotline for clients who might be experiencing challenges, but generally what we find is it's not till after the event has ceased that actually a lot of clients really face into, okay, what do I do now? We do things, as the Commissioner suggested. In addition to that, we prioritise refunds where we can help clients to get cash flow back, set up payment plans. We can remit penalties and interest during the time that's been impacted. And we really encourage anyone who's in those 40 LGAs to make contact with us, because we tailor our approach to the circumstances of that particular individual, because it impacts people so differently.
Thank you very much. So the prioritising payments, I'm sure that's going to really be something that people hear about. What's the dedicated hotline? Do you know the number?
I do. Let me just find that number.
Because you never know who's listening, and this could just be the answer to their prayers. Maybe they'll sleep better tonight having your number.
Let me find
what
that
is it?
number and I'll give
Thank
it to you rather than shuffle through my papers now.
So 5.1 million clients.
It's important to note that not all are seriously financially affected. The postcodes can be quite large.
Yes.
Local government areas. But that's the total potential number of people affected.
And we have to hope it's not all of them.
And we hope it's not
because you'll hope that a few, perhaps some more the marginal lands that often get less water,
yes,
might be the ones that hold up in the local economy on this occasion. When you have a flood, a lot of your documentation can be destroyed. Your computers might be destroyed. Your records might not be available. And even though it's not a flood event, you know, you can have ransomware be attacks on your business, and you've got all your digital copies. What do you do in those extraordinary circumstances where people basically, they've lost every bit of record keeping that they have, and they may or may not have a backup? What happens then?
We work with them to do our best jointly to reconstruct their records, and we may rely on past years or the what information or most recent information that we have. But Jeremy, you or Melinda are aware.
So just, I suppose, building on that, obviously, sometimes the bank records will survive. We'll help people reconstruct from whatever survives the event.
Senator O'Neill.
And look, if we can't get it perfect, we've got to deal with the facts as we've got them, and we'll make a best estimate, agree that, and move on. Because we don't, if they've genuinely lost the material, well, they can't do anything about it, we can't, and as we say, we'll make a best effort to work with them to reconstruct whatever records, what bank account records are available, but ultimately we just have to agree something and move on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator O'Neill.
Ms Smith might have the number.
I do. So if anyone is impacted by floods and want to talk to us about how we can assist, the hotline number is 1800 806 218.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Smith is seeking the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I ask some questions of the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission, Mr Hirshhorn, in response to Senator Shoebridge's question about I'm paraphrasing, lost revenue, you used the word traditionally to describe the activities of the ATO. That suggests that there might have been some work being done or some untraditional data collection. So I'm just curious to know why you chose the word traditional.
Senator,
traditionally. Yep.
Yes. So, Senator, you may be running the risk of overparsing my response.
Overparsing?
Yes.
That's not, in good faith, that's not a term I've ever heard at an estimates. Right. Thank you, Senator
But
McKim.
one of my colleagues, so it is not relevant directly to Senator Shoebridge's comment, but a measure has come in where not-for-profits, so not charities, but not-for-profits who self-assess as exempt, will have to start lodging a form of income statement from, I think, July 24, from year starting July 24, But when we, going back to that previous question, we don't ask, so to say, it's a general rule, we will not ask people to lodge a tax return if they do not have any taxable income.
Thank you. So not completely a long bow.
Not complete.
Thank you.
A medium bow, perhaps, Senator.
I should say, Senator, Second Commissioner Hirschhorn is one of those people you want on your Trivial Pursuit teams.
Sorry, Commissioner. Sorry.
On the Trivial Pursuit, or what do you call the things you do in pubs where you get asked questions, so you want him on your team.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we hope that Senator's estimates doesn't go so long that we end up in Trivial Pursuits.
I admit I never heard the phrase before.
There's been a little bit of that going on today.
Mr. Hirschhorn, it's an interesting distinction you make, because at the Community Affairs Senate estimates this afternoon, I did ask officials from the Department of Social Services, when they think about their role in the charities and not-for-profit space, do they think about it in the broad, or do they draw a distinction between charities and not-for-profits? In your brief remarks then, you did delineate quite clearly, it sounded to me like, a difference between not-for-profits and charities. Could you just expand on that for me a little bit further?
Yes. So Senator, charities, to some degree, charities and not-for-profits are both functionally tax exempt on the whole, in terms of at least their I might go back a step. So charities are generally tax exempt, and that is on both the donations and also on their investment income. Not-for-profits are generally exempt on their member contributions, but will often be taxable on their investment income. In this ongoing reporting measure, not-for-profits will be subject to a different regime from charities. And indeed, if I refer to my colleagues, they are somewhat confusingly referred to as the Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, but my understanding is that they only regulate charities and not-for-profits.
That is
correct. Feel like
genuine.
I'm in an episode of something.
As the Shadow Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities, and Treasury, I'm genuinely interested in that, and that will be of great value to me over what I hope will be a short tenure in the Assistant Shadow Minister, Shadow Assistant Minister role. But thank you very much. So thank you very much for that. Just turning then to the ACNC. Thank you very much for the invitation to attend the 10th year anniversary events on the 2nd of December. Before we come to those and other matters, Minister, can you provide the committee with an update on the selection process for a new commissioner of the ACNC?
It hasn't been finalised.
Can you just step us through what is the process? Yep.
I'll see if I can get any information on that.
Perhaps I can come to that at the end of...
the Treasury, yeah.
Can I also just mention that the acting commissioner has been extended from the end of November to the middle of December. So that's a sort of time frame that we're working with.
Thank you very much. My question, Commissioner, is really just about the process, but I appreciate
that.
So,
we can help.
Apologies, I've left my card somewhere, but Diane Brown from the Deputy Secretary, Revenue Group, Small Business and Housing.
Voluntarily agreed to come along in case you had some revenue questions, and has been very happy waiting.
Very happy waiting. So the appointment of the new Commissioner is being conducted in accordance with the Merit and Transparency Guidelines. It will ultimately be a decision of the Minister and Cabinet before going to the Governor-General they actually make the appointment. That a merit selection process has been underway. The job was advertised. I haven't got the dates with me, but the job was advertised. A recruitment panel in accordance with the Merit Transparency Guidelines was established. Interviews were held, and it's now with Government for decision.
Are you able to disclose who was on the recruitment panel or the selection panel?
I can. I believe I might need to take it on notice just to confirm I've got the right names. I think there was only 3 members, but I could have that wrong. It was chaired by the Secretary of Treasury, Stephen Kennedy, Jenny Wilkinson, the Secretary of the Department of Finance, was on the panel, and Susan Pascoe, a former commissioner.
Great, thanks very much. At a high level, Ms Jenkins, can you give us an overview of the most recent report and its key findings? I noticed that in your opening statement you draw attention to some of the key data that's been revealed or reported. Can you provide us an update with some of the other key metrics?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. So I think we've actually produced a number of reports recently. So we have had our corporate plan, our annual report, and our charities 8th edition. So I'm going to give maybe some of the key statistics in the 21-22 financial year that you might find helpful. So in that year, we received 6,015 registration applications, and of those, we registered 3,152 charities. We did have some concerns raised about charities because obviously part of the job that we do is we take concerns. So there were around 2,522 concerns. And things that people were concerned about included inappropriate advocacy, individuals obtaining private benefits, and mismanagement of funds. And obviously we had a look at those concerns, and in some cases they went on to investigation. We had 96 investigations during that period, and that resulted in revoking 15 charities' registration for serious and ongoing non-compliance. But I must say that Assistant Commissioner Longley and the team work very, very hard before we get to a position of revocation to actually bring the charities back on track. Most of the work that we're doing is very much around education, and I'm pleased to say that in the last financial year, it was in August, gosh, it's hard to keep track of time. In August, we released free online training sessions, which are available to everyone, and so we have 8 modules for that. Just in terms of volume, so there's around just over 100 staff that we have. We answered 20,449 calls, and we processed 13,165 written inquiries. So there was a lot of interest in the charity sector in the last year, with more than over 5.5 million views of our charities register, so people searching the charities register. The final point I might make is we're very proud of the enhanced charities register. So for those of you who are listening and haven't had a look at it, it now provides a lot more detailed information about the programs that the charities are providing, where they are located, the nature of their activities, and so that's searchable online, and that was launched earlier this year.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Smith.
That was very quick.
You've done well. I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. So I've got some questions for the ATO. We're in a commodity price boom, but the budget forecasts for the PRRT revenue are $450 million down over the forward estimates. I've read the note in the budget paper about this, but could you just explain from the ATO's point of view what's going on?
So, Senator, you're asking a question about the forwards for PRRT?
That's right. And why they're down so sharply.
Okay, so Senator, I might just talk about some general comments about PRRT as it's behaving at the moment, and welcome my colleague, Ms Brown.
Thank you.
So PRRT at the moment is paid primarily in relation to some historical oil fields, so Bass Strait in particular, also Macedon, Pyrenees, I think. And we do publish the data of those who pay PRRT. That revenue
Can I
is...
just ask that, Mr Hirshhorn, that you don't segregate that data geographically, do you?
So...
in terms of what fields?
No, so you're absolutely correct, Senator. We do not segregate it geographically. We have previously said which fields primarily drive it, and indeed the entity names do give some clues as to and indeed the ownership structure. You know, it's pretty easy to work out which company owns which fields. So in the short run, the PRRT receipts are highly dependent on the oil price and the volumes of oil from those fields. But I might pass to my colleague as to how that is reflected in the forwards.
Thanks, Ms Brown, and thanks for sticking around for us this evening.
You're welcome. I was just going to try and check the numbers, but I can't quickly. But I think what you quoted was right. I would put it down to the forecasts influenced by 3 factors. One is the movement in commodity prices, as Mr Hirshhorn indicated. In the forecasts, there are assumptions made about commodity prices, and that is that they return to their long-run fundamental values after 2 quarters. So they're assumed to decline. So that explains some of the movement in the PRRT. The second reason goes to maturing production in the fields. So we're seeing the fields maturing, so lower production. And the third factor is some decommissioning costs as those fields and projects mature and
So in regards to the third part of your answer, they are the Bass Strait fields in the main?
In the main, yes.
Yeah. Are there any fields that aren't in? The Bass Strait fields are the only ones mentioned in the note in the budget paper. Are you aware whether there are other fields that are not in Bass Strait that are decommissioning?
I would have to take that on notice.
Right, if you could take that on notice, that'd be helpful. Do we know how much PRRT revenue is attributable to the Bass Strait fields? I'm not sure whether that's a department or an ATO question, but...
So, Senator, I don't think we can... so I think we're in a challenge here is that I don't think we can tell you, but I might refer you to our tax transparency reporting, which was published just last week, which does have several, as I suppose as is public knowledge, that Esso has, or Exxon has a stake in Bass Strait, as does BHP.
Yep.
For that year. So our transparency reporting is probably a couple of years stale.
It's pretty grim reading, if I might offer that observation, Mr Hirshhorn. No criticism of the ATO there, but just the amount that we're getting from these companies that turn over massive amounts of money is, well, in many cases, zero. It's pitiful. But anyway, thanks for allowing me that observation.
So, Senator, may I make an observation in return to your observation, which is indeed, you know, we do publish the corporate transparency data each year. This is our 8th year of publishing it. We do try to provide a fair degree of contextual information as to the background to those statistics. One point that I would like to make is that, again, they are a little bit old, but obviously we know what is happening now, and there are some very significant tax flows coming in from the oil and gas industry.
In fact, terms of company tax, do you mean?
In terms of company tax. Yeah. And, Senator, I think
there are some pretty significant profits being made as well, Mr Hirshhorn.
Indeed, there are. But as the Tax Administration, our job is to collect the tax payable according to the laws that the Parliament passes.
Of course.
If I could just add there, Senator,
of course.
Oil and gas industry, not PRRT as such, as a result of the Chevron case, which dealt with the pricing of debt, we've been able to disallow around $40 billion of interest deductions across the oil and gas industry. That equates to $12 billion of company tax. Publicly, Chevron has announced that they will be paying in the 2022 calendar year tax of $3.7 billion.
What's that on a profit of?
I don't know that figure, but I can tell you, as a result of the Chevron case itself and the work that the ATO did, we have substantially brought forward their payment of tax, and a very substantial part of that 3.7 is to do with
understood.
that. Shell has announced they're looking at, will be paying tax. I think Exxon has also said the same, and this is bringing that forward. That was to do with the pricing of debt. Now, the government has made some announcements in the budget about the thin capitalisation. It sort of go, not quite, but to the quantum of debt by restricting deductions for interest to 30% of the net profit of those companies. So you'll again see a larger flow of revenue coming from that sector, which is very highly leveraged, as I'm sure you know.
Thank you. I just want to sort of gently move us back to the PRRT. What's the latest figure that the ATO has on the value of the carried forward expenditure, the tax credits under the PRRT?
Yes, so thanks, Senator. The most recent published total carry forward losses is approximately $280 billion.
280?
Yes.
And do you publish that? I presume that's published somewhere, is it?
Yes, Senator. In the taxation statistics website, I think it's on data.gov.au.
And how do you publish that quarterly or annually, or how
Yes.
often?
So, Senator, that is updated annually, and usually around June each year.
All right. And how did you say two?
Kim, I'll need to share the call after this question.
Okay, sure. Sorry, you said 280 billion, Mr. Hirshon, was it?
Yes. So the exact number I have at the moment, and it changes as people lodge, but the exact number I have is around about 284
And
billion.
how 284? And how does that relate to 12 months prior, the previous report?
It was at the end of 1920. It was about 282 billion.
So going up. All right.
So 2 billion movement.
Thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Jenkins, in your opening statement, you talk about a number of formal mechanisms, such as your advisory and sector forums, and the fact that you've recently introduced a consultation panel. Can you just sort of expand on those two elements for me, please?
Sure. So I'll start and then I'll hand over to Ms Longley. So a big part of what we do in the charity sector, the ACNC was established because the charity sector wanted the ACNC. So a big part of that is about getting the feedback and engaging strongly with the sector. So there were two peak bodies. So one is the the sector forum, which is comprises members of the sector. So there's just over 30, I think, Ms Longley, in that sector. It meets regularly. And actually what we've been trying, during COVID, it was online. What we have been trying to do is to actually get the group back together. And is used to do things like talk about what are the current issues. We've done roundtables, but also to consult with them when we've got changes coming up. So then there's the advisors sector. So there's two, the sector forum, and then there's the advisor forum. So that is the sector's represented by many charity lawyers, accountants, bookkeepers, and other people. And so that's to give them a voice and to give a different perspective on the sector. The final one that you mentioned then is the consultation forum. What we discovered, and a little bit like small business, there's lots of charities who would love to have their say, they would love to be consulted, but can't necessarily commit the time to a formal committee. And so what we've done is basically said anybody who is interested can put their name down for the consultation forum panel, and then we will say what we're consulting on, and if there's a particular issue that they're really interested in, then they can do that. And so that's what that particular forum is about.
Ms Longley, would you like to add to that? Or?
I will say in relation to the consultation panel, we've got over 50 people who have already signed up to that, and we have engaged with them on a couple of matters, 2 matters so far, and received some feedback from them. So we will continue to look to grow that panel. It's one where they can contribute voluntarily, so they will not have to respond to everything we send out. It's on a voluntary basis.
So I'm assuming that the ACNC appoints people to the advisor and sector forums, and that charities and not-for-profits are free, voluntarily nominate themselves to the consultation panel?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you just provide me with information in regards to who is on the advisor and sector forums and who is currently on the consultation panel? And in regards to those 3 forums, the engagement happens how?
So maybe 2 pieces of background there. So we're actually about to publish on our website the names of all of the representatives from both of those. We thought that's a really good way of being more transparent, and so that people in the community can connect with them. So your other question was just around how we conduct those. So I think there were meant to be 4 a year at one point. It's 2, I think it's 2 a year, just conscious of people's time, that are the formal meetings. So
of
those
the advisor and sector
of the
forums?
advisor and sector, and they tend to be a week apart. The agendas are slightly different because the audience is slightly different. During the period of COVID, they have been via Teams, but for the Advisors Forum, we had it in person. So we had workshop sessions, we broke out into groups, we had discussions around various documents to get ideas. So that's the sort of format of those sessions. And the intention is to use those sessions both to workshop some of the things. A simple example, if I may, the wording of some of the letters, for example, that we send out. One of the things that we find is that people really do want to have their say on, which words we use, how they might be received. We also did some testing on who we should be contacting, for example. Is it the responsible person? How should we be contacting them in the first instance? So that's the group that we get, sort of the voice of the charity sector, to help us really provide the best service that we can.
And I'm assuming that there's suitable rural, regional and remote representation of charities from the advisor and sector forum, but also the consultation panel?
That is, so at the end of last year, I refreshed the membership of both the Advisor Forum and the Sector Forum, and we put out a call in our monthly newsletter. We had quite a few people who wanted to join. When selecting participants for that, I did have a mix of those who are already on the forums, but I also really looked very closely at regional and urban and metro representation, as well as the charity subtype and the beneficiaries that the charities worked in aid of.
And Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Longley, you do that yourselves independently of having to provide any advice up to government about your decisions or your choices?
Yes, Senator. They are decisions of the ACNC, is who decides who is on those particular committees. If I may distinguish that, Senator, from the advisory board, that is a separate...
You must be reading my mind, because that is where I'm going to...
Fantastic. Would you like me to continue, or do you want to ask a specific question, Senator?
Why don't we play a game and we'll see how close you get to my...
Okay, right.
Let's not play games. Let's just do the Q&A.
The second on the advisory board is, so the advisory board is to advise the Commissioner. So that is a source of the advisory board. That is managed by Treasury, and there is a process at the moment where that has been opened up, but I don't know, is that where you were heading with your Q&A, if I read your mind?
That is exactly where I'm heading. So my next set of questions was to the Minister or to the Deputy Secretary in regards to what plans, if
Senator
any...
Smith, you have... mentioned a set of... We've just mentioned a set of questions. 1 minute is fine. Thank you.
To the Minister or the Deputy Secretary, what plans are there to refresh the advisory panel, and if there are any, what's the process that will be gone through, and what's the time frame around that?
Unfortunately, I think I'll have to take those questions on notice. My colleagues would know, but they're not present, so unfortunately we'll try and get an answer back to you on notice.
Yep. I only have I do have another set, but it's not exhaustive, so
I was
you can come
going
back
to
me.
go to Senator Bragg, but I think that benefit falls to you, Senator Smith.
Great, thanks very much.
I do have some more questions.
I'm aware. Senator Smith.
Just turning now to the government's election commitment in regards to charities and not-for-profits, which is headed Building Capacity, Building Communities, Strengthening Australia's Charities and Not-for-Profits. Acting Commissioner, can you just provide me with a sense of how the roles are delineated between the ACNC, the Treasury and the Department of Social Services, your understanding of how the roles between yourself, the Treasury and the Department of Social Services are delineated in delivering on those elements of that election commitment?
So I guess maybe, Senator, if I would start, the sort of principles or the purpose upon which the ACNC operates is guided by 3 objects. The first object is to maintain, protect, enhance the public trust and confidence in the Australian not-for-profit sector. The second is to support and sustain a robust, vibrant, independent and innovative not-for-profit sector. And the final point is the reduction of unnecessary regulatory burden on the sector. And so within that framework, that guides our role as the ACNC. So, for example, some of the work that we might be doing around fundraising and reduction of red tape, which has been part of the modernising fundraising piece, that is a piece of work that we would do. I also know in terms of one of the parts of the document I think you're looking at was around protecting advocacy. The role that we can play as the ACNC is to guide people so they know when they can be advocating and when there are areas that it's not possible to be advocating on. So that's certainly something that Ms Longley and I have been out speaking about, which is that it's very important that the sector understands that they can advocate, and there are a couple of exceptions. Those are around, obviously, not about a particular party or a particular politician, but in terms of the sector, there is a lot of work that they do around advocacy. So I think that's really from the ACNC's perspective, guided by our 3 objects.
That's helpful. The advocacy part's not included in this two-page document, but it is something that I want to come to in a moment. So I'm right to assume then that you're not involved in the commitment to convene a non-profit sector expert reference panel?
That's correct.
Or the creation of a blueprint?
That is correct.
And you're not involved in the commitment to work with charities and donors to double philanthropic giving by 2030?
We will not be specifically running that, but I can see that there will be an opportunity for us to be an observer in some of those, as we have been, for instance, in relation to the fundraising working group. So it wouldn't be a lead role, but it may be observer status.
So the fundraiser working group is what?
So that is a working group that has been set up from between states and territories as well as the Commonwealth in order to deliver on some previous government work as well. It's also been continuing now in terms of making sure that the fundraising rules are consistent nationally.
Yeah, and that would be under the fix fundraising subheading of
That's correct.
Of this document.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Before we turn to the issue around advocacy, on page 23, on page 22 of your report, there are 5 performance measures. And before we get to those, I do note on page 23 that the ACNC has secured 91% satisfaction performance from stakeholders, so congratulations to that. And then I notice on performance measures 1.3, 1.4 and 1.5, you've also exceeded your annual targets. But on performance measure 1.1, which deals with percentage of new charity registrations completed within agreed timeframes, and 1.2, and the measure is percentage of charities complying with timeliness of annual information statement submission requirements, those 2 targets were not met. So the first target on 1.1 is 90%, but the result was 83%, and the second target, 1.2, the annual target was 75%, but what was achieved was 68%. And I thought this might be a good time just to provide on the record just some of the factors that led to not reaching those 2 targets, given that the other 3 were exceeded.
Absolutely. So I might provide some observations because I wasn't around at this particular for this financial year, and then I'll hand over to Ms Longley. So one of the things that I've observed coming in has been the impact. So for those of you who don't know, the ACNC is based in Victoria. All of the staff are based in Melbourne. And there's been quite a significant impact to our workforce as a result of COVID lockdowns during that period. And so just an observation I would make around some of the challenges to our workforce during that particular time. One of the things I would also say, though, is we're very focused on that. And so for the coming period, we are really working very hard to help charities understand their obligations to actually provide us with the annual information statements, but also we are processing those new registrations much faster. But I'll hand to Ms Longley for any further details in relation to that.
Thank you. I suppose the only part I would add in relation to 1.2 is the fact that many charities themselves have been significantly impacted by COVID, whether that means a reduction in their workforce or their volunteer base, as well as maybe an increase in the service provision that they've had to be giving. So that may well have impacted the number of charities that provided on-time lodgements. We have continued to assist them by sending reminders when their lodgements are due, and also, as necessary, providing extensions of time within which to lodge as well.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I'll go to Senator McKim now. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Brown, I wanted to ask you, you gave 3 reasons for in broad terms, for the decline in the PRRT revenues that were revealed in the budget. Do you know what quantum of that decline is attributable to each of those reasons?
I don't know. I haven't got any
Is that something you could
here.
take on notice?
I think we could find out some of it.
Thank you.
For you.
Thank you. Can I ask, perhaps this is a question for Mr Hirshhorn, if not, please pass it on. Obviously, gas companies are making massive profits at the moment. I'd describe them as obscene war profits, but that's just me. Are gas companies using tax credits more quickly than previously expected at the moment?
Yes, so Senator, and this will build your question, but also build on some comments of the Commissioner. So the large gas projects spent an extraordinary amount of money building their assets.
That's right.
In 2019, I referred to this committee that due to our efforts, we predicted that, and this is the denial of $40 billion of deductions that the Commissioner referred to, we will be bringing forward their tax to the 2022 year rather than the much later 2020s. I'm very happy to announce that that has occurred. What that means now is that the gas projects on the whole are now tax payable. They have used up their corporate tax losses.
I understand that, but that's not the PRRT tax credits, is it?
No. So PRRT, and indeed we've spoken about this from time to time, that the most recent modelling, the best modelling of PRRT forecasts is the Callaghan Review, which predicted that at a gas price of $100, or sorry, an oil price of about $100, that the big gas investments would be paying PRRT in the 2030s.
Yes. Now that there's been no work done. That's a little while ago now. That review. Has anyone done any updated work to forecast when, in fact, we might see those revenues coming in?
That work still remains the most authoritative current work.
Okay. So, Minister,
Yes.
Are you satisfied with a $450 million decline in the forecast PRRT revenues, and is your government considering reform of the PRRT to actually make it work?
Well, we've discussed this earlier today in the sense that the review that was commenced under the former government has been recommenced, and the declines in revenue over the forward estimates are the application of the current arrangements influenced by the falls, expected reductions in commodity prices. So the government hasn't changed the law, hasn't made a decision about changing the law.
But you're a part of government. You didn't bring a policy to the election to make the improvements that needed to be made. And look, Minister, I'll put it to you like this. Australia's about level pegging with Qatar. in terms of being the world's biggest LNG producer. Now, they, in Qatar, are collecting about $40 billion US this year in tax from oil and gas. And we're lucky if we're collecting 10% of that, probably closer to 5%. How is it that a petrostate like Qatar is 20 times better at us at taxing LNG, and would it have anything to do with the $500,000 that the Labor Party took in political donations from the fossil fuel sector in the 2021 financial year?
No, is the answer to that in relation to the second part. Government, I think it's improper of you to suggest and link the two things, the two issues. As I said, there's a review underway. There's a lot of work underway across the Ministerial Working Group and the Secretaries Group dealing with the mess that we have inherited from a government that didn't do anything or do what it should for the last 10 years, and we are trying to address that with a range of options on the table.
Would you consider requiring the ATO to publish details on how much each company has in carried forward tax credits so we can actually know in detail which companies are taking us to the cleaners?
Well, I think the issue of transparency and tax transparency is important. I'm not the portfolio minister for this area, and I'm happy to refer your question to them.
Thank you, Senator McKim. I believe Senator Bragg wants the call. In your absence, Senator Smith had a double block there. So if you don't want the call, Senator Bragg, I'll go back to Senator O'Neill.
Okay, well, I'll ask some questions then.
Yep.
I've got to remember what I was going to ask about. Right? Yeah, I've got to. Well, I actually do want to ask about the. So, ACNC, so I wrote to you a couple of times during the election campaign. Do you know about those letters?
Yes, I'm aware.
You do? Okay,
Yes.
Good, great. So, I was just wondering where that was up to.
What, in terms of a response or the matters you raised?
Yeah, so I mean, the issue was that effectively there was an organisation called Smart Energy, which also had a sister or brother organisation called Smart Voting. They had common directors, common messages. One had some sort of charitable status, and the other one was a campaigning outfit. And it looked like it was in part a shell organisation to solicit charitable payments, which have tax preference status, and that then being used to finance political campaigns, which we wrote down in detail. And just because I set up a sister or brother organisation shouldn't mean I should be able to evade the charity guidelines. So where did you get to with that? Because I know you were looking into it.
So maybe, Senator, I'll start with some high-level observations, which I may not be able to go much further than, but we'll see how we go, and then I'll pass on to my colleague, Ms Longley.
Yeah.
I am familiar with some of the questions that you, and the correspondence. I've familiarised myself with that. As you are probably aware, we generally don't speak about specific charities, but we can speak in broad terms, and I believe that my colleague spoke to you in broad terms about those last time. Yeah, I mean, I'll see, Ms Longley, is there anything else that we say? So what I should say is we take all concerns seriously.
I'm sure you do.
And they go into our risk ratings, and we then look at the information that's provided and consider how we should allocate our resources. But I might just pass to Ms Longley and see if there's anything more that she can add to your question.
Thank you. Yes, Senator, What I will add is, again, some high-level observations around a number of concerns that we received in the lead-up to the election. We received some 400 concerns from the community, and the result of that was that we spoke to a number of charities and we advised them of their obligations and reminded them of their obligations. And there were some charities that did take action in relation to their obligations as well. So I think that's probably as much as really we would generally say around specifics.
Yeah. I've got your letter here from 17 May, where you note that the ACNC has no power to regulate Smart Voting Proprietary Limited. However, I note your concern regarding the relationship between smart voting and smart energy. So, I mean, this is, I understand your obligations under the law. I'm not seeking to encourage you to undermine those, but I think it is an important, I mean, a lot of these examples are estimates, they're just examples of situations which are in the grey area. And if there is close corporate cooperation between those two entities, there is a potential to undermine the charities provision. So I guess maybe you can give me a bit more advice about what you're doing to deter that sort of behaviour.
Thank you very much, Senator. As we only have remit in relation to charities, as that letter said, we are not able to look at any other entities.
Yeah.
However, where we do think that there may be some consequences of relationships with other entities that mean other laws are being breached, or potentially there might be tax consequences, we do work with, in that instance, the tax office. We will make referrals to the tax office or to other regulators where there might be relationships between entities that we think do warrant further investigation if they're outside of our particular remit.
Okay, so have you given advice to organisations like this where this is a perceived or real problem?
Sorry, could you please confirm? So organisations like this, which entity are we speaking about?
It's an organisation with virtually the same name, with common directors, working together on the same thing. One part of it collects DGR status or has charitable status, and the other part of it is doing political campaigns. So, I mean, there may be a Chinese wall, right? There may not be a Chinese wall.
So, yes, Senator, as I said, because we really can only look at the charities, we might remind a charity in an instance like that. We may remind a charity of their obligations for good governance.
Right. Okay. So I'm unclear about where you get to with that situation, because is there a deterrence program that you run, or is that something that you communicate with the tax office about?
Depending on the particular risk that we're seeing, it may well be that we do work with the tax office. It may well be that we work with a different regulator.
Okay. And what work will you do on these particular, let's call them Chinese wall issues, in the next electoral cycle?
Senator, we are always looking for ways in which we can help inform the charity sector of particular risks that we're identifying, but also things not to do. One of the things that I was just conferring with my colleague on, there is some changes to what's called related party transactions, so around disclosure of related party transactions. Now, without going into the specifics of your particular case, it may be that that type of scenario could be covered by the disclosure of related party transactions. I don't want to go into the specifics of your case, but that may be one of the sort of disincentives to that sort of behaviour.
And is
Senator
that...
Bragg, is there
One final question before I go to Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, there is one final question. It's a very small question.
Okay, great.
Very small. So will that information be provided through guidance from you?
So on related party transactions.
And is that coming?
Yeah, so we actually consulted on that with the advisor or sector forum, or maybe both of them, last week. So there is further advice coming in relation to that. Yes, that's correct.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. Just following from my last line of questioning, has the ATO noticed a significant increase of people seeking support during this period of natural disasters? On that 1-800 number, 1-800-806-218, if you've got a problem and you need to talk to the taxation department because of the impact of flooding.
Thank you, Senator. Melinda Smith, Chief Service Delivery Officer. We haven't noticed an increase as of yet, but that's not unusual. When there's a natural disaster, it tends to be towards the end of the natural disaster that our clients start to turn their minds to things such as tax matters, and that's when we would ordinarily see an increase come through.
And that's those who'd be putting in a BAS, not those who'd be sort of doing an annual statement as pay-as-you-go earners.
Yes, so it would be for all clients that are in those LGAs. That's correct.
Okay. Just one personal one. I noticed you've got a reconciliation action plan. What's your current employment stats on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employees at all levels?
Yes, Jackie Curtis, Chief Operating Officer. So in diversity, we have a very strong commitment to diversity, and in the Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander space, our current levels are just 3.2%. So that's as at 30th September 2022, and that's up from 2.9% in June 2022.
Okay. Could you take on notice a breakdown of at what levels they are, and also by jurisdiction?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much. And also the culturally and linguistically diverse, if we're talking about diversity, all shapes and flavours of diversity, what are your strategic plans about that? What levels do you expect? And if you could indicate again, what levels are they at? So SES, of course, would be fantastic to see people of diversity at high levels in the SES.
Yes, certainly, Senator. I think you'll find our figures are really good in that space.
Great. I look forward to receiving them. One thing I love about being Australian is that even though we don't always deliver fairness exactly, we still really believe in it. And we like to talk about it and think it's about, paying your fair share, pulling your weight. I saw great photos of kids out west this week filling sandbags, getting in and having a go and doing your bit. Paying your taxes is part of that doing your bit, right? So I know that you've had a focus particularly on multinational companies, and Australians are very pleased to see those companies pulling their weight more and more. And I note the comments you make in your opening statements about significant improvements in capturing that fair tax. But how will the additional funding for the ATO in the October budget help drive up tax compliance to help us meet our current challenges with the budget?
Excuse me, yes, Senator. We very much welcome the additional funding to increase the integrity and fairness of the tax system. It falls into three basic categories. The Tax Avoidance Task Force, our funding has been increased by around $200 million a year and has been extended to 30 June 2026. Now, this will enable us to recruit around 1,200 additional staff for task force work. Whilst we'll obviously continue a focus on the very large corporations, it will enable us, this additional $200 million a year, to also look at emerging large corporations and the larger medium private companies and high wealth individuals. And also there's sort of a continual abuse of trusts. We've got a lot of cases coming through the courts on that, and any other high risk tax arrangements. So We estimate around $3 billion in additional receipts over the forward estimates, so 1,200 staff, but also a focus on high wealth individuals, getting a better understanding of the tax governance arrangements of these large private groups that are a bit more opaque to us than listed companies where there's a lot of public information. The second element of the additional funding is the Shadow Economy program, which has been extended for a further 3 years from 1 July 2023. In particular, the amount that's estimated, about $8 billion a year attributed to the shadow economy. Frankly, we acknowledge that's just unacceptable. It is an area that we can't audit our way out of as well. So we do have to rely on increased data feeds, the better management of data, and the greater ability to use that to connect so we can isolate. It's sort of strange to me in that today's world of technology, you can still just stay out of a system. And we've got a lot of focus on how best what data feeds we need and how best we can match that to produce people that we just don't know aware of. There's a lot of things. Sounds easy, but we can get the data, but there's no point having a data lake. We've got to be able to match it in a way that focuses on a business, a premise that's a business premise that's not in our system. So there's a lot of work to be done there across agencies as well, because a lot of the shadow economy work is government payments, fraud, all sorts of things. So $8 billion a year, and it represents about 60% or so of the whole small business tax gap. So that's a great area. Through the third area is the personal income tax program. That's been expanded for a further 2 years from 1 July 2023. Again, this is an area where there's a large underpayment or a tax gap of around $4 billion a year just related to work-related expenses, the overclaiming. There's sort of developed, I think, checklists for particular occupations that people use, and some agents just sort of tick boxes. And we found that in some of our random audits that we have to do as part of the tax gap analysis, people just didn't have receipts. They couldn't prove the expenditure on work-related expenses. Again, it's an area we can't audit our way out of. So we have to be able to use smarter data, as one of our business lines is called, and it's a scale market. When we talk about the Tax Avoidance Task Force, it's more bespoke. We can have people looking at individual companies, embed them there. This is scale market, and you can never audit your way out of it, but with better use of analytics again. For example, for a couple of years now, we do real-time nudging of people claiming work-related expenses through our MyTax. In other words, I get a pop-up and we'll say, it's called Your Nearest Neighbour as a project. You get a pop-up saying, do you really want to claim that amount for that work-related expense? Because it exceeds what a similar person earning similar income in a similar area would be claiming. Because we have sort of data on the parameters of these sort of things, benchmarks.
And in some cases that would be appropriate because there's a particular dimension of
Absolutely.
the work that they do, and then in others it's the conscience on the shoulder sort of.
Yeah, I mean, we changed the system because people used to go down until they didn't get the pop-up. So you can't do multiple entries anymore. But we're working on a new system that uses artificial intelligence, or what I like to call it, machine learning, that will be able to analyse that material and request from the claimant, if they want to go ahead with the claim, to provide information to justify the claim, receipts or something. That program will also be able to analyse the response, put it into a format and hand it to a case officer, because you want humans to exercise judgment, and they'll be able to read the receipt. So that's a real big deal in a scale market, to be able to ask for information, analyse it, put it in a way that a case officer can look at it and then exercise judgment. So that's a big deal. So this additional funding will help us in that personal income tax area to try to reduce the $4 billion gap just on work-related expenses. Also, rental income and expenses. There's over $100 billion in total, roughly 50-something on rent and 50 or so on, the other way, about 50 on expenses and 50-something on rent. Not a lot of negative gearing in the system up to the figures we've got. We are installing a process that will be able to absorb rental statements from third parties, property management agents, because largely all that rental income and expenses was not assured, wasn't verifiable. So we will be able to verify, using third-party data, a large amount of the income and expenses on rental property owned by individuals. And that will provide a much, much better assurance in that personal income tax program. So they're the three elements: the Tax Avoidance Task Force, the Shadow Economy, personal incomes program, that funding will help increase the integrity and I think the fairness of the tax system, particularly in the small business area, to provide a level playing field. It's just not fair that those out in the black economy or the shadow economy can operate in a different way to those actually doing the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Senator O'Neill. I'm aware that there are still some questions here. I remind senators we're going in 5-minute blocks and that we're still an hour behind for our next witness. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
I think I'll go then, if that's all right.
Is that okay?
Well, if the Greens have got the next call, I'll take it, and then.
Okay.
I mean, it won't make any difference to the grander scheme of things because we both have.
It won't, but you'll be around for a bit longer.
I will stay here.
Okay, Senator McKim.
In your domain.
Thanks,
Senator
Chair. Mr. Hirshhorn, you mentioned in one of your previous answers the company tax transparency reports. And we've had 8 years of those now, and the number of big companies paying zero tax has consistently been around 1 in 3. Now, given your previous answer and also previous comments made by Mr. Jordan, do you expect that rate to come down? That is, do you expect over time the number of big companies paying zero tax to decline?
Yes, so Senator, it is, of course, most of the companies which pay no tax is because either they have made losses in the current year or they have made significant losses in prior years which are not, their current year profits are not sufficient to absorb.
That's right.
So there is an element where it is dependent on the economy.
Of course.
But pleasingly, if we look at the most recent report published, that number has drifted down from 36% now down to 32% in the most recent report.
So can I just
all
be
other
clear,
things being equal, we would expect that to continue to come down.
You would, yeah.
But Senator, it will not, perhaps not significantly down from that, because even the largest companies, a proportion of them will in any given year make a loss, and there is an element of the population that have made such significant losses in the past that it will take many years, if ever, for them to recoup those losses.
Because they just don't use up their deductible expenses.
They just are not profitable enough to use, to, in a sense, recoup their past errors.
Recoup their past losses. But 1 in 3 of the biggest companies in Australia can't be operating at a loss in any given financial year. So a lot of that must be due to carrying forward deductible expenses, right? Carrying forward previous losses.
Yes, so Senator, we do talk about this in the contextual material. I think it is surprising when you compare, for example, we've compared to populations like some of the broader ASX population. I think it would surprise many Australians how many large companies actually make a loss for accounting purposes in any given year. And of course, companies like reporting accounting profits. But you're right that there are, the two significant groups are those that make losses in the current year and those who are, in a sense, still recouping prior year losses.
Yeah, so we've got a few companies, ExxonMobil, News Corp, and with the exception of paying the princely sum of $30 in tax this year, Chevron, who for the entirety of the data set have paid no tax. That is no tax in the last 8 years. How does that work? Would you give the same answer? Like, are they still making losses every financial year, or are they still not recouping their previous losses? And what can we do about this? Because their cash flows are massive.
Yes, so Senator, if I maybe again, just if I might make it a little bit more abstract, if I look at companies which have invested significant money in large projects, large capital projects, they will often have significant depreciation deductions, potentially financing deductions, albeit limited through our very effective work around transfer mispricing. In their startup phase, they will generally have years of startup losses before the gas starts flowing. They start recouping those losses. As the gas industry has published publicly, it's difficult for me to talk about, but as they have published publicly, they are expecting to pay significant tax in the 22 year, and that reflects the fact that those startup losses have now been broadly recouped in that industry.
And because they're making large profits.
Because they have now recouped their startup costs and are now making profits, and so will now be paying significant tax. There are other companies, I spoke before about companies that maybe have had shifts in their industry that fundamentally once had, for example, very significant advertising revenues, made very significant losses and may never recoup those losses because their business, even if profitable now, is in a sense a profitable small business against very significant historical losses.
So what about I know you probably don't want to talk about specific companies, but News Corp's been around for a while. They're not a start-up. They didn't have massive sunk costs from establishing, gas pipelines and things like that. I mean, they've never paid tax in the history of the data set. What's going on there?
Yes, so Senator, I will not talk about News Corp, but I might talk about an element of the Corporate Tax Transparency Report, and I might also just talk a little bit about the publishing industry.
Thank you.
So the Corporate Tax Transparency Report reports the tax payable at lodgement. It does not record the tax payable after compliance action. So I'd say that is...
Okay.
It is a list of what people have lodged, not what they have ultimately paid.
Thank you.
The second thing that I would say is that in the publishing industry, what we have seen is that in the past, the traditional press businesses, what do they call them? The famous Fairfax Rivers of Gold, those advertising revenues now sit in entities like Seek and realestate.com. They do not sit in the traditional press entities. And you will see from the Corporate Tax Transparency Report significant taxes paid by entities like realestate.com. And so if you look at particular industry, it's very important in looking at this list to really think about the economic circumstances of a particular industry over the last decade.
All right, thank you.
Last question, Senator McKim. Thank you.
It's on a different topic in that case, and it's about the director ID requirements. Thank you. Is that Ms Smith? Thanks, Ms Smith. And it's specifically in its applicability to First Nations directors, and acknowledging that there has been an extra period of grace given for company directors of Indigenous corporations, but that doesn't apply to First Nations directors of non-Indigenous corporations or non-First Nations corporations. So I wanted to ask whether there'll be any measures put in place to support First Nations directors of non-First Nations corporations, and whether there's been any consideration given to extending the deadline for that subgroup, as has been the case in terms of an extension for directors of First Nations corporations.
So thank you for the question, Melinda Smith, Chief Service Delivery Officer. We have had approximately 1.3 million directors apply successfully for their director ID since we embarked on this some 12 months ago. And whilst the deadline is the 30th of November, for the client group you refer to, and in fact all client groups, we will be very pragmatic and reasonable when it comes to assisting everyone to actually go through that process. You know, without giving an absolute guarantee, the deadline is the 30th of November. However, we are certainly going to take a very pragmatic approach to assisting clients get through. Should there be circumstances that they require an extension, we're working with many clients on that, and we'll make sure that we give everyone the assistance they need.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. This is my last set of questions, but it would be remiss of me at the first estimates after the federal election not to ask the ACNC some questions in regards to the election and its impact on your work. In your media statement of the 26th of October, coinciding with the tabling of your annual report, you had this to say: the ACNC received 2,522 concerns about charities, a 26% rise on the previous year. In the lead up to the federal election, the ACNC received 490 concerns that charities were engaging in political advocacy. Of those, 19 were identified as being at risk of non-compliance. Those charities were provided guidance that they are allowed to advocate for or against a policy in line with their charitable purpose, but need to ensure that they do not promote or oppose a political party or candidate. And I thought it might be worthwhile just to articulate for this committee exactly what are the rules, the guidelines. In addition to that, I'm particularly interested to know what guidance, it says here that you provided guidance, what guidance was provided and in what form, and whether or not of those 19, were any others referred to other agencies, and what is the status of those 19 now that were identified as being at risk of non-compliance. It's probably not necessary to name them at the moment, but that's a decision for yourself under questioning from other senators if that's where they'd like to go. So in the interests of, before we get to that, just to conclude the previous line of questioning, you provided some responses in regards to your performance against outcomes 1.1 and 1.2. I thought that was a very, very fair explanation, and we can explore that in greater detail at a future point. But this set of questions just goes to that particular paragraph in your statement of the 26th of October.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I will begin, and then Ms Longley was around at the time of the federal election, so she can provide a bit more colour and movement.
Not too much colour.
No, not too much colour and movement. So just to go back to basics, because it is a question that I get asked a lot. Charities can advocate if it furthers their charitable purpose. And so one of the things that we have been talking to charities about is being very clear about what their charitable purpose is. Now, that is important, though, in the context of an election, that they don't endorse a particular party or a particular candidate. But what they can do is look at the various policies that are in place and provide critique or some other feedback in relation to those policies. And very specifically, promoting a change to law and those other things is also allowed, subject to my previous comments.
That must be associated with their charitable purpose.
As a general proposition, that's correct. Now, we do, as Ms Longley mentioned earlier, one of the key things we try to do is actually work on education first. So we did have, I think it was around 500 or 400 to 500 concerns were raised with us in the lead up to the federal election. And in, I think it was 19 of those cases or 20 of those cases, we actually thought that there was something to chat to those people about.
I think to be clear, the number is 490 and 19 based on your 26th of October statement.
Thank you. I was rounding. And so in those conversations, as Ms Longley mentioned earlier, in some cases they adjusted their behaviour or maybe some of the information that they had produced. There is guidance on advocacy and on charities, elections and political advocacy on our website. And I just note for completeness before I hand over to Ms Longley, in the context of the Victorian elections that are currently ongoing, we do try to get ahead of the game. So if we do know that there is an election coming up, we want people to know what they can and can't do. And so we have, for example, been promoting our guidance through the Victorian Electoral Commission as well. So, but I might pass to Ms Longley just for a bit more context.
Senator, I would note that many of those 490 concerns related to the same charities. So when we contacted 19 charities, a lot of them were because we had multiple concerns raised about the same ones. I am not aware in any case that we started investigations, which is a formal mechanism that we have in relation to any of those particular charities. For the most part, they were telephone conferences or perhaps video conferences, I'm not exactly sure. And in many cases, they were followed up with a letter as well. And in many cases, they were also referred to the web guidance that the Acting Commissioner has referred to.
Senator Smith, that was quite a long question, which has taken up a block of time, and I'm just wondering if you just had one more question, or you wanted to put some of them on notice.
Yeah, I might just two questions, but
Sure.
they'll be tight.
Okay, thank you.
So, am I correct in assuming that at the registration process, if the ACNC is taking greater care and effort to make sure that charities, when they're applying for registration, are being clear and concise in regards to their charitable purpose, that would assist manage the issues around political advocacy? Is that a fair statement, or is that a possible remedy? You can take that on notice, yeah.
My broad observation would be, in all cases, when a charity is clear about their charitable purpose, it makes it a lot easier for us when we're doing any form of discussion with them or thinking about political advocacy, whether it is in line with that charitable purpose.
So earlier in your media statement, you point to, and I think you portray it as a virtue, that there are large numbers of charities seeking registration. I think it's fair to say that the size of our charity and not-for-profit sector is a demonstration of our pluralist and liberal democratic traditions. So then, I think they are virtues. Are you foreshadowing that there could be greater levels of complexity and concern around charities participating in the political process, given the experience of the most recent federal election?
I don't think I've been drawing that conclusion, Senator.
Perhaps we might wait to see after the Victorian state election and then
Thank you, Senator
subsequent
Smith.
state elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it. Yep.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Bragg.
Thanks. Well, look, thanks very much for answering those questions before. I have some questions for the Tax Office. So how are you? Good. Great. Could you please explain how tax deductibility operates for the purposes of donations made to individual candidates or to parties?
So, thanks, Senator. So, and Senator, I'll make some comments, but I fear that I will soon stray beyond my knowledge, and I might have to take some of this on notice. But as a general proposition, for an independent candidate, so they have to be a candidate, so they have to have
understand.
It's got to have started.
Yep.
A payment to an individual candidate can be deductible, not to an entity associated with that candidate.
Right.
And separately, a payment to a registered political party can be deductible as well. Of course, there are limits. I think it's $1,500 if my memory serves me.
Okay. So for a donation to be deductible, does the donation need to be made to the candidate, or can it be made to an associated vehicle or entity?
Yes, so Senator, in terms of an independent candidate, it should be made to the candidate. In relation to a member of a political party, the payment must be made to the political party.
Okay, that's very clear. That's very clear. Okay. So I guess the purpose of me asking you these questions is just to make sure that my understanding is right, because I want to ask you about an example here. So how would the ATO consider a structure where a donation was made to one entity, but the claim for that deductibility was made on the basis that the money was expended by another? So does that make sense?
So, Senator, so in some cases, an entity may receive an amount not in its own capacity, but as an agent for somebody else.
So what do you think about that?
So that is possible. So the entity it is possible if, in the very limited circumstance where that entity is an agent for the. So this is you're still making a deduction to the real person, but somebody is merely collecting it on their behalf, sort of a nominee or an agent. But the ATO would urge caution if you are paying an amount to somebody other than the candidate or the registered political party.
Okay.
Because generally, if you're paying it to that entity in its own right, you will not be entitled to a deduction.
Okay. So can the deductibility be applied to a payment made to a significant third party or an entity that isn't associated with the candidate? So assuming there is no agent.
So, Senator, if it's paid to an entity in its own right, it won't be, that is not either the individual candidate or the registered political party.
Okay.
It will not be deductible as a political donation.
Okay, so in summary, it needs to go to the individual who is a candidate or to the party. The only exception to that is it could go to an agent.
So, in a sense, Senator, it's still legally, it's really, in a reality legal sense, it's still a payment to either the individual independent candidate or the registered political party. It is merely that somebody has received it on behalf of that entity as an agent. So they're not receiving it in their own. They're not receiving it in their own right and then paying it an amount on. They are merely, in a sense, a means of collection.
So but as you say, agent, I mean, is it a formalised arrangement that you would expect to see? Or by agent, do you mean anyone acting for someone else?
Yes, so Senator, it is in a sense the legal concept of agent, which is somebody acting on behalf of somebody else and not receiving the amount in their own right, but receiving it for somebody else. But this is why I urge caution, because it is very hard if you are paying money to somebody to know in what capacity they are receiving it. And so we would urge caution on somebody paying an amount other than directly to the individual independent candidate or to the registered political party.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you for clarifying that. And you have guidance on this, do you?
Senator, I would have to check. I suspect we do, but I would have to check.
Yeah, okay.
If you do, could you make that available to the committee?
Yes, Senator, we'll provide whatever guidance we have on this point to the committee.
Yeah, that's great.
If there's no guidance, perhaps you could be explicit about the fact there is no guidance.
Indeed, Senator, and I'm sure our group, which is focused on public advice and guidance, will be paying close attention to this exchange.
All right.
Okay.
I just have one more question.
Okay, Senator.
And it's not about this anymore, it's about a new issue. There was an article in the Daily Telegraph, which I'm sure you've read, on the 30th of October. And the article was called Australian Taxation Office Cracks Down on Cash Cheats to Recoup $33 billion. And there was a quote from Mr. Assistant Treasurer Jones, and he said, quote, if we had 30 billion in the budget this year, that would be what we're spending on Medicare. So, in the ATO's opinion, what is this 33 or $30 billion of tax fraud that's just waiting there to be reclaimed?
Yes. So, Senator, if I am aware of the article, I strongly suspect that the article is referring to our tax gap analysis, and that this is analysis that we do every year. We have a very comprehensive program around this, where we estimate the amount of tax that we are not collecting according to law. So maybe putting it around the other way, we estimate that we collect about 93% of the tax payable according to law, 91.5% of that in lodgement, 1.5% through our compliance activity after lodgement, which at 93%, that is a world-leading level of performance. The 7% gap is about, in the most recent published statistics, is about $33 billion. So in some form of tax administration nirvana, where every Australian paid all the tax that was payable according to law,
yes,
there would be an extra $33.5 billion estimated receipts.
Right.
Okay.
Just finally,
Your final.
Thank you,
Senator Bragg.
Yeah. I think there were some statements made about this in this room about 30 years ago. But so
About tax office nirvana.
About taxation policy. So
Sounds like a 70s.
are we mainly talking about companies or trusts or individuals or what?
Yes, so Senator, if I can refer you to this wonderful tome,
Yeah,
the annual
looks
report
long.
of the tax office. So it is spread across all markets. The Commissioner did refer to elements of the individual's tax gap. I think that's about, off the top of my head, about 8 billion. About 12 billion relates to small business. But we have a full set across all taxes and all markets, which obviously we can point you to the relevant sections. I think it's chapter 3 of our annual report.
And I mentioned in the opening statement the 4 largest tax gaps by dollar amounts, which is small business, individuals, GST, and then large business. We publish the most comprehensive suite of tax gap calculations, more than any other country in the world. It was a fairly big deal for us to put all that out there because it's sort of judging us on our performance in a very systemic way. In the 5 years we've been doing it, fortunately it's come down, and that 7% gap is very much a theoretical amount in total, but our job is to incrementally continue to bring that down, and that's a measure of our performance.
Okay, thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Chair, may I make just
Very briefly.
quick additions? If I can refer the Senator to page 64 and following in our annual report for our comprehensive gap information. And my colleague has pointed out to me that on our website we have a section, if you search under claiming political contributions and gifts, we have some guidance as to how what deductions are available.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have just some further questions to the ACNC. If the ACNC is undertaking an investigation and you have evidence that somebody is seeking to provide false or misleading information to that investigation, or otherwise deliberately and intentionally hinder an investigation, what steps would you take?
I'll pass to Assistant Commissioner Longley for that one.
Thank you. We don't have the same powers as the ATO does in that respect. And in fact, our powers are really rather less significant. So in that circumstance, there is penalty available that we could potentially apply, but we would potentially, I suppose, look to try to find other sources, and if there is an instance where we actually think there might be criminal behaviour, there is the opportunity for us to refer that.
So do you have an MOU with the Australian Federal Police, for example, that would enable you to refer somebody if you identified somebody?
We don't have an MOU with the AFP, no.
All right. Have you referred any matters to the AFP for investigation?
I would have to take that on notice, but my feeling is no.
I might just show you a document. Have you seen the statement of claim filed in the matter of Moses and the Hillsong City Care and others in the federal court?
I have seen it. I don't know it in any detail at all.
Good news, here's one.
I've got the document and it looks appropriate to be tabled, and it's being tabled.
Thank you, Chair. This statement of claim filed only on the 12th of August 2022. Is that the first time you've seen a copy of it, did you say?
I have seen it before, but I don't know it in detail.
All right. This makes some fairly extraordinarily damaging allegations about the conduct of a number of staff of the Hillsong Church and its associated charities. Has the ACNC, you say you've seen a copy, are you in possession of a copy apart from the one that I've just provided to you?
Not with me, no.
No, but is the organisation in possession of a copy?
Yes.
Yes. Given that it indicates that the ACNC is commencing an investigation initially into 4 and then a further 6 Hillsong entities that were listed as charities with the ACNC. Are you in a position to confirm or deny that?
I'm not in a position to confirm or deny. I should say, in relation to the statement of claim, this was something that was in the media, and that's where I've seen it.
Did you
it was attached to a media article. That's how I've seen it. Sorry, that was the reason for my pause in are you in possession of.
All right. But this statement of claim alleges in some detail from one of the senior financial officers inside the Hillsong grouping that Hillsong were consciously seeking to mislead and misdirect and hide information from the ACNC in relation to an investigation that ACNC has on foot in relation to at least 4 and potentially up to 10 Hillsong entities.
Senator,
That's a serious allegation, isn't it? I'm asking you to say whether it's true or not, but it's a serious allegation, isn't it?
That type of allegation is a serious allegation, yes.
So surely in those circumstances, you as the regulator would have, I would have thought, an obligation to obtain a copy of the statement of claim and then commence some process to determine, well, if you're being misled, the impact it would have on your audit and investigation.
So,
and
Senator,
it troubles me that hasn't happened.
We didn't say that. What we said was that you were talking about referral to the AFP, etc. As we said earlier on, we don't generally speak about specific charities, and it is not appropriate for us to talk about the current matters before us. This is obviously someone's statement, and we take into account all information that's available to us. And what I can say is we are very interested in matters like this, but it's not appropriate for us to talk any further about it.
Well, the statement of claim not only makes allegations, it identifies a whole series of contemporaneous documents that would be available to a regulator such as yours to seek to compel the production of and then take part of the investigation. But to do that, you need to get the statement of claim first. So I ask again, has the ACNC been in possession of a copy of the statement of claim prior to me providing you one tonight?
As Ms Longley said, we have seen the statement of claim in the media. It was published online, and so we have seen a copy of it, yes.
Right. The I might then move on to another matter.
Senator Shoebridge, I think that is more than 5 minutes, so if you're moving to a different matter, I think we'll need to conclude there.
Seems fair, Chair. And
Okay.
I acknowledge it is more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, you were keeping your own time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I believe that that is the end of the questions that we have for the ATO and the ACNC. We very much thank you, Commissioner Jordan, Acting Commissioner Jenkins. Thank you very much for your time, for answering our questions. You go with our thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
We are going to take a 5-minute recess and be back at 10 o'clock with the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation.
Nice to see you in real life. I was watching you on TV.
We now resume this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee, and we welcome representatives from the National Housing Finance and Investments Corporation. Thank you so much for being with us and for your patience with the schedule. Welcome, Mr. Dalbon, back to Estimates. I'm not sure if you had a written opening statement at this stage. We are preferring that if you do, that it would just be tabled for us, but we certainly would welcome any opening remarks that you have.
Thank you, Chair. Nathan Dalbon, Chief Executive Officer. We're happy to go straight to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to you, Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you. Hi, thank you so much for being here. Can I ask some questions about the National Housing Finance Investments Corporation? The budget provides $350 million over 5 years for the Housing Accord, and it will include availability payments over the longer term to facilitate institutional investment in affordable homes. The budget papers say that this institutional investment can be made by superannuation funds. Yes? Why are the superannuation funds investing in affordable housing? Do you know?
In terms of what are the motivations for super funds? Look, I think at the end of the day, rate of return is one of the motivations. I think also when you look at the membership of superannuation funds, a lot of them relate to low-income workers, key workers. So I think a lot of them are interested in affordable housing solutions for their members. I'm aware of a number of different transactions that involve superannuation funds in various parts of the financing stack. I should also mention that NIFIC issues its own bonds. We've been issuing bonds since the inception, and that's how we finance the community housing sector with respect to long-term affordable finance. And one of the strong purchasers of NIFIC's bonds have been superannuation funds. So, for example, we know of a number that have been reporting that they've been purchasing our bonds, and we also suspect through intermediaries that a range of superannuation funds have been investing in NIFIC bonds. And again, I think that's driven by a range of reasons. I think it's based on rate of return metrics, generally from their fixed income area. It also reflects, I think, a growing interest in the ESG agenda, where there's a greater focus in terms of social governance, environmental aspects. NIFIC's bonds are all rated either social or sustainability bonds, which satisfies international standards. So I think that's another reason why it's been attractive for superannuation funds, among others. I mean, superannuation funds are a subset of institutional investors.
Mm-hmm. So super funds, they have an obligation to their members to be financially viable.
Senator Tyrrell, would you mind speaking into the microphone a bit?
Apologies.
That's okay. Apparently Hansard could hear you, but we're struggling a little bit.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry, I'm usually so loud.
Indeed.
Apologies. How are we going to gauge that it's in the best financial interests of the members as such for the superannuation firms to invest in this?
Well, that'll be a decision for superannuation funds. They have their own investment teams. They understand their responsibilities, and they'll be looking at a range of assets. They have a look at real estate assets, including those relating to subsidised housing. So they'll form their own assessment based on risk-return metrics.
Is there any guarantee from the government for that to happen as such, so as it's fair and reasonable?
Well, they have to by law.
Yep. Thank you.
So that's and they have to meet that test now. They'd have to meet that test under when they make their current investments in whatever they are. So it'd be the same applying to here.
Thank you, appreciate it. So the Housing Accord refers to 1 million new homes built in well-located areas. How is that being defined as such, as in well-located?
Yeah, so we had this discussion earlier today.
Apologies.
No, that's all right, because it's funny. NIFIC have a particular role under this program, but the policy responsibility sits in another part of Treasury. Essentially, there are different interpretations of that. There's work to be done through the Accord. The availability payments start in the 2024. So we have a bit of time with all of the signatories to the Accord to work out some of, the opportunities for location, well located means different things to different people, but it can be about making sure that you're got housing opportunities close to where people work. It can be about being more centrally located rather than out and have a lot way to travel and spend, cost you a lot of money to do that. And there's also issues like, the definition of affordable can differ. We've got states and territories, they have their own arrangements. So there's a whole lot of, in short, the discussion we had this morning was we've got signatories to the Accord, it's got a clear program, but there's things to work out like the investment mandate, some of those definitional issues and the different responsibilities that the levels of government that have signed up to it bring to the Accord.
Thank you. There's 200,000 homes being built at the moment though. Are they being built in well-located areas as well, or are the homes that are being built at the moment different?
Well, and we went through this a bit this morning too about sort of the average build.
This morning, sorry.
Yeah, I know, you didn't have to hang around till 2 o'clock tonight. That sucks. So, we had a bit of a talk about what's expected in terms of going forward. There's been, if we look at between 180 and 200,000 houses per year, the vast majority of that's built in the private sector. So this program is really looking at a small but important additional supply to what would happen anyway. There is a view that, by 2024, some of the housing activity we've seen in the last 2 years will start to ease a little bit, and this is about supplementing that, but with a particular product, which is affordable housing, on top of some of the commitments we've made in the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Beautiful.
I could just briefly add, Minister. So I think just relate. Minister's correct, obviously, in terms of
well, not obviously this time. No, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Referring to the Accord and the 1 million based on the earlier sessions today. Just one thing from a NIFIC perspective, which may be also useful. Through our research function, we also publish an annual State of the Nation report that has 10-year supply and also new household formation projections. So it's essentially looking at projections of supply, housing supply and demand. So we'll have an update to that publication next year. So that'll provide updated supply projections out for the next 10 years. Also, just in terms of this point, in terms of well located, and there's various definitions. The State of the Nation report that we're aiming to produce in the first quarter of next year will also have a dedicated chapter looking at needs analysis in terms of the various measures that can be used to assess various proxies for the housing need. And, you know, that'll be also looking at the experiences of overseas countries and how they've used housing needs analysis to inform where support is delivered.
Okay. So the 10 billion investment in social housing in the budget, which is amazing, under the Housing Australia Fund, the locations of those homes are similar to the Accord. It'll be determined down the track or with information, or is that similar to a small...
So the Housing Australia Future Fund,
yep,
and what happens under this under the Accord, complementary, but and supplementary basically.
Okay.
So it's in addition to. So the Accord program is different to how this Housing Australia Future Fund will administer the returns from that investment into those particular areas. Yeah.
And where they're located will be similar?
Well, again, it's possibly, but it depends. You know, there's more work to be done in relation to location. You know, like we had a discussion today with, I think Senator Colbeck was here about the work that Tasmania has done about their planning laws. They've finalised their plan. So part of the Accord is looking at, you know, how you can generate the additional supply, where it is, planning, zoning, all of those. Now, obviously, states and territories are at different points on that, but it sounds like Tasmania has just finished a big piece of work on that, so maybe they're in a better position in terms of understanding where the opportunities are there. But I don't know if I've got all the breakdown from the HAF and that, but yeah, complementary but supplementary. There could be some crossover. You know.
So there's no...
Senator Tyrrell, I'll just note that your 5-minute block's gone for about 10 minutes.
Sorry about
That's
that.
okay. And just, are there questions that you'd like to perhaps put on notice?
I've only got one more.
Yeah,
How many is
go
going to be built in Tassie? You know, the most important bit.
Yeah, well, that's to be determined, but absolutely.
So stand by.
Yeah, and you start ahead with the housing minister being a local.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
You got to have a win every now and again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. I understand Senator O'Neill has just 2 questions.
And much of it's already been filled out, but just if there was anything else that you might like to add with regard to how the government changes to the National Housing Infrastructure Facility will actually make it easier for NIFIC to get homes on the ground.
Yes.
What's the change? What's the critical change?
Thanks, Senator, for the question. So the recent change that's been announced with respect to the infrastructure facility, just to give a bit of context, the infrastructure facility up until recently has been focused on funding critical infrastructure to unlock new housing supply. That fund is $1 billion. It comprises concessional loans, $825 million, and also $175 million of grant money. To date, we've had about 425 in terms of board commitments under that infrastructure facility. The government's recent decision in terms of broadening the remit of the infrastructure facility will enable us to accelerate new housing supply, in particular for social and affordable housing. And just very briefly, the way that we can do that is through using the grant and also structuring the concessional loans to essentially close the financing gap that you typically see with subsidised housing. And there's a variety of ways that you can do that. So based on that change to our investment mandate, which is currently out for public consultation, we would anticipate that, based on the projects that we've seen to date, we would like to accelerate that new supply over the course of this financial year in terms of certainly financial close, and hopefully we'll have some of those projects actually starting construction this financial year as well.
Okay, so a significant shift in the way that you can move the money to meet the market and the challenges. When you said that revised structures that are under consultation, is there a range of those that are on offer, or are they being constructed in the process of consultation?
Well, the investment mandate essentially reflects the direction that comes from government, and then that gives us the necessary power, if you like, to then go off and look at various structuring opportunities. And I think the important thing too is that because it looks at closing the funding gap, it also provides an opportunity to learn some lessons in terms of the broader rollout under the HAF, which will be coming shortly after, subject to the passage of legislation. So what we've seen so far is a cross-section of projects, looking at various structuring opportunities, and I think that will provide some very useful insights when we move on to the bigger rollout of the HAF.
Okay, so collaborative. One on notice, if I can, Chair, just so that I stick to my 5 minutes.
Yep.
Could you, on notice, explain how the NIFIC financing model works to leverage investments into housing on the ground, and perhaps provide some examples of the projects that are being funded by NIFIC?
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Devon.
Thank you.
Dalmont.
Are there any other questions for this witness? The opposition will put their senators will put their questions on notice. Thank you very much for attending estimates, Mr. Dalbon, and representatives of NIFIC. You go with our thanks. Thank you. And we'll invite the Productivity Commission to the table.
Time. Come under the housing group. No. Oh, sorry. I'm spreading myself out. I've been here since 9 o'clock, so I've sort of made myself at home. It's his zone.
The committee now welcomes representatives from the Productivity Commission. Thank you for being with us to answer our questions. Mr. Brennan, as you will have heard, if people have an opening statement, we're seeking that people will table that, but we very much welcome any initial comments that you may have for us this evening.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Brennan, Chair of the Productivity Commission. I have no opening statement. Happy to get into the questions.
Okay, thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Brennan and others, for making yourself available at such a late hour. During the course of today, particularly in the morning, there was some discussion around productivity measures, the need for productivity reforms, the performance of productivity across the Australian economy generally. I noticed that you have released a 5-year productivity inquiry report. I'd like to start with you making some general observations about Australia's productivity performance in the international context.
Thanks, Senator. So you're correct. The government, the then government, gave us a terms of reference in February to undertake the second of what are to be 5-year reviews of Australia's productivity performance, the first of which was the Shifting the Dial report back in 2017. So that's a 12-month inquiry. We'll be issuing a final report in February 2023, but as a kind of an initial step, we've released 6 interim reports on various themes that are essentially there to give stakeholders and the community a bit of an indication as to our thinking on a range of potential reform directions, to lay out the nature of the challenge, to seek a bit of feedback. So it's really been an exercise in putting out a few hypotheses and a few in principle views, flagging some directions, and then seeking a bit of feedback. And we've been in the process of late of having some roundtables and public hearings. To your question, Senator, the first of those interim reports, from memory, we entitled that the Key to Prosperity, and it really laid out, if you like, the recent productivity performance, both in Australia and across the developed world, the broad contours of that, if you like, are that productivity growth in Australia has slowed in the first couple of decades of this century relative to the performance, say, in the 1990s, but also just in general the kind of post-war period, the 1950s, 1960s. Australia is not unique in that respect. That's a pattern that's been evident across much of the developed world. The reasons for that are speculated about and are many. I mean, there are some reputable economists who will simply say that the pace of innovation, the pace of invention just doesn't match up compared to what it was for much of the late 19th and 20th century, that for all of the rapid pace of change associated with digital technologies, data, communications, it just doesn't really compare to the sort of advance associated with electricity and the internal combustion engine and the sweep of things like antibiotics or air conditioning and, sanitation, all manner of things that came in sort of rapid succession over that period. But a couple of key issues that we've pointed to as well are the fact that the economy is, like Australia, like everywhere, it's increasingly a services-dominated economy. The rate of productivity growth often in services in the past has been a bit slower than has been the case for the traditional goods sectors like agriculture, manufacturing and mining. And to some extent, the path of productivity growth looks a bit different. In areas like agriculture, manufacturing, certainly mining, the path of productivity growth was a lot of capital coming in to substitute for labour, the application of science in many ways, and if you think in agriculture, improved crop yields through different crop types, use of fertiliser, pesticides, all manner of things. Services are a bit different. They tend to be labour intensive. They tend to be a bit bespoke. There's a sense in which the producer and the consumer sort of co-create the service. They're not necessarily amenable to automation or mass production in quite the same way. So there's a particular challenge, I think, with driving productivity growth in a services-dominated economy. So that's one of the key themes that we've been trying to grapple with in this process.
So if we were to think about the low-hanging fruit of productivity reform possibilities over the medium term for Australia, what do they look like?
Well, without sort of foreshadowing where we're likely to end up in the report in February next year, because that's where we will endeavour to provide a menu of options. I guess the interim reports that we've put out try to provide some thematic guidance as to where we think it's important to look. So we've put out a report on focused on the role of data, digital technologies, new emerging issues like cybersecurity and the regulation of it. We've put out a report about what innovation might look like in a modern economy, which might look a little different to what it's looked like in the past. Maybe as important as things like traditional R&D activity is, maybe some of these service industries innovate in slightly different ways. We've talked a bit about that, talked about the role of human capital and the importance of a strongly performing schools, skills, university and lifelong education sector. And then a range of other matters that go to specific challenges like decarbonising the economy, dealing with the state of the globe in a world where we've benefited hugely from free trade, open investment, free movement of people, in a world where the mood of much of the world has soured on some of those things. How do we navigate our way through? So some of those themes, I won't say they're low-hanging fruit, and they're certainly not, I'm not giving you sort of concrete policy prescriptions here, but they are at least the sort of areas that we've identified and are pursuing with a view to more detail in February.
So just staying at the high level for a moment, then if we turn that on its head, what are the risks domestically and internationally that might make it hard for productivity reform issues to be embraced, or what sort of trends might we be seeing that could see a further reversal of productivity gains? So you highlighted the fact that international trade agreements, free movement of people had been elements that had supported productivity growth, not just in Australia but globally. What are some of those domestic and global risks to productivity improvements?
Yeah, so in addition to that sort of large-scale challenge I outlined around the shift to a service-dominated economy, I mentioned the challenge of decarbonising the economy, which we think is best seen almost through a productivity lens, because it is an effort to reduce a cost, albeit it's a cost that we haven't been bringing to book in either firm profits or the GDP statistics, but namely the cost of carbon emissions. But doing that in the least cost, most efficient way is going to be a significant challenge, not just for us, but for the world, other signatories to Paris Agreement, etc. And I guess I would repeat the point that that third challenge, which we outlined in that initial document, around kind of a renewed view about perhaps being a little less open to the world, a greater focus on sovereign capability, self-reliance, and it's not that there aren't instances where that won't be an important policy goal for various reasons, but it is important, I think, for us to maintain a strong openness to investment, to trade flows, and the free movement of people. It's one of the main channels by which ideas move around the globe, and as a small open economy, that's one of the main ways that Australian firms adopt innovations from overseas.
Senator Smith, I'd note we've been going with you for about 10 minutes. Would another sort of few minutes conclude your questions?
Would help bring them to a conclusion.
Yeah, thank
I don't want to be so definitive. So when people are expressing disappointment with Australia's productivity performance, it's not correct to see that as singularly Australia's failure. It's important to see it in the context of international productivity gains or losses, and that productivity gains globally have deteriorated. Is that a correct statement?
I think there are a combination of things, Senator. It's not that there's no role for domestic policy in improving productivity growth or hampering it, so I certainly wouldn't want my comments to be read in that way. But I would note that it's a fairly common challenge across the developed world, that the productivity growth has been slow. It's been true in the United States, it's been true in Europe, and it's true in Australia.
Just at a high level, just some general questions I'd like to get onto the record. How many briefings has the Productivity Commission provided in person or been asked to provide in written form to the Treasurer since May 2022? Since the 23rd of May 2022?
Yeah, well, it's generally not our modus operandi, if you like, to be providing ongoing briefing to the Treasurer. I've met with the Treasurer. We've certainly outlined our work program. We provide information about the various projects we have underway and the release schedule for those projects. And we talk a fair bit with the office around the potential work program and other matters. I'll take on notice what we would say by way of kind of formal briefing, but it's not in that respect. We're a bit unlike, and it's been true under successive governments. We don't kind of brief government in quite the same way as, for example, in my old job in Treasury, for example, that we did.
Commissioner, has the government critiqued your comments to the Melbourne Institute?
Sorry, have they?
Has the government critiqued your comments to the Melbourne Institute?
In terms of to me?
Yeah, to you, or to the Commission?
No.
No? Just turning to those comments, how important is industrial relations reform generally to progressing productivity gains in the Australian economy over the immediate and medium term? If we had to think of proportionally in terms of the top 4 or 5 issues, how significant is the industrial relations element of those future productivity gains?
Yeah, rather than kind of attribute a relative weight to it, I guess I would note it is a lever. It's an important, workplace relations is an important policy lever because it affects firms and individuals across the economy. So, yes, having well-structured, flexible arrangements that have a robust safety net but provide a high degree of flexibility to achieve productivity gains is an important policy lever.
So did I understand your comments to the conference correctly, that where those decisions are made by, where decisions are made by employers and employers at a lower level or closer to the workplace, they deliver better productivity gains? I mean, in federal-state relations, we would call it subsidiarity, I think. I mean, is it true that when you keep that decision-making and negotiation closer to the workplace, you get better productivity reforms? And if that is the case, what's the evidence for that?
Yeah, so the comments that I made at the Outlook conference last week really were just a kind of a reflection of what we put in the interim report. I think it was the 6th of the interim reports that we put out, which was, it dealt with a range of labour market matters, workplace relations arrangements, skilled migration, gig economy, occupational licensing, etc. And we were in the workplace relations section, we were making some broad kind of reflections on what the basic direction of reform might be to sort of move it in the direction of improved productivity prospects. I guess I'll make two kind of qualifying remarks about that. The first is that the role of the interim reports as part of that productivity review is to be looking a little bit over the horizon. So it's not, I'm not seeking to provide commentary on particular pieces of legislation, being presented to the Parliament, etc. And secondly, that we were expressing views across a range of aspects of the workplace relations landscape, the award system and what might be some incremental and perhaps longer term changes there, how the existing firm level enterprise bargaining stream could also be reformed, what to do about platform economy, etc. But yes, we did raise the question of, is there a role for multi-employer bargaining in addition to firm level bargaining? And the view we put was, yes, there is a role for multi-employer bargaining. In fact, we have that at the moment. It can play a role in reducing the transaction costs of bargaining, particularly for small enterprises who are in the award system, but for whom the enterprise bargaining stream is perhaps not really feasible. So there can be benefit to small and medium enterprises in having an alternative that they can kind of take off the shelf and use as an alternative perhaps to the award, and that has to be balanced against the however protected industrial action is treated, but also what are the prospects for productivity growth. Now, you've alluded to it, there is some literature out there to suggest that systems that are focused on firm level bargaining tend to drive better productivity outcomes than those that are purely based on centralised bargaining. But I would note that Australia overwhelmingly has a firm level bargaining system, and I don't think that's likely to change irrespective of current proposals.
Senator Smith, I note the...
I am enjoying this, sorry, Chair.
Yes, I note the second, third or fourth wind that you're having at this hour of just after 10:30 and on your now into your fourth 5-minute block. I'm just wondering if you could give us an indication of how much time you need to draw this to a conclusion.
5 minutes and then we're absolutely done.
Thank you, Senator Smith.
So we think internationally, we think in terms of international jurisdictions where we should look for inspiration in preparing for a productivity agenda. Where are they? What do they look like? What characteristics might they have?
I think, to be honest, Senator,
is the next productivity reform for Australia a uniquely Australian agenda?
I think you always want to take advantage of the evidence that exists overseas and good practice that exists. Whether there's an individual model out there that we could, as it were, take off the shelf, well, clearly there's not, right? Taking workplace relations is a good example. Australia's system is unique, and it's grown up through a range of unique historical, constitutional and other forces that have shaped it. So it isn't always easy to kind of identify a single better system and say, well, we're going to adopt that. And I think that's true across a range of policy areas, but that's not to say that there aren't good examples of practice out there that we should have regard to. So I know that's an imperfect answer to your question. I don't know that there's even a small number of jurisdictions that I would point to and say, we just need to emulate them.
And given the independence of the Commission, would you like to venture some strengths and weaknesses of the most recent budget in regards to driving productivity gains in Australia?
No, I think given the independence of the Commission, I'll probably just refrain from doing so, Senator.
But I think if you look at our budget measures
neatly put, Mr. Brennan, that's right.
If you look at the budget measures against some of those priority areas identified in the interim report, you'll see there is some alignment there.
Senator, I was going to go more towards the discontinuation of certain innovation and research and development grant programs. But that's for another time. And Mr. Brennan and others will make sure we put you on at 9 a.m. at the February estimates.
Senator, I should point out on that in my comments. That's not any sort of. I have no commentary to make. It's not my practice to comment on budgets and and such.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I understand that other questions will be put on notice just given the hour and how long you've been waiting. So thank you very much, Mr. Brennan and representatives of the Productivity Commission. Thanks for asking our questions. You go with our thanks. There being no further questions at this time, the committee's consideration of the 2022-23 budget estimates will suspend until Thursday, 9 November 22. I thank Minister Gallagher and officers of the Treasury portfolio who've given evidence to the committee today. Thank you also to Hansard Broadcasting and the committee secretariat. I declare the hearing adjourned.
Good job, Chair.
Well done.